Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool. Or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello, welcome to Weissenhaus, the Freestyle Grand Slam event. This is the first leg and we are actually entering to the last day of the event. It's heating up. It cannot be more exciting than that. Generation clash is going on many boards for the first and second place for victory and also for the third and the fourth place. So I'm Judith Polgar and I'm very pleased that today again, but for the last time in this tournament, I'm together with the expert Super Grandmaster, coach, and trainer Peter Leko. What do you think? What are your expectations from today?
Thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. A super exciting day. I'm expecting Fabiano to channel all his energy, everything that he has to strike back today. It will be a very tough game for Vincent, a fantastic challenge. We have already seen he has mastered it against Magnus, but today it's going to be a very tough day. I'm expecting that I don't know what to say. A very big battle. And of course, Magnus in a very comfortable situation, winning with the black and playing with the white piece against Sindarov. I don't see there the big chance of Sindarov coming back.
And our other expert, Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenbert, welcome. And we're so happy that you're always giving these great feedbacks of your own and the engine as well sometimes. So what do you think? What are you expecting from today's game? Is the opening going to be just as important as before, or the nerves will take over?
Thank you, Judith. I think it will be both. Of course, the starting position will be really crucial because depending on the starting position, you can create more chances or less with white. And Caruana, with the white pieces against Keymer in the big final today, definitely needs to create these chances. But let's remember, Keymer was actually in the same situation already in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. He won both his first games there, and then he made a draw in the second game. So it's familiar to him. And I'm really, really curious how these games will develop. Also, of course, the place for the third, the small final, let's say, for the third place. Judith, this will be a big, big day.
I think it's going to be epic. For sure, maybe we can see the graphics of the brackets just to see who is still in competition, who is playing for which place, because of course everybody is still playing not only for money, but also the Grand Slam points. And this is what we see. So the first day of the finals, it was Vincent won a very convincing game versus Fabiano. It was very difficult for him. And then we see also Magnus Carlsen scored a full point against Sindarov. It was also, we can say that it was pretty good game and very convincing. And shortly we are going the word to the stage, but if we have the time... No, we don't, so let's go on the stage.
We are very excited to watch the exciting games between our finalists, hoping for some amazing content, hoping for some exciting games, maybe some tie breaks, and I can't wait to see what will happen today. I'm wishing the best of luck to Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana fighting for the first place today. And now we would just like to have a recap of yesterday to show you what was happening.
Every move counts. Every second matters. Welcome to the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus. Alireza Firouzja versus Gukesh Dommaraju. Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Javokhir Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen. And the game for the first place, Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana.
This is definitely an event that's first of its kind. So you have almost all the top players here. And I think the players are being treated the way top athletes should be.
Vincent Keymer's incredible success story continues. The 20-year-old German Grandmaster struck first, defeating Fabiano Caruana in their opening classical game. With remarkable control, he steadily increased the pressure before sealing the victory with a brilliant combination.
For me, most things were coming very naturally, so I could also play quicker and my moves were easier to maintain. Also, it would, of course, mean a lot to me to win such an elite event.
Magnus Carlsen applied significant pressure on Javokhir Sindarov in the opening game of the third-place match. The young Uzbek started off well, but ultimately couldn't withstand Carlsen's relentless attacks.
My chess is in a relatively in a good place. I feel like I'm in decent shape. I'm struggling like a little bit in the opening, but overall I feel quite good.
While Nakamura secured victory over Abdusattorov, Gukesh and Firouzja played to a draw. And there's more exciting news. The traditional chess festival in Karlsruhe, Germany, is evolving into a new format. This April, 2 major opens will take place: the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open and the Grenka Chess Open, featuring none other than Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. But first, all eyes are on Weissenhaus. One final step separates Vincent Keymer from the Freestyle Grand Slam title. The tension rises. Stay tuned.
After this amazing tournament for the last days, I am very, very excited to continue this. And I would like to invite a special guest on stage to choose the final position for today. We have a celebrity guest, the most beautiful woman in this room. Sylvie Mais, could you please join me on stage? Thank you. Hi.
Thank you so much.
So I am going to...
This is very exciting. So it will be number 909.
Thank you so much, Sylvie, for your help.
You're very welcome.
It is amazing to have you here. And thank you so much. And thank you to all the players. You have done such amazing things this week. And I am super, super happy that all of you had fun at this tournament, first and foremost, that we had such amazing viewership. Everyone was so excited that we learned so much over the last year about how to make the perfect tournament. And we will keep evolving and we will keep doing the best for freestyle chess. Can't wait and good luck to everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
Well, definitely we are not saying two big things if we can say that all the players are having fun, enjoying this event immensely, because in the freestyle event, everything is unexpected, we can say. You don't know what kind of position you're going to be receiving. At the same time, by now, it is very clear who are playing for what kind of money prizes. So I want to pull that up, that graphic, so we see that one move, what kind of heavy cost it can be. So this is where you see the prize found, $660,000. First prize, so Vincent against Fabiano playing for the winner gets $200,000 versus $140,000. So there's a $60,000 difference. It is a tough and expensive match. The third place, Magnus Carlsen is playing with Sindarov for $100,000 versus $60,000. And you see all the rest. We've seen Fedoseev versus Aronian, who were playing in the 9th and the 10th place, but all the rest are still fighting it out today. And this is the moment where nobody can spare, or they should not spare any energy until in the next few hours. They have to give in everything in order to get the most points in the Grand Slam and also the most money. And of course, for sports people, it's about pride. We want to win. We want to be better than the other one. And here we see the young generation teaming up and looking at it, what are their strategy going to be? Peter, what do you think? What is your take on the number 909 position?
Yeah, I'm also just getting started with this position. Looking at this king on b1, rook on a1, it's always kind of funny. Do you castle or not? Do you keep that king there? The queen is next to the king. The bishop on d1 is a little bit of a strange piece. And of course, the knight on h1 and knight f1, I believe it was Vladimir Fedoseev who said that those are double knights because both knights are heading towards the g3 square. So it will be very interesting how the players will try to harmonize their setup. We already see some e4, e5, f3 kind of moves analyzed by Vincent and Sindarov.
It's interesting. They're not laughing as much as they used to.
There is tension in the room.
Peter, you're the coach of Vincent. I have to ask this. Did you talk with Vincent? Did you give any advice to him what to do or what not to do and how to think and what mindset he should go out there?
Well, I just told him that continue in the same spirit as you have done so far. Yeah, listen to your feelings, follow your intuition. Don't think about the result. Yeah, just enjoy the process, because I don't think that in freestyle chess you can somehow think about, let me be solid, let me try to shut the game down. It simply does not work. So you have to be ready to go with the flow. And so far he has mastered it beautifully, so I don't think that he needs to change anything.
Well, we see on the other side, other part of the playing hall, the experience teaming up, right? Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano. We see Magnus not being in the other group because he's playing with the white color. We have an analyzing board, so if there is anything catching your eye, Peter, we can also show it to our audience so it's understandable a little bit more. But we see on the board that f4, d5, knight, h1 to f3 is something that they're looking right now. Of course, yesterday also, this was one of the biggest issue for black. It was also that the knights were in the corner, h1 and h8. And this was a debate already in the very beginning. And should the knight come out very fast to g6 or not? And the big debate was, because actually now it's a little different because the white knight is on f1. But yesterday we had the knights on h1 and g1, I think. So knight f3, knight g5 made a very strong attack over the f7 pawn. But now we see that the bishop is defending all this. So actually you need a completely different strategy this time. This is why freestyle is so interesting and so creative, because you always have to adjust to the circumstances.
Yeah, and it's very funny to see the two different type of positions the players are analyzing. Yeah, that the experienced team is looking at f4 move, and the youngsters are looking at the e4 move. I feel like thinking about, and we have seen this, that the experienced guys always preferred actually f4 often, opening up the bishop from g1. And I would be, if I would be inside the youngster team there discussing, I would at least ask the question, yeah, what do we do after f4? Just getting stuck with analyzing e4 too deeply, I feel it's counterintuitive.
But I think they are there already as well. I see a position f4,
no,
e4, f5, no?
Aha, so the white pawn is already all the way to f5. One of these teams that also Magnus has highlighted, that against the knight on, against the knight on h8, there are ideas like, so probably they are looking at f4, and if e5, then f5, trying to grab space and hinder black's knight's development from the corner.
Actually, it restricts both knights, right? h8 and f8 at the same time. What an opportunity for white if the pawn gets there. So maybe after f4, f5, maybe an interesting reply.
Yeah, it was kind of the logical strategy. I think it was also the very first move that Fabiano and Hikaru looked at. Then after knight g3, they were not exactly sure how black should react, and then they moved on to f4, d5. I like this strategy, just to look at different kind of setups in order not to be surprised then at the board.
I'm really curious how the players are experiencing this 10 minutes. That, of course, everybody has their own idea. They throw it out, the pieces on the board. We can go f4, e4, d4, knight g3, and then everybody has some idea. And still somehow they can manage that they get along. But it's very, very little time to get familiar and get an understanding of the position.
Yeah, those 10 minutes are enough for absolutely nothing. Basically, enough to understand that you understand nothing. And you have to start thinking. However, I do believe that it's very nice to exchange a little bit the ideas, just to get a feeling that, how my compatriot thinks that we can play like this, we can play like that. However, we have seen also Magnus, also Vincent and the other players taking their time at the beginning, because the first moves are very costly.
Well, the players who we see right now on camera, Gukesh is playing today with the white pieces versus Alireza, a world-class player, both of them. Gukesh is the world champion. Still, unfortunately, this is not his tournament so far, looking at the results. Yesterday was an amazing game between them, because Firouzja got a winning position which we would call there is no way that you can ruin it, especially that he had like 6-7 minutes when Gukesh had only a minute and few seconds. And it was an unbelievable save by the world champion, and Alireza himself couldn't believe it that he ruined it. But still, we see the experienced players what to do. And d4 we have
on the board. Yes, it was also one of the last moves that the youngsters looked at, and I believe it was Sindarov who after d4 said that, okay, let us go f5, avoiding any kind of e-force, and then after g3, I can even put it on the board, so d4, f5, g3, d5.
But you know, they are watching some very interesting stuff, that d4, e5, reacting immediately in the center, and after d5 to play e4, a very funny copying the other's move. Also after d5 instead of f5, c4, opening up the diagonal for the d1 bishop and somehow giving more space for the queen.
Well, I understand that from a white's perspective, you have to look at d4, e5. From the black's perspective, you think like this is way too adventurous. I don't know where it leads. So I perfectly understand why the youngster Sindarov was saying that, okay, let us be solid, let us play f5. And they did something, and then black was even playing d5, the stonewall kind of structure.
How interesting. The youngsters are also at this point to checking d4. While with black, they are thinking about f6 to strengthen before making e5.
Yes, and I think now they have exactly the following position on the board. Knight g3, e5, knight f5, targeting the g7 pawn. There are all these questions. Always watch out for vulnerable pawns.
Exactly. Yesterday it was the f7, which gave quite a bit of a headache for Magnus also. He didn't like it at all. And also we see, of course, the players are playing already many different games in this tournament. Different numbers, because some play the playoffs and some didn't. But they do get a lot of experience and feeling and the touch for it. And we've seen that the unprotected pawns, like in this position, the g7 and g2, immediately, sometimes they decide to have the strategy to attack it.
Well, this position I don't like for black. This one looks very dangerous because white grabs the space. Also, the bishop on g8 is shut out of the game. I don't see the perspective of black's knights. I actually prefer Sindarov's suggestion of d4, f5. That look much more solid.
Yeah, this looks kind of pretty difficult for black. At the same time, what they were looking c6 and bringing out the bishop to b6, it was kind of an interesting idea. But at first, it seems that white has a very strong initiative.
Yes, it doesn't look healthy at all. I'm a little bit worried. Knight e3, c takes d5 they are discussing. And then probably if knight takes d5, then black wants to give up his bishop. And that would be kind of good. Yeah, bishop d5, ed5. And then bishop goes to b6. Knight potentially from f7 goes to d6. Very harmonious setup.
What is the king on b8 doing? What is its future? Is it going to castle to king side and go to escape to g8, you think? Or it stays there?
Well, it depends on circumstances. Yeah, which structure we will get. I think that's why also freestyle is so fascinating that you
Magnus
simply have...
up. Magnus showed up.
In the very last minute, yeah? Okay. It was maybe the curiosity of the war number one just to let me hear what this my colleagues are talking about. All right, I'm very excited to see first move of Fabiano and of all the others because it wasn't exactly obvious from the discussion that in which direction they were deciding.
Well, I'm very curious whether Fabiano can come back. He's in a must-win situation, no question about it. So we'll see what kind of decisions. And we have some technical issues, but just in a few seconds, I think we are going to see
the tension.
Everything.
The camera, everybody feels the tension. You just cannot take it. What will be the first move? Is it d4? Is it f4? Yeah, unfortunately, also suddenly the board changed and we are back to classical chess, which definitely won't be played today. So,
fortunately.
Yeah, for Vincent it would be now very nice. I took a lead in the freestyle. Let me play my main repertoire with black. But yes, that's not the way how it goes. Unfortunately, we have a technical issue. I believe that maybe, yeah, in other games it's fine.
Yes.
So let me pick then Sindarov, Magnus Carlsen, Sindarov. before as a starting position.
Vincent is very much in the focus.
Yeah, maybe we can get the bird's eye view and see the first few moves on all the boards, which will be which is always an interesting moment. Do they align? Because we've had, and there we go, D4 is on the board. D4 by Caruana. He liked this move best in the preparation phase with Nakamura, but also Vincent and the others, they looked at this move. And the question is, do you play the Dutch going F5, or do you play D5, or maybe another move? Peter, F5 or D5 are probably the moves that we can expect, or anything else?
Well, I don't know what to expect. I do hope that Vincent will take his time, because the lines they were discussing, I did not like them at all, especially knowing that Fabiano is looking for chances. Yeah, then this line that they discussed, D4, F6, E4, E5, looks like suicide. White immediately gets the center and so on. No. This is not the direction I want to see this game heading. And Vincent is taking his time. Yeah, mirroring with D5 is a move that the players actually did not discuss at all.
But now, before we move on, we just have a very short technical break, and we are just going to get back in a few seconds.
Caruana, who's just drawn his first game of the semi-finals against Javokhir Sindarov. Fabiano, what are your first feelings after that game?
Well, a bit relieved, because I was under pressure in the end game, and also very low on time. Yeah, the starting position was, I think, one of the most difficult that we've had so far, because White has so many different first moves, Black has so many responses. Everyone chose a different approach. Yeah. It wasn't obvious at all when we were analyzing what the best first move is, and also over the board, I just decided on a move that we hadn't even considered, because it started to kind of look like maybe the pawn shouldn't go to f4, but then it didn't really work out very well. I think he got a very comfortable position. After queen e6, probably he's already on the slightly better side of it. Mm-hmm. And okay, then I think later on I was outplaying him a bit, and I got a good position, but I couldn't quite figure out how to press what I thought was a tiny advantage. Maybe it wasn't there, but it did feel like after I got the bishop here that I should be a tiny bit better.
Yeah, and towards the end, when the clocks were ticking down, it got a bit messy. Were you able to kind of keep calm? How were you feeling, essentially?
Not totally calm. I didn't ever feel that I was losing, but apparently I was probably losing at one moment. Although I did feel I was in extreme danger, so I definitely wasn't relaxed in that position, because my king is very weak, and he does have a potentially passed d pawn. So I thought, okay, I have this a pawn that's at least a very important trump, but I felt like Black never risks. So this is the nice thing about his position, that he when he played rook a5 to liquidate, he can do this any moment. So it was probably not a good moment for him to do it. But yeah, a bit of a close call.
Yeah, and what are your impressions of Javokhir from today, from this event? You do have to play him again tomorrow. Have you formed any conclusions about his style, his strengths, weaknesses?
No, I think he's very good. I don't see in the game today, it wasn't like huge weaknesses. I mean, maybe, at the end, of course, he rushed a bit, didn't believe, I guess, in the winning chances. But besides that, overall, I think he played like a high-quality game for the most part, especially considering the complexity. I actually don't think either of us were playing badly, except maybe for this one slip-up near the end. Besides that, I mean, it was a very difficult game, and it is an unforgiving time control, so, it didn't feel like a poor game, and I definitely didn't feel like I was playing anything besides like a top-level player.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, were you surprised at all that he defeated Hikaru yesterday, or, is that just part of the natural part of his journey since he's playing so well at the moment?
Well, it can happen. In a rapid tiebreak, I really didn't think that any player is a big favorite. Mm-hmm. In this field, it's also a two-game match. Anything can happen. I did feel like Hikaru really should have put it away in the first classical game. I mean, that was basically a point that he had just had in his hands, and there was nothing that Sindarov could have done about it if he had.
So we are here with the bird's eye view. We see everything, and in 3 games it was played d4, and only in 1 game between Gukesh and Firouzja something else happened. What can you tell us, Peter, about the opening start?
Yes, we see 3d4 on all the top 3 boards, basically, and the game between Gukesh and Firouzja is taking a very similar turn like yesterday, when both youngsters who are fighting for the 7th, 8th place feel like, okay, they don't have the nerves or the patience anymore to be dealing with all the finesses, to think right from the beginning. They just want to get an interesting position. We do see that f4, f5 advance of the pawn that we have talked about. It's a very interesting, fascinating kind of stuff. Maybe we could start out with that game because all the others are still stuck after 1 d4, and I believe this is absolutely the correct strategy from Black's perspective, that you have to take your time because the first move could be already quite crucial.
And also, when the players are thinking in the move 1, when in all other 2 boards it was d4, it is a little idea also just to look around a little bit. What other did? What's the decision of the other one? So kind of they are trying to figure out, fill the position in every way. So I would also suggest to go and pick Gukesh Firouzja for first, because it's a very interesting moment already, and it's only move 4. Let's try to break down the Gukesh game versus Alireza. They had the first game being a draw yesterday with miracle, with big questions. So maybe I would ask Nicholas to tell us, what do you think? What are your first thoughts about this position? Only the pawns moved yet.
Yes, let's maybe take it from the top, because there were already several interesting moments in this game, and just like Peter said, and just like we saw it yesterday, maybe the players are tired, they don't have the nerves, the patience to really take their time in the first few moves, which is definitely something that is recommended. We also see the other players thinking already on move 1 or on for white and black, and really taking their time. So f4 is, along with d4, I think the best move in the position. But I believe that the other 3 players did not choose this move exactly for this line, which was also discussed before the game in the preparation. So f6, Firouzja played quite quickly, e4, e5. And this is, I think, the first interesting moment. Now, you don't have to close the position with f5 and gain space on this side of the board, on the king side, the right side of the board. Also, a possibility was to go d4, play in the center once more, and also protect both of these pawns. Now black could take on d4, white could take back, d5, let's say knight hg3, and white has a bit of an advantage here, having better developed pieces. So already that was a difficult decision for sure, where time could have been taken by Gukesh. Instead, he quite quickly, after 30 seconds, played the move f5, and now d5 was the logical reply. The position is closed, the center is closed for the moment, and black now breaks in the center since there's not much tension. And here this was the next critical moment, where after 1 minute 43 seconds, Gukesh goes d3. Instead, he should have taken on d5, at least according to a computer. Bishop takes d5, and now played knight to e3. And open the position like this. And it reminds me a little bit of this one tiebreak game that we saw between Caruana and Sindarov, where there was a similar situation, and we said, well, he has to release the tension, because otherwise the opponent can just grab a lot of space. And this is actually true here. The computer is not a big fan of this move.
saying that black now could play d4 and support with c5, and already black has a nice space advantage in the center and is maybe a bit better. But Firouzja did not like to close down the position so early, and he played the move c6, opening up this bishop and supporting the pawn in the center. And now g4 was played. Still, it feels like both players are really playing fast, just like yesterday, and a few critical moments were already missed maybe, but we are definitely in for an interesting fight here, Peter.
Well, honestly, I'm completely shocked, because what we have seen here, first of all, none of these moves make much sense, because and bishop b6 already played. I think black has a wonderful position, basically a clear advantage in my mind. And the point of white's idea of putting that pawn on f5 is to restrict the knight on h8. But in this structure, now that black has already received the c6, d5, e5, x6 construction, there's a very natural knight f7, knight d6 maneuver. And that knight from h8 will land on d6. It will be the perfect piece. We know it from the King's Indian that whenever white gets knight e1, knight d3 regrouping, and that knight is perfectly placed for potentially putting pressure on the e4 pawn, but also if after the trade of the dark squared bishops, black will go d4, then also when black goes for c5, that knight on d6 is a monster piece. So the whole strategy of going f4, f5 makes absolutely no sense in this regard. I just feel that probably Gukesh had kind of enough, and he doesn't get too much motivation for fighting for the 7th place. He will be fighting, but he doesn't have the mental reserves to use that patience, to slow down, think very carefully, because every single mistake can have very big impact for the rest of the game. Judith?
But I believe that he is a player who is very concrete. So he...
But where is the concreteness?
Well,
here?
I mean, okay, he played f4, e4, and then he had to react somehow. Of course, he could go the way Nicholas was suggesting it, to play d4 in the 3rd move.
By the way, I would like to come back to that moment, because I think that it's very important to discuss this, yeah, that the move d4, you mentioned as well, that why the players don't play d4, and I think this is very important, because when we are consulting with the computer, then it's very easy to say that, you know what, after ed, bishop d4, d5, you just play knight g3, defend the pawn. But when, as a human, you analyze the position, you feel like, wait a second, I'm pinned on the e file. Black has ideas of going c5, kicking that bishop away. Then maybe black will be able to decide, does he go d5, d4, transformation of structure. You have to think like half an hour for this position only, yeah, to be able to tell that this is a good transformation or not. You cannot rely on your intuition, because what does your intuition tell you? That it's a mess. Yeah.
Well, it can be a mess very easily, especially when they open up the center. And actually, I think we can say that we've seen not many games where it was open center after 4 moves, let's say, because everybody's like trying to figure out, is it okay from this side, from that side, the center, the pawn structure. It's like a very creative play is happening from all sides. And of course, all players know that after 3-4 moves already, either side can be ending up in a worse position, or definitely something that you prefer to play with one side or another. Or we can say that maybe one is not better than the other one, just it looks much better, it's easier to come out with the pieces where you want to come out. So it is a very difficult battle, but it was very funny to see that really the first 5 moves of white and 4 moves of black were pawn moves.
Yes.
So it's like they want to make sure to understand the borders, right? You can come here, I can come there, and then the battle starts between our pieces.
Yes, but the reason why I'm very happy, and I think we all agree that we like black's position, is that black can decide when do we release the tension or when do we close the center. So it is in fact in black's hand, and just after 5 moves, strategically speaking, having the option of deciding, determining the fate of the game, in which direction it will be, taken sounds a little bit frightening. On the other hand, I would like to highlight that the reason why Gukesh rushed with the pawn move to g4, because clearly he wants to put at least one of his knights on g3, probably the other one goes to f2, maybe the knight goes from h1 to g3, I don't know exactly, but definitely we will be seeing a knight landing on g3 soon.
Do you think that Alireza can have a strategy of playing very solid, and actually I'm very happy to play the playoffs? Because Gukesh is, we can say that he's worse when it gets to shorter time control.
Yes, and that's why it is so frightening that he was blitzing his move so early. Yeah, I mean, so quickly. Yeah, that this is uncharacteristic of Gukesh, and that's why we immediately felt, like I believe also Nicholas, you were kind of shocked that why on earth is Gukesh rushing? He's not a blitz specialist. Yeah, his strength is to think, make deep decisions. Yeah, he opts for knight f1 to g3. Logical move. He certainly, let's just show that it would be kind of maybe for some amateur players natural to take on b6, then at least we double the pawns. But look at this transformation of structure. Suddenly Black's rook from a8 comes to life. Black will not even need to castle in the long run. The king on b8 feels very comfortable, and suddenly White's king in b1 feels already in danger. So clear this was not an option strategically speaking. So the move knight f1 to g3 is the logical follow-up.
What feeling I have is that maybe Gukesh lost patience by the end of the day, end of the tournament. This is the last day. They are fighting it out already for 7 days. They are playing, and Gukesh went through on a roller coaster quite a bit in all kinds of games, and maybe he said, okay, I just want to play intuitively. It's going to be good enough.
Yeah, let me enjoy. Yeah, let me just enjoy without thinking too deep, too sophisticated. Maybe he also felt like he oversold in some games and he should just take it lighter. By the way, we have to highlight, because Nicholas very rightly mentioned that game between Fabiano and Sindarov in the playoff, and one very similar theme is that if Black develops the knight to f7, and we talked about this, that the knight is heading to d6, then suddenly there is the move knight h5 winning the game on the spot for White, maybe, or at least it looks like there is no good reaction because there is no good way of protecting the g7 pawn, and if the pawn advances, then all of a sudden the f6 pawn is hanging. So probably this is the reason why Gukesh is not worried, and he thinks like, wait a second, all right, I know exactly what Peter is talking about, that the knight from h8 wants to land on d6, but actually I'm making sure that he will not be in time due to the knight h5 threat.
Okay, so this is what we have in this game. I think the best we can do is going back to the bird's eye view. Let's see who decided what after the first move d4 in the other 3 games. And in the other 3 games, it's not only interesting that they started out with the first same move in the first move, but in the other 3 games, the white side, actually one of the sides are in a must-win situation. So for example, for Abdusattorov, he lost the first game, so he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces, while for Fabiana it's a must-win situation, and also for Sindarov with the black pieces.
Yes, fantastic. Yeah, very good that you highlight this, because it already explains why actually Sindarov and Abdusattorov are trying to get into some murky territory. Yeah, it's a very risky strategy. So anyone who thinks like, Vincent is not taking his time just to look or to copy or to see what happens in other games, they are completely wrong, because he's in a different situation. He needs stability. He doesn't need this adventure giving up the center. And we do see, for example, in the Carlsen Sindarov game, very similar structure like Gukesh against Firouzja. But White is even a tempo up compared to that position. And even there, we were saying that we are happy with what Firouzja got. So it's a very risky strategy from Sindarov.
This is indeed very funny what you just highlighted, that the Sindarov is playing similar strategy as Gukesh. But what is amazing, we see it for the first time in this event, out of the 8 days, that someone in move 1 thinks about 20 minutes. But isn't it because of the situation that the first move has a much bigger value, not only the fact that is it going to be good, bad, risky, whatever, but Vincent feels and knows if he makes the first 5 moves good, then he increases his chances significantly not to lose today, which means a victory in the tournament for him.
Yes, and also that all this discussion, this 10 minutes discussion with Sindarov and Abdusattorov were actually completely useless, knowing that they are in different situations, and he feels like, no, probably I cannot go for this type of positions, because they look very risky, dubious. Look at this, Hikaru is also super confident, getting the space advantage. Magnus seems to be enjoying very much, and we have very much the same pawn structure there. Black pawn in Sindarov's game got to f4, but we highlighted already that white has all these ideas of going c4, knight f2, knight d3, that knight from h1, the corner knight, which is an issue, will be beautifully placed on d3. The bishop on g1 is already an ideal piece. You cannot even imagine a better square for that dark square bishop than on g1 in this King's Indian kind of structure. And black will have to open up all the pieces on the back rank so that he will be able to evacuate his king from b8, because that king cannot stay on the queen side for too long. However, you need to develop the queen, the bishop from d8, the knight from f8, and the bishop from g8 in order to be able to castle to the king side.
Absolutely, but it's also very interesting that Magnus decided on to go and close the position by playing d5, while Firouzja wanted to exchange the bishops first, and maybe only later he's planning to push d4. What do you think about going to the Nakamura-Abdusattorov game? Because there it is becoming quite interesting that what is happening. Also, white has a space advantage.
Yes.
Let's go there?
Yeah, let's go there, and I will immediately give it to the floor to Nicholas to highlight everything. Just before I do that, I want to say that these are both Nakamura and Carlsen are very experienced players. They know how to handle space advantage. So I'm loving how the youngsters are playing, but I'm skeptical about the strategy.
Let's see what Hikaru is up to versus Nodirbek, but Nodirbek is the one who is in a must-win situation. What can you tell us, Nicholas? Is he in the right path?
Well, he gave up some space in the first few moves and is trying to undermine it. Now let's just go through the moves that were played so far. d4, f6. And I think d4 is maybe the most unpleasant move actually for black, which explains why Vincent is thinking for already 20 minutes about how he should react.
Nicholas just won. Yeah, and he went for f5.
He went for f5.
Yes, he went for f5 finally.
And we're going to see that later. So we have 3 different reactions by the players. Sindarov went d6. Abdusattorov in this game against Nakamura went, f6. And Vincent Keymer in the final went f5. So f6, e4. Of course, here supported by the rook. Finally, we see something we've been missing in freestyle chess that we're so used to from standard chess 518, that you put your pawns in the center, and here makes a lot of sense because you also have support by the rook. You open up the bishop on d1. Now e5.
Kind of a Caro-Kann.
Kind of
yes.
a Caro-Kann, reverse Caro-Kann, yes. And d5, claiming space. And usually, rule of thumb in freestyle chess, if you can claim space and support your center and keep it, and you don't have to break up your pawn chain, then it is a good idea, because it is difficult for the opponent to organize his pieces since there's a lack of space and it's not easy to find good squares for the pieces. So d5, a good move. Now c6, immediately attacking the head of the pawn chain, and a very natural move here by Nakamura, c4, which was actually a mistake. and instead he should have played Queen D2 or Knight E3 to support the pawn in this manner. After C4, what Black should have done is to capture on D5, but maybe, I'm guessing, given the situation in the match, Abdusattorov did not want to allow queen trade so early. Objectively, this would have been a good idea, however, because White loses a bit of coordination since the king has already moved. Now it's a bit tricky also to get the rook into the game, and apparently this is close to equal, but I understand that Abdusattorov wants to have a more complex position. He doesn't want to allow any piece trades or the queen trades early. He plays bishop a5, hitting the rook on e1. The rook moves forward to e2, and now Nodirbek played knight hg6. There's already a little threat here of going knight f4, hitting the rook on e2 and the pawn on g2, and White has different options. I think f3 makes a lot of sense to protect this pawn. You can also move the rook away prophylactically, and White should be a bit better here with the nice space advantage. So I'm guessing both sides will be happy. Nakamura, he has a better position, he knows it. Abdusattorov will be maybe happy that he gets a rich game, which maybe in some ways can resemble a King's Indian, and he just hopes to strike in the right moment, Jude.
Absolutely, and it was great that you highlighted the point in move 4, that c takes d5 probably was objectively the best continuation for Black. At the same time, already here it's very clear that Nodirbek cannot think of releasing the tension, even if he has to make moves which are not the best, and maybe he wouldn't like to make it. He has to keep the queen on. He has to try to make a mess on the chessboard, so maybe Nakamura can go wrong. Because actually Nakamura played a good game yesterday. He made and showed incredible technique, which he was missing in the previous days. That's what it cost him to get eliminated from the first part of the tournament. And basically, White has a fantastic position. I think I'm not giving away any secret if I would say that all of us wants to be on the White side. But we'll see how the youngster player from Uzbekistan will try to make it the way, to give the difficult moments for Nakamura. And maybe we can go back to bird's eye view and try to look what's going on in the other games. And did Vincent made a decision in move 1 already? And what did he choose? And we see a move there. So what do you think? Game, Caruana Keymer.
Yes, I think we have to go there, and I have to say that yes, Vincent did spend 20 minutes, but I think it was a very good decision. It's a very dangerous kind of position, yeah, that you can't rush, and he sticks to his principles, yeah, he sticks to the belief that yes, I will invest time and I will try to make sure that I understand what type of battle I'm entering. But yeah, let's get a closer look up. We also see that Fabiano plays quite quickly. He opted for this knight g3, f3 kind of setup, intending to go e4, and now Vincent goes e7, e5 immediately in the striking in the center.
Very interesting position, and interesting that somehow players are so eager to move with their pawns so much today. What has happened with them? So what is your take, Peter, on this very aggressive play by Vincent? d5, f5, and in move 3 opening up the position by e5.
Yeah, well, I think it comes out of necessity. We also talked about White's position, if we just go back to the start, that it's very difficult to develop the pieces. And of course, for White, after d4 occupying the center, it's logical that he's coming up with the pieces. Vincent did react with the move f5, which looks like the most solid move. Now Fabiano developed the knight, targeting the pawn. So Vincent thought like, no, I cannot afford to lose time to defend the pawn with g6, because then white will probably be way too active, immediately occupying the center with e4. fe4, knight e4 looks like a huge advantage for white.
And hold on, please. If let's say knight f7 would be played, it would be a huge blunder too.
To knight f6.
Exactly. The unprotected pieces are in danger unexpectedly.
Yes, so for Vincent it was very natural to react to knight hg3 with the move d5. Now suddenly the queen protects the f5 pawn, and thanks to the move d5 and f5, he's trying to stop white from going e2, e4. That's his main strategy. And then, if you already understand this, then it's very logical for Fabiano to continue in the spirit, to play the move f3. Now once again e2, e4 is a threat, and black has no way of defending against that. So that's the reason why Vincent felt like, all right, I can't let that happen. Then what do? I have to strike first with e5. But clearly black has not yet developed none of his pieces. Fabiano immediately took on e5. I might have the feeling that Vincent is now in a psychologically difficult situation. He might be thinking that this is still Fabi's prep, and running into an opponent's prep in freestyle chess, that's I think a horror.
Well, what I'm noticing, which is quite significant information here, Vincent has spent more than 25 minutes already, up to only move, what is it, 5?
4, yeah, he played
move
only
4.
3. Yeah,
he
so
played
it's
3 moves.
Exactly.
He's thinking about his next move, which is quite surprising, because at first you would think that he has to capture back on e5. So there is a little shakiness with Vincent until this point compared to the previous days, what we've seen. And after what you mentioned, that black played d5 against e4, so in the first few moves, the battle was going on about can white play and be first to take the center by playing e4, and black can allow this, or black should react immediately and try to counterattack, right? So at the very, very early stage of the game already, there is a huge battle, and it's the question is the time. Do I have enough time to play e5? Do I have enough time to develop and allow e4? So what is now? Why Vincent is thinking, is there something that he missed, that rook e5, bishop d4 comes with a tempo, and he has to go back rook e7, and then he blocks the d8 bishop's power, or what is it that he's thinking?
Yeah, well, certainly there is something that he does not like, and he plays the move knight h8 to g6, targeting that pawn, a very ambitious move. Now the very first question is what happens if white simply protects the pawn with f3, f4, because the queen from c1 protects that pawn. Is there some knight h4 idea going after the g2 pawn? I don't know. I think it's such a crazy position that we have seen Vincent also investing 25 minutes. We cannot solve these issues in 5 seconds. Nicholas, let me ask you, what on earth is going on here?
Well, Vincent spent a lot of time, but I think it was time well spent, because he has played so far, I think, the best moves. And let's go back to the starting position. So we saw d4, f5, 20 minutes only on the first move, but already here I think Vincent was foreseeing what was going to happen, because the moves for white are pretty obvious, developing the knight with tempo. Also, by the way, there is this idea of knight h5 and going after his pawn on g7, so this is also something to keep in mind. Vincent went d5, so if knight h5 now, he has the response knight e6, for example. Or is there anything else? Oh, he could even sacrifice a pawn with e5. I mean, you have to consider all of these moves already on move 1, so this is why he was spending a lot of time here after e5, knight takes g7, rook e7, the knight has to retreat, and then black can take on d4. And black is completely fine, and if white takes on e5 first, then black would be able to go g6, hit the knight, knight f6, bishop takes f6, pawn takes, and queen e6, winning back the pawn, and it's also about fine for black. So Caruana is putting on pressure on the clock. He pretty much almost immediately after 2 minutes went f3. And here again, a critical moment, because if you just allow white to play e4, white's just going to be better. So again, the strongest move by Vincent here going e5. Now, d takes e5, and just when Jules was saying, what is going on? Why is he not taking back already? Vincent played knight hg6. Taking back was actually also possible, but knight hg6, very interesting. I'm not quite sure yet what the ultimate verdict is, if this is a better or worse move than taking back immediately, but the idea is clear. Black wants to take on e5 with the knight, and there are pretty much two moves to consider for white here, f4 or e4, but I think f4 is the first move that you would look at. Also Peter highlighted it. The pawn is protected. Now white has a protected pass pawn right in the center, very strong pawn, and I think the idea must be to play this idea, go knight h4, go after the unprotected pawn on g2, trying to regain the pawn, also trap the rook. And here, well, white should probably make some space. Knight takes g2, rook f1, and I think this is maybe what Vincent saw, that he can play a move like g5, and this could be a direction we're heading in, where it seems white is better, but it is quite a complex position. So Vincent, yes, spending a lot of time in the opening, but I think Judith, he did it right, because it seems to me that it's a difficult starting position, and this move d4 put immediate pressure on black, as we also saw in the other positions where already white is also enjoying a quite pleasant game.
Absolutely, but still it is really interesting that what is the reason for his spending time? Is it really only because there is so much at stake? Is it because he considered that it's a much more critical position than any other he played before? Is it something that he wants to get into the zone and the focus to really try to sense every bit of Fabiano's play, feelings, the atmosphere there, what the strategy can be for Fabiano? Because even in classical games, we've seen, Peter, right, in some big events like Linares or Vacanze, that some of the players, even in the move one, they are thinking. For example, Ivanchuk, I think he was spending at some point in some tournaments, maybe 10, 20 minutes or something. So there are some situations when you want to get your mind in the proper zone, and also you feel what is going on. But I just got the information that Vincent was so nice to us that he went to the confessional booth.
Wow.
And he shared his thoughts. So let's hear him.
The queen side, another option was maybe to push c6. Then I was going to play like knight f2, bishop b6, knight d2.
Looked incredibly dangerous for black. At first I thought it's kind of fine because there are no immediate targets. But this pawn on g7 is so hard to defend long term, and after d4 it really wasn't easy to find the first move. What we discussed was, I think what Nodirbek played with f6, e5, the way it has turned out for him, it's quite okay. But if Hikaru had played knight e3 instead of c4, I didn't really like the position at all. And what I did also seems very dangerous. After f3 I played e5, de, and now I decided to go knight g6, the idea being that after f4 I will have knight h4, taking g2. Knight e3, there's d4, and if he includes, let's say, knight h5, queen d7, still he can't play g3 because knight g2 traps the rook, so that's kind of my idea. I'm not entirely sure whether this is so great, but I think it's kind of okay for now. But just in general, it's possible that what I did is not so great because it doesn't really feel good. I just don't see an immediate problem. But I also didn't really know what else to do. So that's why I also spent so much time on move one, because I felt that if we make the wrong choice here, we might get into a seriously bad position. There are so many weak squares and spots, and it's really difficult to find any kind of setup which doesn't allow huge explosion of these weaknesses. This knight e3, I think d4 also was a very good first move, of course, but it's kind of obvious in the sense that you'll just play d4, e4, bring the knight either g3, f5 or e3, f5, and you're always right in time. The symmetry first move d5 would have been countered by e4, I think, and then again Also, I didn't really like that. Maybe it was still the best option, but yeah, I'm not incredibly unhappy with the way my opening has went, but I also don't have a really good feeling.
So basically, the bottom line is that Vincent is insecure. He's not sure of himself, and this was the reason that he was spending so much time on move 1, because he felt there are some great dangers on the g7 unprotected pawn. He was not sure how to play. He didn't like how the others played. So it's a little imbalanced, Vincent, right now. So he thinks that, well, I don't know if it was so good, but I also don't see what's going wrong. So it's like he's
and he feels that at least I got Fabio out of his book, right? Because after knight h8 to g6, this is certainly a move, knight h6, that during a 10 minutes preparation before the game, you just don't come to this position. Yeah, you just think like, all right, all these things had been logical. And then you think like, okay, if black has to take rook e5, I have bishop d4 with a tempo. I can open up the position with d4. This looks very promising. If it comes to that, I will play it happily. And those were probably Fabiano's thoughts. And Vincent, yeah, insecure, but actually one has to highlight that the way how he thought like the Nakamura Nodirbek Abdusattorov game was progressing, he actually find the computer's move. The move that he highlighted there, let me put it on the board, in the analyzing board, yeah, so d4, f6, e4, e5, d5, c6, and here Vincent said that he was very afraid of the move knight e3, which the computer says it's a very strong move with a clear advantage for white. So that was the reason why Vincent actually decided that no, I'm not going to follow this game at all. I'm not a big believer in this, and had to then work out everything at the board without any preparation.
Knight g6. Yeah, interesting. We see Vincent going around, checking on the other games. Maybe he's more nervous than before. Like he's
definitely is nervous. Yes,
kind of stressful walking around. What is really happening? He's unsure of himself, like which direction we are going here, right?
Yeah, but he did highlight also that he is not happy, but also up till here. And then how do you evaluate this? And Fabiano is also thinking about this position and tries to evaluate it. Whom does it favor? What are these unbalancing leading to? He does see that the e6 square will be available for black, which is a very nice asset. We know always that the knight is a powerful blockader.
I think it's time, before we will invite our guest, and you're going to be very happy, we are, let's go to the bird's eye view and let's see what was going on in Magnus's game as well, because I think that's the only game which we did not touch yet. And maybe we can also go there for a short time, because that is the game we did not touch. So let's pick the game Magnus Carlsen versus Sindarov, and let's see what is the structure over there. We are back, and let's see what Magnus is up to in this position. At first sight, it looks very good what's happening, but we are very glad that we have someone special who is going to break it down for us and join us. Levon Aronian, again in our studio. Thank you very much for visiting us. What do you think? What are your first thoughts on this position of Magnus versus Sindarov?
It looks that Black is a bit late with a counterplay. Generally, this is Zamish, but the king is where it belongs. And I've seen from games of my and Peter's coach, Arshak Petrosyan, he played a wonderful game against Belyavsky once, where he kind of put his king on b3 and started pushing on the queen side. So the king is never in trouble in these positions. And yeah, I think this is so comfortable. It's a dream type of scenario for a game where you don't have to win.
Well, we have to tell it to our viewers that why is that when the king is on the king's side on g1, why is it important to go to the other side? Usually because the king side pawns g5, h4, g4 is pushed and attacked, right? So it seems so that White is optimally placed his king, or we can say also that Magnus was playing the way that he benefited of the fact that it's the number 909 position and the king is already standing on b1. And we have a move bishop d2, so we go to Nicholas. I'm asking you, what do you think also? And let's break it down with Levon. How is this position strategically?
Maybe we can hear Levon's opinion from the first few moves, because we have not actually seen them yet. And maybe also, Levon, would be great to hear your thoughts on the starting position and maybe the first move that was played in 3 of the games, d4. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, d4 actually looks pretty logical. You know, we always have to look if there is a queen or a rook on d or e files in order to protect our pawns. And here the rook is only 1, so d4 is very logical that we have d5, e4, yeah, in case of the symmetry. We have a clear plan. That's why I guess people didn't play d5. So in this game we saw d6. But I'm kind of skeptical about this, because I think this should be a very nice King's Indian type of position. Mainly due to the fact that the knight doesn't come out on f6 immediately. It would have been a different story, of course, if the knight is on g8 and then you play f5, knight f6, you challenge. Let's say if Black's bishop was also on e8, it would have been a totally different story. Maybe White couldn't be able to keep the center, and when Black would be in time for f5, c6, typical breakthroughs. But here...
Well, sorry to interrupt, but the way you're explaining it, it means that for the player who knows more theory, more different kind of structures, understanding from classical chess, has an advantage, because you can connect different ideas, right? Like now, like yesterday we had a knight on g8, so this structure would not be so beneficial for White because knight comes to f6, right? And now you point out that because the knight is on f8 and h8, it cannot be reaching the ideal f6 square.
I'll even tell you a little secret connected to this. A year ago, after I played against Vincent, I've got an unpleasant French. And I started asking myself, how come I wasn't totally sure that this is an unpleasant French? And I went in and studied the French opening just to have more knowledge of the structures. And it benefited me, I think, throughout the year. I had good results with the French.
That's where the French came from. And that's why Wesley played against me also, because he was inspired by you. He told me after the game.
Yes. So yeah, you know, sometimes it's the other way around. With me, I came to the classical chess from Chess 960 to improve my
This is where
chess.
inspiration came to you.
Yeah. And yeah, since I have lots of King's Indian games, it just feels wrong. This feels wrong, and I'm sure you both experienced players, you will share my sentiment here.
Yeah, basically with white, I would be thinking that I'm winning. Really? Okay. Strategically, total domination. I think also Magnus doesn't really understand what's really happening here, because he won with the black piece. Is a wonderful game, very complicated, but now black is in a must-win situation, and then white is given this position to Magnus, and we highlighted this idea of knight f2, knight d3. The knight is reaching the ideal destination from the Firouzja game, where we have the same structure. And this is a dream come true for white.
I have the feeling that Magnus in this game, he will have the same mindset as he had against Abdusattorov, that in the second game he got a better position. And I saw the interview after he said, it may take long, but I wanted to win that game. So this is what the feeling I might have soon, that this is the game. He doesn't want to make just a draw in this game. He thinks that this game has to be won.
So let's just get to the current position now. Knight f2. So bishop a5. This is the current position now. After a3, there was the threat to expand with b4, and Sindarov traded on d2. Queen takes d2, bishop f7. I guess he's preparing to castle now all the way to the other side of the board.
You know, I'm thinking now that I'm looking at the position. Instead of a3, wouldn't bishop a4 be more precise? Because after bishop f7, I can go b4 immediately. And if you recapture, then I can go for c5. I mean, with the bishop probably, because this is too devastating. The knight comes to c4. c5. This looks awfully dangerous for black.
And pawn takes knight c4?
No, bishop d7,
bishop
queen
d7.
c5. I don't know how well this works, but just structurally it feels awful.
Yes.
Knight comes to c4 after a5. This is finished. And if I take this one, the e5 pawn is not a happy pawn, I'll tell you what. Because a3, what I feel, maybe it gives some glimmer of a chance for black, because here at least, you know, b4, b6 doesn't kill me immediately. Bishop a4 castle.
Yes.
But Magnus's idea lies in g3.
Playing on both sides of the board.
Position is so pleasant. It's such a dream come true that you can play anything. I think Magnus is just salivating there over the position. Yeah.
So if black tries to keep the structure intact, let's say g5,
then it's finished. Yeah.
That's what happened in the game, right?
Yes, it's finished now.
Okay, he has to play g5, and then white plays h4, or?
But if I take gf and then go b4, you mean you will still make
still
a short
castle? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's play h4 first.
That's why I wanted to include h4 as well. Yeah, let's open up the h and g5 so that we discourage the short castle.
God. Yeah, this looks terrible. Yeah.
I mean, now you have to go h6. What else?
You have to, yes.
Then I can recapture twice.
Well, I can also wait, yes. But okay.
Play b4.
You just want to...
Are you going to capture with e-pawn? But then e-pawn this g5 might be very weak, yeah?
But Magnus is also spoiled with choice, that he's even given the chance to lock everything down, if he wants, right? Because actually there is another thing that, as we highlighted, we believe that he wants to win this game after getting this lovely opening.
Yeah, for sure. He's not going to be satisfied going, I don't know, g4.
G4, h5, yes.
Trying to make a draw.
Yeah, b4 on the board already.
b4 now. First on one side, then on the other, then he's going to go h4. I guess he's saying, well, you can castle, I can still play h4 later.
Yes.
And he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
He can also just plant his bishop on c6 if he wants to, yeah? b6, bishop a4, castle, bishop c6, b5, and a4. If he wants just not to think and just be sure that he's not going to lose this game. That's also an option.
Well, a very tempting one, but I think we have seen enough of this game.
Peter can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I feel very sorry for black. Yeah, okay, this is not a position you really want to, but yeah, poor Sindarov was in a must-win situation, also facing a lot of problems in the opening, and he decided to go into this position, but...
And he played b6.
Yeah, he played b6, inviting now bishop a4.
What about my boy Fabi? Is he fighting back?
He is fighting back, and it's a very interesting position.
Let's go there, yeah?
Yes.
Oh my God! What the?
Exactly.
Wait, what just happened? He gives the exchange? Okay, we have to see this.
Let's see bird's eye view what's going on, just to observe it, what's going on the other boards. Ooh, there are a lot of action between Gukesh and Firouzja, which...
Yeah, well, it's the similar structure to the one that we discussed in the Magnus's game, slightly different, but...
Yeah, but the position opens up, so it's a little different, of course. Does not seem to be... Though I'm not sure who is...
Yeah, but all the tension and all the pressure is on the big final between
Fabiano.
Fabiano.
Embracing the role of a joker, huh? I may be destroyed, but I will destroy everything around me. This move c4 looks totally crazy.
Yeah, let's dive in.
Let's dive into Caruana Keymer game.
Also, I think Vincent broke new record that he spent 20 minutes for his first move. I don't think that this happened yet in the tournament. After d4, he opted for f5. He also revealed in the confessional booth his way of thinking. It was very interesting, and he found this d takes e5 knight hg6 idea. I'm very curious to hear your opinion on this.
Let's give a little time to Levon to digest what is really happening.
This is such a weird pattern. I don't think I've seen this in any other game, which is a common occurrence with chess 960 so far. Every day you can have a position that you've never seen. Oh, wow. So f4, knight h4, knight d2.
Well, Vincent was highlighting that he didn't know how to deal with the weakness on g7
but what was wrong
and decided to go against the g2 pawn.
Peter, was there anything wrong about rook e5? I just don't see it immediately. Takes rook e5.
Well, White had different options. I think Nicholas was already analyzing it, with bishop d4,
okay.
e4.
But d4, bishop h4, I'm thinking, no? Should be kind of comfortable. I create the pin, develop.
How? After
E4,
bishop d4.
No, bishop d4 immediately.
Yes, bishop d4. You have to go rook e7, or?
Well,
yes.
You can also sacrifice the pawn, but rook e7 would be the natural move for sure, yes.
And then e4. Maybe this is something he didn't like. Okay, I see this. I see this not being too comfortable. Because immediately e4, I thought bishop h4.
Wow, bishop h4?
Little pin, no?
Queen f4 does not do anything.
Then knight
g6, just protecting all the pieces.
And what about bishop d4?
Oh, rook e7, knight f5.
Oh.
No, you have to go rook. But rook e8, then g7 pawn is hanging.
GG7, yeah? Like a good game. GG7.
I'm not sure if Peter knows that phrase. GG.
No, well, okay, GG, but GG7 was already a little bit too much for my knowledge.
But maybe bishop g7, knight g6. But okay, this is of course very hard to understand. Yeah.
Alright, so let's see the game.
Yeah, but the knight g6 is very interesting. I want to understand, so if I go f4, knight h4, what are my options? e3 is possible, yeah? But then it's a bit too passive. Knight g2, rook e2, knight h4, yeah?
Yes.
And nothing has transpired. Rook d2, maybe it's too slow, this bishop d2, knight h5 idea. Probably too slow, yeah?
Because, okay, black has the e6 square for the knight, yeah? So.
Yeah. But knight d2 if I go?
Knight d2 is best, yeah.
So, okay.
We analyzed this little.
We already saw this.
Yeah.
Yes, like this.
And computers said that white is better, but we said that it's unclear. It's very difficult to evaluate.
a5 is not a move that ever would cross my mind. Wow.
Well, a5 was one of the computer moves, I think.
I would think about g6, you know.
And then to get the knight to e6, no?
But Fabi, I mean, this was maybe a tiny bit better for white, but Fabi goes c4. What is happening here?
I really don't understand what's going on.
So let's take this pawn.
Levon, that's why we have you here. You were our hope.
Oh, you want to fool me, yeah?
You come and you break it down to us.
You want to see me
what
struggle.
What is going on? What is this c4?
But okay, bishop a4 is the idea, yeah? That you attack the rook on e8, or what exactly?
Must be something like this, but... and then?
Yeah, good question.
If I go, let's say, c6, Takes in d6. No, but this is not enough.
Why not rook d1?
dc.
But in these freestyle games, you throw out pawns like if it would be not important anyway. And now suddenly it's important.
Bishop c5, yeah, and okay, the fun continues, right?
It's just the beginning.
Bishop c5, then we can play e3, the bishop is already in the game, d6 square is there.
If this is not a mutual time trouble, guys, I will be very surprised. This is type of a game that is... but this definitely favors Fabiano. In a must-win situation,
Yes.
you want to burn all the bridges.
Well, you can't dream of any better than that, yeah?
Yeah. But let's see what else Black has in mind, because this position is fascinating. c4, my God.
Well, you could also take immediately, I suppose.
But then maybe knight e3.
Knight g2 looks like the move.
Yes, it looks like the move. But one even gets the feeling that it's not a chess game, it's a creative contest, yeah? That who is more creative here.
Okay, let me try. Let me try to have my input. Bishop f4, let me go b5.
Of course. We're waiting for it.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
But this is bad. CB, knight c1, queen.
What did you eat, Levon, today for breakfast
no,
to play b5?
No, this is bad. Yeah, I ate something poisonous. No, no, I don't know. I was just trying to be too creative.
Yeah.
Creative.
No, that's great. All ideas are allowed.
What about knight d7?
This is a safe space, yeah?
This is a safe space, yes. What stays here, what's said here stays here, yes. Knight d7, Judith's
No problem.
suggestion.
Rook d1, Judith?
Very bad idea. Rook d1. f5 is also possibly gonna be...
No.
No.
Don't do this.
No, actually, I think that our first line might be actually correct. Yeah, the c6, rook d1, dc, bishop c5, and it's just a total mess because even bishop d6 check, bishop c7, we will trade.
I love this c4, folks. c4 is amazing.
It's amazing, yeah.
It's a great resource.
Bringing so much dynamic to the position. Otherwise, it would have been static.
Yes.
And you don't know if you are better or not. And if you are not better, then you might lose your chances of fighting back. Brilliant move by Fabi.
Fabiano,
For sure.
the Joker.
But for sure, Vincent was not counting on c4.
No.
Nobody can see c4.
Yeah. It's a total shock.
Yeah. You can only see it when you're looking very deeply into your position.
And also by
Yes.
elimination, kind of.
You're
right?
looking into the abyss of losing the finals. And you see c4.
So rook d1, because we said c takes d5, this does not work. Yeah. No.
I don't know. It doesn't feel like it will work.
Because after
It's no
d6,
follow-up.
what happened?
Yeah, this we don't know. This we don't know. We just
But there
assume.
is... Yeah,
Ah,
no,
c
yes,
takes c takes b7, both rooks are hanging.
yes, both looks. Yeah, this we have to take care of. What about BC?
But even queen e1.
Then just queen e1, yeah, because bishop c6, knight e6 would have been then rook e6. Yeah, I wanted rook e6. Sorry, this was good for me, but the other one, queen e1, is a terrible position.
It's funny, yesterday, Vincent, when he was in the confessional booth, he said on his game that it's a complete madness. If that was madness, what is this today?
Yeah, this is already they upgraded to an asylum. I mean, this is madhouse already. Yeah, but
So is this good for white?
I'm not
Or
sure.
just
Bishop
unclear?
b6. I don't know.
Bishop e6?
b6. I think.
b6, yeah. Bishop
Yeah.
b6
Bishop
makes a lot
b6.
of sense.
Okay, you have good compensation, yeah, but you can castle long
Yeah,
at
with
some
castle short
point.
Here, I would prefer.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
But I can't. No, you can only castle
Peter,
like
you
this.
see so much excitement.
No, and g1
I
bishop
hope-
is
Yeah, no, I
hanging.
can't
This
do
is
it
a
right now,
problem.
no.
I hope you're going to play in Grenke Open.
In Grand
after
Canyon.
this.
Well, I was
You
also
and you
asked
did.
already to commentate the tournament as well, but also to play. Yeah, I
You
have
should
both open invitations right now.
Yeah.
This looks like it's okay for black.
And somebody plays c4 against you. And you get this.
I get heart attack, call the ambulance. Yeah, okay. Doctor has to stay right next to me if I enter the arena.
But let's see more. Let's see if black can actually kind of cool down the heat somehow after c4. If there are options, just
So Vincent is still thinking here.
let's
Critical moment.
kind of ask our inner Peter Lecko jump in and cool down the
Where is the stability?
stability.
Yes. Well, first of all, G2 pawn is not yet defended. Yeah. So do we need to rush taking it? Can we play C6 or not?
Well, you can do DC as well, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, also DC. Yeah.
Bishop A4, yeah, I guess.
Or knight e3.
But also you have knight e3 now that there is no more d4. Something that Vincent mentioned, yeah, that he's very happy that he always has this knight e3 d4
Okay, knight
resource.
e3 G5?
Yeah. It's another mess. This looks human, yeah?
Yeah. But this looks like black took initiative in his
Yeah,
hand.
g5 is strong.
Yeah, g5 is nice.
F takes f4.
But wait a second, so with d takes e4, what do we achieve if white just follows with bishop a4 pattern, for example?
But
Yes.
sorry,
C6.
I would also think of e4. Or
Yes,
just like this.
logical, logical.
Yes.
And if takes knight e3.
Did I hear a move? Yes, I heard a move. D takes c4.
On the
Happens.
board, yes. Can we zoom in on the players just to see the body language for a couple of seconds to get the feeling of the battle? Yeah, and Vincent took DC and still he's not walking at all. He feels the heat, he's working, he's using every second.
And Fabiano is in a pouncing position, yeah? He's about to...
To jump on something, yes.
Yeah.
Probably he has a good feeling of the position. I mean, one cannot dream too much better than this. Yeah. Also, Magnus's position is not bad. I understand.
No, but this is there are different dreams.
Yes.
One is a very pleasant dream when you're in the forest and you're enjoying. This is more of a dream of adventurous dream.
Yes.
You know?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more of Fabi's character's dream.
Yes.
Ready for all calculations and.
But I think that Vincent can take some comfort that yes, this is crazy, this is unclear, who knows what's going on, but if he looks at the Magnus Sindarov position, then if he compares it, he still prefers this one, right? You always have to see some positives.
Yeah. So I think you did c4 makes sense, but you don't want. Do you want to play bishop a4 first, or you want to play e4?
I just thought e4, and if black takes, the bishop will show up on g4 possibly at some time.
Let's maybe analyze this one.
Yeah, let's analyze it.
For
It's
sure, yeah. Let's
very
bring the
interesting.
analysis board back.
But wait a second, really, Fabi with 75 heart rate in this position? Of course, it's the right heart rate.
He's happy.
He's happy, but I mean, how can you control yourself? Yeah, we are falling apart from the craziness, and Fabi is chilling there. Yeah, okay, I got what I want. I have a chance. I feel like all my reserves that I have inside me is now coming to life. Very interesting situation.
All right, so D takes c4. Now we have different candidates. Bishop a4, e4. We looked at knight e3 briefly, but then disregarded pretty quickly. Anything else here?
I think it's more or less logical. And I actually have a question to Judith. Do you think e4, g5 is too crazy?
I wanted to ask the same, yes.
It's great. Great fun.
Because I think Judith would react with black with g5. That's how I know you.
So what is your plan actually after g5, f takes g5?
f4?
Lovely discussion. Let me just lean back. I give the floor to you guys, and I'm enjoying the show, yeah?
So, Peter, yesterday we had some recording session, and it was for the media team of Weissenhaus tournament. And it was me and Fedoseev. And they started asking mathematical questions, and they don't know that I've never went to school. So I'm like, okay, you know what? It's a quiz, we're competing, but I'll just sit here while Vladimir figures this out. So now I feel you. Okay, you guys decide what's going on. To analyze this position is not something I signed for, yeah?
It was not in the contract, right?
Yeah. But knight h5, yeah? Knight h5.
Knight h5.
But I don't know what's going on.
And on bishop
Knight G2, Rook E2, yeah? Bishop G5, I thought G3 maybe is unpleasant. G3.
Well, there is Queen H3 move. Is that crazy?
No, Knight
With
F6.
the idea Queen D3 check. At
You
somewhere.
find some normalcy, yeah?
Well, I don't know. Probably it does not work, but I just wanted to highlight. It's so funny from C8 I'm going to D3, but I'm not liking it anyway. By the way, however, after bishop takes F6, we might be able to castle long immediately, and then we get the rook to D8.
And you have fantastic pieces.
Fantastic pieces.
No, this is bad for white.
Yes.
This is clear.
Crazy.
Wow.
Okay. Let's come back to Earth.
Yes.
So this is the current position. D takes C4, E4, very sharp. And Bishop A4, what is the difference to what we're looking at before?
Well, once you expose with C6, white will get all kinds of different ideas. It's a huge difference because the queen from F4 is always hitting the queen somehow, yeah?
Can we sack the exchange, Bishop E7? And get ready for long castle, I mean queenside castle?
I don't believe.
No? Okay, I thought that you will love it.
No. Knight E3.
Knight E3, long castle.
Don't underestimate the fact that I spent more time with the other Petrosian. And Knight F5. And Arshak is not the guy to sacrifice the...
Bagdatic, yeah?
Yes, the equality.
Okay, but takes Bishop B4, I wouldn't be... And Queen G6 is coming also somewhere. Rook D1. Judith, I want support from you. This is your type of position.
Well, it seems it might be not enough.
Probably not
because
enough.
There are some tricky lines I'm looking. For example, Queen G6 takes Queen C2 and castle.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's my plan.
This is the problem.
And then castle.
And then it's goodbye.
And after all, the F8 knight and G8 bishop can't get activated
No,
at
the
the same time.
sacrifices are good, but not great. I actually remembered one story about this. So, when I was 16, I started working with Arshak Petrosyan, who taught me not to sacrifice too much stuff. And then we went to a tournament where Peter also played, European Team Championship. And Arshak prepared me for one game against Murray Chandler, the only game that I lost in this tournament. And in the game, I got from opening, I had a nice position, and I said, "Oh, I remember." Arshak showed me. Here, I have to sacrifice the exchange.
I remember the game. Yes.
He said, "Here, I have to sacrifice the exchange, and my position is better." Suddenly, the position was not good at all. And then I come back to the room. I tell to Arshak, "But this is part of analysis." He said, "First of all, think. If this is my analysis, how can it have exchange sacrifice? If this is analysis that I showed to you, there cannot be any sacrifices." Because his style was always very materialistic. So that's what I learned. But I improved a lot because I stopped sacrificing too much when I started working with Arshak. Yeah.
It was that E4 and Queen E2. You had to get this. Yeah, I remember the game. Yeah, it was Arshak's position.
Yes.
You have to be very delicate.
Yes. And not sacrifice things. You don't have to.
But no move yet. After D takes C4, Fabian is thinking, rightly so. Now the clock situation slowly equals out. Yeah,
so C6 is a must, right? I mean, Rook E6, I know it looks adventurous, but this harmonious move, generally, yeah?
Well, on Rook E6, probably Queen
E4,
C4
yeah?
simply.
Huh? Queen
You
C4?
can even take it, I guess.
Oh, you're not in a... You don't fear anything.
You can take, yes.
Yeah,
I
you
also
can.
saw because there is no Rook
Castle
C6.
next.
Yeah.
Castle sometimes.
Okay,
not
C6.
nice.
Let's assume, because I think it would be a shame if we turn on the computer in this position.
No,
so
no,
should
no.
we try to figure it out ourselves?
I only want to ask that, can we play Bishop E7, Bishop E8, Queen 8, Knight E3 and their turn on the computer just to know, is it plus minus or black has something? Because
Let's
I
do
feel that maybe Queen C6 or somewhere something
Let's do
there is only there, otherwise we turn it off immediately.
So here Knight E3, yeah?
Yeah, Knight E3 and here, do we have something with black?
Truth?
No, okay, G6 I don't want to play. No, but I don't want to play G6. Okay.
Sure, then.
If you have to play G6, yeah, then there's something wrong with your concepto.
It's not.
C6, yeah?
C6. So if rook d1 now, you're not going to take on g2. This is the whole difference, or
Probably not, yeah.
okay.
Bishop b6 then. We
Yes.
stop bishop c5. It's a healthy position
Yes.
then.
All right. Well,
I
bishop
think e4.
c5?
You want bishop c5, yeah? I thought you did wanted e4, or wasn't it here?
Well, that was a move before where you came up with your crazy g5. And
But
then you
here, I
said-
don't think I can afford to play g5. Here, I think my position is way too exposed of the king to play g5.
e4.
But now there is no bishop g4 that Judith wanted to use, yeah, with the bishop on
Yeah,
d1.
that was my reason. At the same time, the d6 square is also
Okay,
nice
bishop
to the knight.
b6. I go bishop b6 because I hit the bishop on g1. I'm loving bishop b6.
Yes. Yes, bishop b6 is very good.
Okay, knight d3.
But then this guy is kind of stuck there, no? Okay, let's see. Knight e6 is an option.
Yeah, many possibilities.
Knight, but then knight c4. Knight f g6 is another option. If it works, of course. Knight f5, I don't know what happens. What other options we have here?
The d6 square is quite juicy.
Yes.
White.
That is a problem.
Bishop e3, rook e3 we have in mind. Yeah? Or bishop e3 and
Even
bishop
bishop
e5.
e3, yes.
No.
And even if we play b5 included, I still don't like it. Yeah, you will just sacrifice maybe a piece
dark
and
squares
yeah, it's
are
horrible.
So what do you say, Peter? This was your suggestion. You were
yeah, it sounded good, but actually after knight e3 I was not sure at all. Yes. It made a lot of sense, but it's dangerous.
This bishop on e4 looks so stupid, but maybe the c6 weakness is important.
The c6, yeah, actually I don't want to play c6, but what do I do? I mean, there was a reason why I came up with the exchange sacrifice, not because I thought it's so fantastic, but just that maybe it's good, but no, it's not.
Yeah, this is still the current position. Bishop a4 is now our favorite move so far. Asking black how to cope with this threat, and
c6, c4.
c6 has to be played because knight d7, also this rook d1, and
You will play c6 anyway at some point, yeah?
you have to.
Yeah, even if you play knight d7. So e4, so is g5 really that terrible? This is for us to determine, yeah? Because at least g5 gives some clear plan, yeah, to black.
Yeah, you try to
We have a move.
fight
We have a
against
move. It's bishop a4. We're on the right track.
We're on the right track, folks.
Okay.
We're not complete patzers. It's good news.
It's good news, yes. It's pleasing.
So c6, e4, g5 is the suggestion.
So okay, let's start with f takes g5.
Oh, already we have the next move, c6. We're on the
We're golden.
perfect track. Yes. Okay.
No, of course, Vincent also needs to speed up. He knows it, and he doesn't want to waste time for nothing.
Actually, time is almost equal now.
Yes.
Oh.
That's an important factor. e4, wow. Also already played.
It's the logical follow-up.
And now quickly Vincent will play g5.
And I think g5, yeah. No,
then
but
we can analyze.
No, guys, we have to be fast because they are going to get ahead of us.
Yeah, we need to figure out the next move for Vincent.
yes. No, but actually g5 makes so much sense. Black simply cannot keep the position. Yeah, he has to go with the breaking. You cannot keep this structure. Just
But
knight
tell
e3
me,
and
what do you do if I take it?
well, then at least I destroy your pawn structure. I'm not worried of knight e3 anymore.
Yeah, f4 was a problem with f4? I don't remember.
And knight
No, we didn't
h5?
analyze this one.
Yeah, it was with bishop d1, c7 pawn.
And
yeah.
even then
Yeah, it's a
f4
different
was
one, yeah.
possible.
So f4, you did?
Knight h5.
Bishop g5, let's say.
And then knight f6 at some point will show up. Also, bishop c5 seems to be not a bad idea here.
No, I don't like that. No, wait. Bishop c5, no.
Oh, God.
Well, you can go queen g4.
No, get this
No,
all
this,
away
no,
from me.
no.
Get that bishop out of c5, Nicholas. Take it.
Okay, knight h5. We have queen g4. We have knight g2. How was
we
this
can
knight
come back
g2
to
business?
Peter's idea.
Yeah, and then castle quickly somehow.
This, yes?
Yeah, this was fine. right?
But why would I go rook e2?
You will never play rook e2 now that with bishop a4.
Yes, of course.
No.
Of course, rook d1 here.
Okay, rook d1. But it doesn't stop my castling. That's good news.
Yes, but you still have two pieces. Which
yes, it's legal to castle, yes.
Yes. Oh, I cannot move my queen knight g7. It's dropping my rook. This is bad news. Some good news and some bad news, guys. So, rook e5?
Yeah, what about this pawn? Yes.
Let's be greedy a little bit, yeah?
What about queen d2?
Bad news again?
Double attack, yeah?
Well...
The knight on g2, bishop on d8. No, but taking on g2, taking on e5 in such a critical position, are we going pawn hunting? No, I cannot believe.
Well, we have to do something, yes?
When I look around in our studio, all the faces, they are not
serious,
pawn hunters.
Not serious people now.
But, so this is knight f6?
No, don't take on g2.
We're waiting for your suggestions.
Okay, also don't push f4. So wait a second.
Okay.
Yeah, fg.
Go back, don't play g5.
Okay, g5 I like. G5 is in the spirit, yeah. Okay, f
Peter is like a typical opposition member, yeah? He's listening to the ideas and saying,
okay,
no,
bishop
this is
b6,
terrible.
for example, now bishop b6.
Bishop b6 now, yeah.
Bishop
this
b6
seems
now.
like a critical idea to play bishop.
Okay, maestro.
Because knight is
G5,
there is
bishop
f4.
b6. What a maestro.
I mean...
What is the
love
idea
this.
giving up the pawn
it's
first
great.
and after go
But it's
bishop
great.
e3?
Stops knight e3.
Because if bishop b6 immediately there's knight e3.
Knight e3 was very unpleasant.
So now knight e3 we...
Yeah, anyway, I'm worried of knight and then f4, maybe you sacrifice, but okay, I believe it should be already fine. We are taking on...
Yeah, I don't believe for white.
I mean, even fg, I'm happy.
Yeah, fg.
Yeah, fg and I'm happy. I don't believe in this.
Knight d6.
Okay.
And queen e6. There.
This I'm happy.
Not enough soldiers.
Ag.
Knight back to
knight
g6. Stability.
All the soldiers have left.
Yeah, not the best pawn structure for white.
Don't have enough men in your казarms and in your barracks. Barracks, yeah.
No, I think g5 is strictly only move. It feels like black needs to break
But
this
this is a
pawn
brilliant
structure.
concept, maestro. This is very good. I like this. G5 takes bishop b6.
Can white go e6?
Yes, this is possible. This is possible. If I
Interesting.
take on g1, queen f4, queen c7.
I thought ef5.
Just a simple chess, yeah? And queen c7?
e5, queen c7, yes.
Queen c4.
So
E5
e5 now, queen f4. Okay.
Yeah, queen c7.
Queen c4.
Then now we take on g2.
Or on f5. I
Or
think
on
both should
f5,
be
yeah,
fine.
something, yeah. We destroy
Bishop
this pawn
e6.
structure.
This looks good.
Pair of bishops.
And castle's ready.
Yes.
White has to castle here.
White
yeah?
castle.
And I can castle too. Yeah, we castle as well. You almost scared me there. I thought we cannot castle.
Yeah, I know, right?
Not to forget about the rules.
All right.
G5 on the board. On the board. G5 played by Vincent. What a game. What a game it is.
We understand chess pretty well, guys.
Well, let's see what a computer says about it.
No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Basically, also
Vincent is playing the tournament of his lifetime.
Yes.
Fabiano is, for me,
Fighting
number
like
2
hell,
player
yes.
in the world. So,
yes.
this is a good level.
We represent the human.
Yes.
All right, so
Brain.
fx g5, maybe not the only move.
And also,
For
you know,
white.
when I think about it, we are now like with the classical chess, there was romantic era, yeah? When they were playing these gambits. We are in the romantic era of freestyle chess. The first masters, the first people.
absolute pioneers, yeah.
Huh? Yeah, the pioneers. So it's very exciting, you know? Let's say in 20 years' time, people will be, oh, look at these guys. They had this, they thought that King's Gambit was a fantastic opening. They thought the Muzio Gambit was good for white. Yeah.
Look at the body language, yeah. Both players are giving their all. They are focusing. They cannot relax for a single second, yeah.
Yeah, we're witnessing history. We're witnessing one of the most exciting games.
Exactly. It's amazing.
In Chess 960.
especially that Vincent won yesterday, and for him, draw is enough. So he wouldn't have to burn all bridges from the very beginning. And he didn't do it because he wanted it so much. But he felt that this is the best he can do in this position. And of course, it made Fabiano happy.
And Fabiano's play is incredible. C4. What a move.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, very beautiful play. Very unexpected pawn structure. And pawns on the board. Look at this beautiful setup. E4, E5, F4.
Yeah, amazing.
Bunch of white pawns.
Amazing.
And at some point, even B5 can show up. Actually, if black can go B5 at some point, and after that bishop B6, king B7, that would be amazing.
I think it's type of position that you can, if we stay here for 3 more hours, the less and less we'll start understanding it.
So actually, after f-takes, G5, B5 is also an idea, yes?
Yes. It's type of position that is impossible to understand, yeah? But it's very exciting.
I'm sure Judith is already considering how to sacrifice a piece again.
Of course.
Like he takes f5.
I like Peter's bishop b6.
Bishop b6 is
It was a solid, it's a solid move, I'm trying to solve my problems. I don't want to win or anything. I just want to stabilize.
Okay, so what's going on if I take on B6, takes and bishop C2?
Very trivial.
Simple chess.
Okay, but now I say that my rook is breathing, my king's position is saved, I have rook a5 ideas, I only have to find the right way. F4, no, Levon, your F4?
Knight F5.
Or then knight F5, yes. No,
Everything is good except the material, yeah?
Why? Are we done?
Down. 1 pawn down.
1 pawn down. Okay.
C3 is, I don't know, C3 is not a move yet.
It's like this joke, it says, our daughter she studied very well when they wanted the guy to marry the girl. She studied very well, she knows all these languages, she knows everything is fantastic. She's just a little bit pregnant. So, everything is fine except the pawn,
Small detail.
What if we take on d4, guys?
Though it was a long time that we cared about the pawn in freestyle chess.
F take E, come on,
Yeah,
regain.
knight takes.
E4.
Knight
takes.
takes.
Rook e5. Am I blundering anything?
Knight d6.
I don't believe in knight d6.
Yeah, then takes on e1, queen e6, and the knight on d6.
Or queen
is
e6
hanging.
immediately.
No, this is fine.
Let's just play simple chess. You did play simple chess, I play simple chess. F take E. Give
Queen
me
D2, Queen D2.
Give me the worst. Queen D2. She wants to... No, she doesn't want to castle, yeah?
Yeah, because now all these rook a2s are coming.
And if I go knight fg6...
No, I believe after a b6 construction, black is just super fine.
As long as we can kind of regain the material.
Yeah, if we don't lose on the spot. Yeah, if we don't lose on the spot, we are fine.
Yeah. No, but I like f because it takes away the f5 square from the knight.
Yes.
This knight f5 is extremely annoying, yeah? Knight f5, knight d6. Doing the elimination.
So what else white can do instead of f takes g5?
Exactly. Yeah. Are there any alternatives for white?
Vincent plays very bravely in this tournament.
Yes, he's playing a tournament of a lifetime. Fantastic.
G5, what a picturesque position. Also, we should take a picture, no? After G5, I feel, okay, this pawn structure. But coming up with this knight h8 to G6 concept, that was insane.
Yeah, both players are playing really nicely, yeah.
So what happens if white takes on f5?
And if I take on f4? You want to play knight e4 or taking on f4?
Say again now.
GF?
GF, I want to play... Oh no, I cannot play...
But even just knight takes f5 was possible as well, no? After ef. Why can't I just take back?
I immediately
you are...
get ahead. Knight e4, knight f5. I like this. If you cannot punish me with g4, then probably not.
So queen takes f4, knight takes g2, we just showed us.
But then maybe I can sacrifice the exchange or not. Knight g2, queen f2. What is this? Takes. It's strange position.
This can only be winning
Bishop
for black.
B6?
Bishop c7.
For black, yeah?
Yeah, I think it should be winning. Bishop
But I'm
C7.
one move away from castles.
I don't care. I will take only 6.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this hanging bishop on g1. If I could castle a knight, would be good. But yeah, I cannot afford to lose a tempo.
And actually, the bishop on a4 is not standing too well after c6.
That's why you wanted e4 with the bishop on d1. That was your idea.
Yeah, but it didn't work.
Well, or at least
Also g5.
we assume that probably did not work. We don't know.
Yes.
By the way, sorry to say, but I have the evil bar running. I don't see engine lines, and evil bar says that black is better.
Wow.
Engine says that black is better after g5.
Amazing play by Keymer, but also, of course, very creative play by Fabi. So, f takes g5. Do we have anything else?
But then we were happy with bishop b6, and even Judith was suggesting b5. Yeah, we already black had alternatives. Yeah?
What about e6?
Yeah, I thought about this. Bishop e6. I didn't understand where I'm going.
And now take fg?
Well, let's say bishop c7.
Actually, I'm not happy with my king on b1.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah, this
developed
diagonal.
so quickly, yeah? I'm too fast.
Beautiful move, g5.
Yeah, one needed to destroy this pawn structure. Knight takes f5 played by Fabiano.
I'm happy I spotted it. I'm happy I spotted this move early, this g5
G5.
stuff.
Yeah, it was your spirit right from the beginning.
Yeah.
But okay, what is this exactly? I mean, knight takes f5, ef, queen takes f5, check, bishop c2.
Yes.
Can't you take on f4?
Yes, I should probably.
And then bishop e3.
This is the idea, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
And if queen takes e5?
Then bishop a7 check. Thank you very much.
Even, yeah?
I thought bishop.
Or who knows? Maybe we can sacrifice the queen. No matter what. Who knows? Maybe this is good.
f4?
But you can go bishop f2 only.
Bishop f2. This is
You can play bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
Party killer. Judy, don't do this. Oh, this hurts.
But bishop f4 is also very strong, yeah?
But who is crazy enough to take on e5?
Yeah, we are having this position, so takes on f5, queen takes f5, bishop
g4,
c2.
let's say, queen g4. Bring back the queen to the...
Just before, let's just finalize that the position is now after queen takes f5, check, bishop c2.
Okay.
Oh, it is the position.
Yes, it is the position, and Vincent is thinking about now.
Well, he has to take this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, he has to, but he's still thinking.
And white cannot allow a queen trade. He just sacrificed the pawn. So bishop e3 is also very clear.
It's straightforward play from Fabiano and something that is very logical. Now black can play queen f7 and try to bring the queen closer to the king. White probably has to play knight g3, knight e4.
Yeah, only knight g3, knight e4, only danger.
Yeah. Or queen g4, I don't know. This is a... I think the move was played or not.
Well,
yeah, queen takes f4, yeah.
No surprises there.
Okay, bishop e3 will be followed in a second, I think.
Yes, it already was played. Bishop e3, yes.
Yeah, wow, look at this. Both players with 49 minutes.
So queen g4, queen f7.
Vincent came back in time. I mean, he was almost half an hour behind. And now they balanced it out. So
yes.
Everything is fine. And even the position, maybe next time he goes to the confessional booth, he will share that actually now he is calm.
If he has another time.
Yeah, I don't think.
Peter, what is your general feeling? Which move is it? You are the guy with the good feeling, natural feeling for the right moves.
Well, thank you for your praise, but you are putting the pressure. Yeah, the psychological pressure. I do believe that white still has very dangerous play, yeah? That this knight is coming to g3 very quickly. Black has to be super precise, so I don't think that black can afford any move and it's fine.
Queen f7 probably.
Queen f7, yeah.
Yes, queen f7.
Queen g4,
knight g3, bishop f5.
Yeah, we can never castle, yeah, because we step into this.
Trapping the queen already.
Okay, so queen f7, knight g3. Let's just consider this. Knight g3 is the move.
Yeah, knight g3 is the move, yeah.
because
is
you
absolutely
can
the
go
move.
here and here.
And now we need the solidifying. Cementovic is needed, yeah?
Yeah, Cementovic is needed. But the problem with Queen F7 is that we block the bishop, yeah, so
What
we can
about
never
bishop
activate
C7?
it. Yeah, bishop
Makes
C7.
sense.
Bishop G5.
Stopping castle. I mean, black can still castle, but would lose the exchange.
Yes, I keep forgetting that you can steal castle. Yeah, actually. Because I don't mind the exchange at all. I want
think
safety.
Nicholas was hired because he knew how to castle. All other candidates didn't.
I made a whole course, so I had to learn it. So can we take this pawn?
I'm
Or you don't
joking,
take
of course.
about it?
Nicholas is a very good player.
Thank you.
No, but it was during my game against Vichy in 98 in Madrid that we played some Caro-Kann, and Vichy was taking on A2 my pawn with queen d5 to A2, and the question was that some b5, b3s were included, that after bc, bc, rook b8, do I have the right to castle long or not? Because if I can, then I'm actually winning. If I can't, then black is fine. And Vichy gave me the chance, and I thought like, okay, Vichy, one of the best players in the world, if castle would be legal, he would never play like this. And I didn't dare to challenge him, and only after the game I went to the arbiter that actually I could have, I said, of course you could have, oh no, you know, and the game was draw, and okay, it was a fantastic
so it's
bluff.
Not everything about Chess 960.
It's not, yeah, this castle's business. Yes. And Anand, the name Anand and his move together confused me completely.
I'm a bit worried for black somehow here.
Yeah, not easy.
Yeah, knowing that.
But what is wait? Queen e3 you didn't like, yeah? You didn't like what to do, right?
No,
now, once I
because
castled,
I can castle.
In a classical game, after playing, it was Marozzi, I was black against Grandmaster from Romania, Constantin Ionescu. And I've played some point rook d8, rook e8, and I made a long castle. We played a couple of games, moves. Later we agreed to a draw, and we started analyzing. And only we realized in analysis.
But you signed the score sheet already.
No, because the position looked so bad, and suddenly I castled, and everything became good.
But there was also this incredible story in '94 in Munich Blitz tournament when Dreyev, in a very bad French, it was +1 against Kasparov, he suddenly castled. And he turned the tables, and Gali went on to lose the game. He was completely furious. What happened? It turned out that it was an illegal move that changed the course of the game. I remember this. It was published everywhere, and I was playing at the same tournament.
No, I'm not liking this for black.
No, yeah. Can we put the queen back to f4 and after bishop e3 to think
But why
about
don't
something?
you like it? Bishop c7? What's the big deal? Your pawn up?
Bishop, well, but what about the king?
Forget about the king.
I can't forget about the king.
96.
Bishop f4. Oh, no, that also doesn't work, huh? Bishop h6.
Okay. But you're not mating me, are you?
Then you can castle if you go bishop h6.
Oh no, you can castle.
But even if you don't, I'm already threatening to castle. Because
of bishop f4.
But okay, it's so difficult to evaluate this over the board. Can you imagine your clock is ticking and you are not in the studio discussing, enjoying, having a good time? How do you evaluate this?
So you're saying basically after knight f5 you're gonna go castle, yeah?
No, this doesn't work now, no? Because bishop
Rook
for queen
takes.
f4.
Ah.
Bishop d8, yeah.
So always some issue here. Knight takes 4, knight e6. But what do you do after knight f5 then?
And if I capture on g5?
Takes.
Now I have to prepare the castle.
But
queen f8 maybe?
Okay, we're very deep in the...
Preparing the castle.
I could go knight e7.
Check is
bishop
there.
f4.
There's bishop f4. I don't know. It feels very scary for black. All right, let's go to.
Well, Levon is not scared. You could see that.
Yeah,
he was
he's
just
not scared, but I'm
If you
scared.
check my blood pressure, it's 50s.
as
Well, you're also
comfortable.
not playing, so. All right.
No, actually, I feel that it's a very risky position for black.
Yes.
This bishop e3, because we are not able to take queen e5. Yeah, if any queen sacrifice would have been possible, I would take it. But yeah, bishop f2 just wins on the spot. Maybe also your bishop f4 is very strong.
Yeah.
So after all, what about queen g4?
All right. Let's see.
But
Knight
yeah,
g3?
then knight g3.
But now there's also this move.
So now rook e5 is not possible. because of bishop a7?
Well, maybe I even...
Here, we're happy to sacrifice.
But always rook e8 is a threat, yeah? I don't believe, yeah. Bishop e6.
Rook e4. Thank you very much.
No harmony, yeah, the queen on g4 is horrible, no.
Okay, I've
No,
mentioned...
queen d7 is the move.
Queen f7 needs to be played,
Yes,
yeah.
queen f7 is the move. I think Vincent should play queen f7 and then start thinking there. Because this...
Yeah, queen on g4 is horrible. It steps into too many things. No, queen f7 needs to be played. Yeah.
And bishop c7 was my suggestion. Yeah,
Yeah, it's very logical because
Yeah, I
I mean
like
you
it.
need to do something about this threat, and you also need to.
and
prepare
this is the
castle.
principle of Tarash. They had this argument with Nimzovich. Nimzovich said that isolated pawns should be blocked, and Tarash said isolated pawns should be captured. So I'm with Tarash, Dr. Tarash with this one. One of the
And-
greats of German chess, together with Laska.
What about it? What about this try here?
I'm not so keen on giving this exchange.
I'm hoping for c3 in the right moment.
Some versions, yeah.
Because the rooks are overpowered in many of chess 960 games. It always feels like they're more dangerous than the classical chess, the rooks.
The rooks, yeah?
Somehow.
Okay, when it opens up.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it opens up. Okay, bishop f6, all right. I'm still ready to defend.
But maybe because they are starting out from a very ugly position many times, and you don't know what to do with them. And suddenly, when it comes alive, then you think that
Wow.
it's much more powerful than a
Rook f5,
in.
queen e7, queen f1, and then knight h5.
Yeah,
So-
somehow this f5 square, yeah.
Soon enough, I will start counting the chickens. Also, the queen e7, knight e4, yeah, takes on g5. No, this is wrong.
Yeah, doesn't feel right.
So now we think that after queen f7, knight g3, it is
Bishop
difficult.
c7, I think it's a good move.
Queen
No, I don't
f7
see a
played.
problem.
It just happened in this very moment.
Now Fabi will blitz out knight g3.
Yes, only move.
So let's come back to this.
Yeah, bishop c7, yeah, the natural bishop c7.
Levon is happy.
Yes, I'm taking the pawn. Following Dr. Tarash's
Bishop
advice.
takes g5, this one.
This is what we were looking.
Okay, wait a second. No, don't take. No. Knight e6. Develop the knight.
Bishop f6.
Okay, long castle. Okay. Now with the knight on e6, I want to sacrifice the exchange and I'm gonna go knight c5, knight d3. I will play for
But
compensation.
last time I checked, chess was not checkers.
Okay, no problem.
Wait, bishop f5? What is this?
Okay, bishop f5. Rook d5.
Queen c4?
Okay, and what is this?
Castle is coming, my friend.
Castle is come, and you can castle.
But then you have rook c5 if king b8, yeah?
Yeah, rook c5 is there.
Ay.
I mean, the position is very complex. King b8.
But why do you want to play knight e6? Wait, I thought knight d4 was your intention when you played knight e6.
No, I just wanted to enjoy that. I'm coming out with my
But
pieces.
also
I can
knight
even
d4 is very
sacrifice
strong,
the
I
action.
think.
He wants to castle long and sacrifice the rook.
Exactly.
This is the main strategy.
And I wanted to get the tempo of bishop f6. Yeah, that was my.
Quel maestro.
That's the
But what is
concept.
this? What is white doing? Knight d4?
But wait a second, we are exaggerating the excitement of the. Look at the position, look at the heart rate. This does not match. 77 and 85 in this white position. These guys are unhuman, yeah?
Maybe they're sleeping.
Like they are. Fuego.
Contra fuego.
Yes. Exactly.
Years of analyzing with Peter, we have developed our own language.
Yes. Yeah, because when you are working like for 2-3 weeks, 8 hours a day on openings or whatever, then you have to get some, excitement, fun element and so on.
What about rook f1? You have to go queen d7? Or queen... queen d... Yes. Queen g7, bishop f6.
Rook f1.
Yeah, queen d7? No, black is clearly better. Black is ahead.
I'm offering repetition of moves. Rook d... okay, I can play knight d4 already, or what? Or queen f7 just... Because knight d4...
I have a feeling that Vincent would not object the repetition of moves somehow.
Yeah, that's
probably.
I have my doubts, but most likely he will repeat.
What do you think, guys, having a bird's eye view?
Yes.
Take a look what's going on with the
Yes.
other boards, because there are some interesting stuff probably in the others. And maybe we will see some thinking by Fabiano here, which direction to go, because it's kind of a junction for him. So we go to the bird's eye view to let's check the other 3 games, what is going on here at Weissenhaus at the Grand Slam. So what are we up to? What is Magnus doing against Sindarov?
Oh, the position's equal. That is surprising.
The king is already on h8
On
from
H8.
b8. It got relocated on the fast route.
Actually, the knight reached the f6 square that Levon highlighted from the beginning. That's an ideal square, putting pressure now on the f3 pawn with the bishop on h5.
Who said position is equal? Looks dreadfully terrible for black.
The computer says it.
Wow. I don't believe this. No. Mr. Computer.
Yeah, at the same time, it looks better than it was
Yes,
before.
much better than
But
it
still
was
bad.
before.
At
Still bad
least
for
there
black.
is some counterplay.
Well, the problem is that knight f7 runs into knight takes f4 all the time on the log diagonal. This we have to watch out for.
You cannot go queen g7 because I take twice on c5. The bishop enters the game. The crazy bishop.
Fabiano opted for knight g3, and so the heat is on in the grand final between Fabiano Caruana and
What
Vincent
is that
Keymer.
game?
Yeah, white can just take on h7.
What happens?
Nakamura is completely crushing, it seems.
Let's go to check that. What do you think?
Well, just briefly. Yes.
Briefly.
Yes.
And then I think it makes sense if we come back to a craziness in the final.
What on earth had happened here?
No, it's just interesting to see here that it's white to move. And it's clearly queen h7 is a logical continuation.
Now I want to see that when this short castle happened, or kingside castle.
This was also bad position for black.
Yeah, it was very unpleasant position. Yeah, so he relied on the fact that he can castle all the way, but somehow Hikaru had foreseen it. He castles to the queen side, natural bishop b6, knight f5, knight takes f5, bishop f5, rook f6. Ooh, rook f6, forgetting about queen h3.
Oh no.
A blundering just in one move.
Oh, the players are getting tired. Yeah.
Tired, yeah, queen h3. Takes, and rook, yeah, okay. There is not much to talk apart of telling that, yeah, it's just a matter of time when black resigns.
I think a lot of people don't realize how tiring just
Yes.
960 can be. They say, oh, you don't work before the game. Okay, I don't work before the game so much, but compare this, how much I work during the game. I think everybody is already, by round 3, is already like, oh, we cannot do this.
Okay, so we can go back to the bird's eye view from here because Nakamura needs only a draw anyway to win the match. And anyway, he has a huge advantage there. What's going on in the Gukesh game? That was also kind of...
These are the fast-playing folks, yeah?
Yes, they have no nerves already left. But it looks like black is just enjoying so much. This is what we talked about, yeah? That there's no attack on the king side. Black is the one who is deciding when to release the tension. And look at that king on b1. It's in a horrible situation.
I think Gukesh didn't get the memo that the king is not on g8, yeah? Everything is designed to attack the king, but the king is nowhere to be found.
Well, the kings are going to stay in that area already for the rest of the game, I believe. King on b1 does not look good.
Yeah, black has very harmonious pieces. Okay, white is putting pressure on the f6 pawn. It's white to move, but
if he takes twice, there's
well, there is the gf, knight e4, knight c3 checkmate idea pattern as well, yeah? Just to highlight that.
I forgot about this.
I don't know if it's possible or not, but let's just highlight that takes.
You can take with even the other knight, maybe stronger.
Yeah, I just want to highlight for our audience that there is a checkmate like this. Watch out, be careful. Probably this is the idea that Alireza has just set up with the move knight c5.
Don't do this at home, yeah?
Yeah, don't try this at home.
Okay, so here Alireza is having a great attack.
Yeah, because then actually the whole white's concept is falling apart. He was probably basing his play that the knight cannot move from d7 because the pawn on f6 is under attack, and then black cannot untangle, and then slowly I'm going to activate my pieces, but the move knight c5 is kind of a game changer, a cold shower for Gukesh.
Okay, so let's go back to the bird's eye view again, and probably it's time again.
Vincent played the move knight g6. That already happened.
Aha! This is not according to my plan.
But it's also developing a piece.
Should be a good move, yeah. And knight e4, what's the intention? Rook e5, yeah? Simply, probably. Bishop f2, rook e4 is there.
Yeah, wait a second. We have to get then the game up.
Yeah, let's bring the analysis board up to have a look together. Knight g6 played by Vincent Keymer. Time is about even still. And now we're just looking at knight e4, and you said rook takes e5.
Well, then I think you can... Let's zoom in. Yes, exactly. Let's zoom into Nicholas.
All right. Knight e4, rook takes e5. Stepping out of this potential fork on d6. So bishop f2, there's rook takes e4. And what else?
Yeah, not so easy to put the pressure.
Queen d2. Let me try to develop, but even rook d5 is there.
Also, there is bishop a5, strangely enough.
Oh.
Hitting the queen with a tempo.
But then knight e4 is not the correct move. Okay, let's just consider the position after knight g6.
What about just playing queen d2?
Immediately, right?
Castle.
Bishop c7.
And you also want to go castle after castle.
So,
Yeah, we were very worried that the white knight from g3 enters the game very quickly. Eh? If that's not the case, so then black is in time.
What about bishop f5 here?
Stopping castle.
Desperate measures, yeah?
Desperate times. Bishop e5?
Castle.
c3 you're not worried about, huh? You're very brave, Judith. This is something I always liked in you.
And why not c3?
Yeah, let's play.
I guess nothing better than takes. Just like that?
I thought also bishop g3...
You're kidding.
Ah, bishop g3.
Wow. Why?
We are forcing the trade of queens. Yeah.
It's much less fun for white without the queens.
Can't believe it. What about takes on a2?
Takes on g6, takes on g5.
And then bishop d4. And bishop f4, king b2. But bishop f7, just in time to go back.
In time. But bishop g5 here.
But then I can win an exchange. Bishop e5, king c8.
King c7, yeah?
King c7, yeah.
Takes e5, doesn't work.
Bishop f4, rook e8, then king d6, knight e4
No,
check.
but I wanted to go bishop d4 instead of bishop g5.
Of course you wanted. But then bishop f4 and bishop f7, that's what
King
we
b2.
discussed. King b2, bishop f7, just in time, maybe, no? We got lucky.
Just in time, before my time was running low.
Yes.
As the song goes.
Crazy, so much to calculate.
Okay, this was also very far again.
Wait a second, guys. Let's go back to the position of knight g6, and let's just understand. Knight f5, knight h6 is stupid, right? I mean, taking this bishop doesn't add anything.
Then we got rid of the knight.
Yes.
Which was so powerful.
What other motives there are in the position?
Actually, maybe knight g6 was a nice stabilizing move.
Yes, yes. Well, it's basically similar.
Yes, similar idea, but also touching the e5 pawn, being flexible.
So if I take on g5, then bishop c7.
That's what I thought, yeah. Improved bishop c7 move. Now the touchy-patchy is more forceful, yeah? It's inevitable.
Forceful, yes. Yeah, Fabiano taking his time.
Actually, he's behind in time for the first time.
He's
in
behind.
The game.
After all, there is also now much more pressure on him, yeah, because Vincent is playing good, yeah, so-called putting the pressure. White has to find some very strong idea in the next couple of moves. If black gets out and knowing that actually blue is enough for black, then the pressure is on white.
So bishop takes g5, doesn't really amount to anything.
Okay, what other ideas are there in the position? Another move white can try, but I don't know, I'm not a fan of this bishop d4, but no.
Yeah, that is...
No. No, white needs something more substantially logical.
Yeah, you have to go with the initiative, but how to...
How to proceed.
Proceed, yes.
Knight e4 looks like the move, yeah?
Yeah,
somehow.
knight e4 feels, yeah. And then we just do bishop c7 or rook e5?
Rook e5 was the problem.
Even a rook e5, yeah.
Bishop c7, I wasn't sure about knight d6.
Yes, this knight d6 I can never evaluate.
Yeah. Now, this is the position. Of course, we want to attack the rook somehow, but where? How, what to bring? It's a tough one, folks.
Actually, maybe white is in some trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe white is in some... I mean, especially in a sense that we know that he's in a must-win situation. He wants to go for the initiative. Any kind of simplifications are not interesting for him. And it's not visible, yeah? If even our creative studio is running out of creative ideas, then...
Well, for Fabi, it's the 20th game he's playing in this tournament.
Crazy. And he also came from Vaikanze.
And also he's playing every morning.
Yes, many games, yeah.
What do you think, how much it affected him, the huge match in the semifinals to win against Sindarov? If, let's say, he would have won the match out of 2 games as he won against Gukesh, would he play differently and he would have more chances today? Because he lost so much energy on that day?
I'm not so sure. You know, and with Fabiano, the way it works, he doesn't care about, playing too much. He wants to play a lot, and he's always excelled in playing a lot. And, while some people have the self-pity coming from a tournament like Vaikanze, especially scoring -1 for a player of Fabiano's caliber, it can affect their confidence. Being his friend and somebody who works with him, I know that he doesn't care. I mean, he knows he's a great player, and he knows that if he works hard, the good results will come. And this is the evidence. The other thing is, of course, Vincent is hitting above his weight, yeah? He's playing a fantastic tournament. And honestly, I was asked today by a journalist, he said, what about Vincent and his play? I said, I maybe not have respected him so much as a chess player before, but after this tournament with such play, the results speak for itself. You have to respect this.
No, actually, I remember the Viking Z. We were suffering. Vincent was very ambitious heading to the tournament, and he was over pushing, and then suddenly was on -2. And I remember that for the very last game, because he had the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa, and Praggnanandhaa was fighting for the first place. We thought like the idea is not about trying to ruin Praggnanandhaa's tournament. That's not the main idea. The main idea is to play a game from which he can get confidence for Weissenhaus already. Because it was the last tournament, I told him that I just want to see you play a normal game without this crazy amount of pressure that you are putting yourself on, that I need to win. Forget about all this. You need to play a good game. And he won that fantastic game against Praggnanandhaa in 7 hours. And I told him, now you are ready. Of course, we couldn't have imagined what happens here, and we even don't know how the tournament will finish. But basically, I remember the feeling how we left Viking Z, that, that was not a successful tournament, but you are now in shape.
Yes.
And in the preliminary part, he made 4 out of 9. He was number 6 in the lineup. So he was the one who, can he make it or he can't, right? So it was very clear that he should be fighting to stay in the quarterfinals, to qualify there, and he did it. And after that, he became so stable that he was never tested how he performs in a must-win situation, for example, because he scored the first game already in the first match against Alireza, and then he showed different strength of his chess.
Yes.
But what I wanted to ask you, Levon, what can you say when you're in a must-win situation? What kind of mindset you have to have? Like, for example, Fabi, how could he come to this game, and what is the best you can do in such cases?
Well, a must-win situation is quite often, you know that there's going to be a chance, but it's not given, yeah? So you try to create your chances, try to complicate things. It's a different game, I think, than just a regular chess. It always feels like it, yeah? And the way I always kind of worked on it, and actually my psychologist told me the same. He said, those games that you play for a win, it's not the chess that is going to do the thing, your desire is going to play the role. And fighting till the end, yeah? It's really not about the chess at some point, I think. And Fabiano, I think the strongest side of his character is that he's willing to push, he's willing to persevere, and he doesn't care if he has a losing position or not. And those are the qualities of a champion, not caring about the past and focusing on the goal. Yeah. But this is a tough one, yeah. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, and we are looking at Fabi's face now also. He's looking for chances, he wants to create something, and it looked like he went for C4, he went for this bishop A4, he went for E4 afterwards. Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on Vincent, then this knight takes F5, bishop C4, bishop E3 sequence of moves, also unsure of. And he might be also thinking, what do I need to do in order to get to Vincent, yeah, because right now Vincent finally also played the move knight g6 for the very first time. Kind of he got up, yeah, he's walking around, which also signals some kind of confidence that finally I settled on something that I like, and it might not be as dangerous as it looks.
Yeah, but maybe it also has in connection that actually he has significant time advantage by now, 11 minutes ahead, which means that things are turning around, and finally Vincent stabilized his position, right? He's really 1-2 moves away from stabilizing it completely, moving the bishop and castling. And the e5 pawn is in big danger for white. So I believe for Fabi it is the right moment to think, because it's kind of a critical moment. If he cannot come up with something very powerful, then it can be the moment when everything goes away.
You might not get another chance. This is the moment.
Yes.
You have to find some playable idea.
And you can see it on his face. Yeah, he's searching, he's desperately searching for ideas, but at the same time, he's also confused. Yeah, that why am I not finding those ideas that actually I want? Yeah, because I need to win this game. And I feel some disappointment there.
Yes, for sure. He seems frustrated.
Yes.
Yeah, because there is this fantastic pawn majority for black, having the pawn on c4, c6. So, for example, if the queens are off, I don't even see a scenario where it can go well for white.
Of course.
So if, let's say, white can dream and play 3 moves, what would you be doing?
Okay, queen d2, long castle.
Yeah.
And then deliver something. Yeah?
Okay, but even then you're not winning. It's not that you make 2-3 moves and actually you're winning, unless you put your knight on these.
Yes, yeah, knight e4 is or a little bit too much, yeah, the 3 moves. But yeah, I perfectly get your point.
And also, I kind of feel that white doesn't have too many options here. Let's say rook f1 doesn't look to make any sense because queen c7 will follow. You know,
And what about if we just take on g5, for example?
Yeah.
Because we haven't touched on this move yet.
We have actually
a move.
Briefly, bishop c7.
Ah, that we
But
show.
you know, even if I take on g5
And then some queen f and some
f4.
endgame also. Yeah, I also believe that it's a good structure. I wanted to echo what you were saying. Yeah, that in endgames, even like this with a double pawn and this lovely grip on the e6 square, knight d3 options are always possible.
But even bishop g5 takes and castle.
Yes, castles, and then queen. But also castle you can take and then e5.
Yeah, I think Fabiano, his body language shows
Yes.
that he's very disappointed and a bit withdrawn. I mean, you see, he's not sitting like this.
Exactly.
But he's already kind of back. And the position, yeah, maybe is
Not happy with his position.
Maybe we can turn on the engine now just to see that does the engine, for example, give white some hope that there is something to look forward to, because right now we are running out of ideas.
Actually, the g6 knight is the key piece in this position, isn't it?
It is a very important piece, yeah.
Bishop g5, I believe he doesn't play because of bishop g5 and queen f4. It's so incredibly annoying to face this. There are zero chances that white is going to win. So he's not bishop d5 or anything. There's no way he's going to play this. This is resignation, yeah?
But this is the best move, actually.
But it's a resignation if you need to win the game.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And then what else can you do?
So as I see, queen d2 is another option, but yeah, it's a sad one.
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7, yeah, if you want.
Yeah. Bishop g5, you cannot castle.
Yeah, something along these lines.
You know, maybe for the sake of our understanding, can we maybe go back with the engine just to see if
that objectively all this was correct or
was
not?
all correct? Because then I would be very proud of ourselves.
c4 question mark?
I don't think it's a question mark. See, you did e4 g5 still instead of. Wow.
c4 g5, yeah. And it's always the key move against
the
e4.
only move, actually,
yes.
d5.
Only move.
We're doing good, folks.
Well, we have quite some rating in the studio, no?
Counts for something. Yeah, g5, very important move.
Was
Knight
it the only
f5,
move?
the best move.
Yes,
G5?
It was the only move, yes.
Only move. Could not be worse.
Wow.
Knight f5 was best. Knight f5, pawn takes, queen takes. No, this is all first line. I mean, Vincent, let's see the accuracy score, 99.5. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
What can you do with a guy who has 9.5? You can only applaud, yeah?
Knight g3 and then knight g6 again, best move.
Bishop c7 was also possible, but now I see that knight g6 is stronger.
Yeah, knight g6 is so much more unpleasant.
Because I was trying to do the same, yeah? Bishop g5, knight g6. Yes. But now that queen f4 is there, yeah. This is a nightmare scenario for white, yeah.
Oh, we have a move. Let's see. Oh, he took on g5 actually, after all.
Yeah, well, he understands that this is bad for him, but the other things are just completely terrible.
Well, his body language was telling it all, that, what to do? I have nothing better than bishop g5, but it's not going to be enough.
Exactly, yeah, that's the signal we were getting.
So now the question is whether Vincent will take. I believe he will take it. That
100%.
not really a
100%.
question to me.
He's
And
Peter's student, after all.
after takes, my question will be, is he really going to go Queen F4 or long castle?
100% Queen F4 is going to happen.
100%.
Yes.
Wow. That's a solid judgment.
Yes. Not even 99%. This is such a joy to play, folks. Queen F4,
You know, yesterday-
you need to make a draw, finished.
Yesterday, between Alireza and Gukesh game, I said, well, it's 99%. It's over, it's finished. And then what happened?
Yes.
That little 1%.
Well, I even corrected you that it's 100%, right? Yes. Yeah, takes
Okay,
on
but-
the board.
Vincent, come on. Show that I know you. Show me that I know you, my friend.
Peter, is it going to be?
Yeah, on the board, of course. Of course, yeah.
On the board.
Yes.
You just get, you know, because players are having the feelings, and the feeling tell you that, of course, I take Queen F4, have everything under control. You just can't control yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys can't control yourself. What about Queen H5?
But you cannot castle. Now we can
play
castle,
Queen
but you
H5.
cannot castle.
You go Rook E5.
No, I don't go Rook E5 castle. Queen H5 just castle. Why would I take Rook E5? I castle because you already can't castle. Take it back immediately. Don't even look at this.
You should choose
Okay, no.
Jude wanted something like this, yeah? And then you wanted to-
Exactly.
Of
Nicholas
course.
knows what I wanted.
So
Yeah.
let's let Judith have her fun. Something. Okay.
Yeah, it's some checkmate kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is for checkmate. Of course, after Queen
You
H5,
can't
we
stop
just
Peter
castle.
from
Yeah.
castling here.
Yes, no, definitely not.
And now I cannot castle.
You cannot castle, exactly.
No, this is terrible.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
You have to take.
Oh, he will take on F4 and
Yeah, and just maybe we can zoom on the player. There is nothing much to analyze right now. We have to see the body language, and Fabi is really in a state of shock. Like, I need to win, but actually Black is very comfortable, and I have to go for an endgame that I don't believe in it at all.
Huge time advantage for Vincent as well. It will be very difficult.
I'm actually surprised that White has equality chances here.
Yes, even if Black would need to win, it would be much more likely than anything
Because
else.
it looks ridiculously dangerous. The computer was playing Queen F4, Knight F4, and saying it's only 0-30, but it doesn't feel like it, yeah? It's much more dangerous for White.
Of course, because there is no scenario that it can be good for White, but we can see that how bad it can get.
Yeah.
This combine this knight on f4 and bishop d5, knight takes g2, rook e2, knight f4. This is in German. There is this game also in Hungary, this Mühle.
Yes, I know that one.
You know, yeah. And then when you are just jumping on the squares already and picking up opponents' pieces, yeah, it's just crazy. And that's how I feel with this construction.
Jumpy pumpy is happening.
What is the name in English of this game?
I don't know.
You don't know? Yeah, I played a lot as in my childhood before starting playing chess. Yes, I played a lot of Mühle.
Also requires some calculation.
Yeah, of course. Theory also, you have to have your repertoire and everything. Yeah.
That's where we need to come up with the freestyle Mühle for you.
Well, you know, there is the game Stratego. There is the game Stratego, which is a very famous game with these 40 soldiers for both sides, and you don't see each other's pieces. And normally you are placing all those 40 pieces, but like around 91, 92, I actually invented that, no, we play the Fischer random Stratego, yeah, that we just blindfoldly putting up the pieces, because then we can set it up in 1 minute, and then we can play immediately. And you can only change your flag, that if it's on the front row, then you can move it somewhere, but otherwise it's complete freestyle. Freestyle Stratego, that's how I played with my father.
In the meantime, while you're discussing all these other
Important
very
subject.
interesting games,
Freestyle games.
yeah, I'm looking at Fabiano, and he's kind of giving the impression that he gave up.
Yes, exactly.
He's looking to the right, to the left, on the position.
Show me any other guy in this position who would feel he's not giving up. It's such a dreadful position to get.
No, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying that we are entering in a situation right now where Vincent is getting extremely close to take the $200,000 and the victory and being the first winner of the first Grand Slam series.
And look at the heart rates, because now Vincent is about 100, he was even above 100, while his position is already stable. When it was completely out of control, because he was focusing on the position only, yes, increasing, because now he feels the tension that I'm so close, I solved all these problems, and he's getting overexcited that, oh my God, I'm very close. It seems like I solved every single problem that I was faced with, and there were plenty.
Yeah, he seems to be in an extremely comfortable position. And he's kind of relaxed, right? That all the dangers what were around up to this moment, because there were some quite some interesting lines which he had to calculate, and he got to, you see, Fabiano?
Even picking up his pen, yeah?
He's just really thinking, what the hell can I do to keep the game going? How? You see, looking other games, very disappointed.
Well, I remember we talked about this with Vincent, and I told him, forget about the prize fund, because it doesn't really matter if you win 200,000 or 140,000, it's anyway a jackpot. Yeah, he has never won a prize fund like this. I think he won second place in the World Rapid Championship in Almaty, and then he won 50,000 or something like this. That you already have the jackpot, just enjoy, focus on the game. And he also gave me the feeling like for him it would be so much more important to win a tournament like this, yeah, because then he feels like I belong here. Yeah, this is the feeling. The feeling is so much more important than any amount of money.
Sure.
Well, I'm not sure our audience would agree on that one. Any feeling is better than a $200,000?
Well, you already have 140 guaranteed. It's not like 0 or 200, yeah? It's a different situation, yeah?
Well, 60,000 is also in some places money for an apartment.
Yeah, and the
what
queen...
about 12,500 that I've got?
It's a good pocket money, no? It's good, yes. In the US.
You go to Grand Slam tournament and you win, and you take the 60,000 there.
And plus the New York chance for the next leg, yeah?
Yes. Have to focus on the blitz and rapid. Time to strike back.
Yeah, to improve there, yeah, because I think in classic, but that's why actually the Grand Slam Open suits you perfectly. And 9 games of classical freestyle chess, who will stop you?
Only you, Peter.
Well, okay. I'm not sure about it, but I get your point. Yeah, you are trying to lure me into the competition.
Yes.
Yeah, so the queen trade happened, long castle on the board. There was nothing bad. Now black is spoiled with a choice. Bishop d5, king c7. Everything looks good, but yeah, bishop d5.
Even long castle looks good.
Even long castle looks good, yeah. But somehow king c7 maybe is even more harmonious.
Could be. But also, the more I exchange, the less I will blunder.
But are we afraid to blunder anything? Everything is protected.
Yes.
Everything is cemento.
But still, now we get to a point where Vincent's biggest danger is himself.
Yes.
On him, right? That he can think, okay, everything is good, as you just said it, right? Nothing to blunder. Bishop d5, knight g2, castle, king c7, whatever. And this kind of attitude may lead to something that you make some inaccuracies, it's still okay, still everything.
And you find the only move which makes things more difficult, more complicated, then you get nervous. Yeah, we have all been there.
I mean, it's clear that black has to make quite a few of inaccuracies and bad moves to ruin this to loss, right? And Vincent understands it. He's a fantastic player. But the pressure is there, and he has to make a choice.
And sometimes just one step in the wrong direction can actually cause a chain of events, yeah? So that's why one should never go on the wrong track, because then there is a big danger that you get more and more nervous, and then mistakes can born each other.
We have lived in this rabbit hole of blunders, so we know this. The stronger you are, of course, the more you are experienced with this, and the more you know that you cannot take anything for granted. Yeah.
I believe now Vincent will take quite some time to think, because he understands that, okay, now in the last few moves, there were all these changes and the position is completely different without queens. And he tries to figure out what is the best and the most straightforward simplification into a draw, or just keep the better position, we can say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm rooting for long castle, yeah.
Simplification.
Wait a second, rooting because there is more intrigue after long castle, or because you think it's the best move?
I think it's the best move.
It's the best move.
It's the most annoying to face, because white will not get any activity after that.
But is there any danger for black to grab that pawn on g2? Maybe you didn't notice it, that it's hanging.
No, we saw it, but...
But why is it dangerous? I mean, take it.
Take it, yeah? But it gives white some initiative, some time. I don't feel like taking it. And I cannot really imagine Vincent taking it. Because also this pawn is not running away. No, it's not running away. He takes it. I cannot believe it. Takes on g2, really?
But it's a good move.
It's a pawn.
It's a pawn.
Pawnchik is there.
It's a pawn for free.
For free, yes. And some tempi, and I don't know.
But what tempi?
I don't know. Exactly, my nerves are just signaling me that, okay, there are some... Bishop d5 and then takes on g2 was so much more natural.
But I like knight g2, actually, now that I think of it.
Rook g1 played.
But knight e3?
Probably he has to go rook d7.
And if I castle?
Yeah, there is always castle. Yeah, this is crazy. No, that against a rook on d7 we can castle. We have to change the rules of Fischer, and that you cannot castle against a rook on d7. What is this? There should be some common sense.
No, but you can castle with the rook on b7 in a regular.
Yeah, no, of course, I'm just kidding, but it's so confusing, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, just so that I stopped castle.
Exactly.
I stopped king c7. I stopped everything for black.
So you guys were mentioning knight e3.
Well, what else is white going to do?
Well, I don't know. Rook d1, for example. Can I
rook
just...
e5 doesn't work, yeah? That's too much.
Then too much. And if you take, then I will jump knight e4, knight d6, and not like...
What do you mean? No.
Where are you going to jump?
Okay, rook d1.
What is this
rook
fairy
d1,
tale?
knight c2, king c7.
Yes. King c7, yeah, you don't need to castle. Yeah, because long castle, just to highlight that... okay, there are moves already. Knight is on the board. Let me just... How do I castle here?
You put the king on the rook.
Yes. And then suddenly knight e4 and then knight d6. And things are out of control.
But,
okay, not that
this
much.
Is going to happen. I think rook e1 is going to happen.
But I think king c7 after knight c2.
But king c7, knight f5?
So this is the current position.
And... can you go on with rook e1, takes king c7?
But what, so rook e1, we are discussing knight takes c2, king c2, king c7, knight f5. White got activity. I told you guys I don't want to give any activity.
But so what?
I'm nervous.
Well, rook g7 is coming.
Rook
yeah,
d7
because rook d8, rook g7, rook d7, knight d6. Ooh. This is already not so easy.
Ooh, knight
already
d6.
What? Rook f8.
Rook f8, the other rook to g1? I don't know. I mean, of course, black is fine.
Yeah, I just feel that this is, especially knowing the match situation, yeah, that black needed only draw, then keeping this fantastic construction was so much more natural than to go for... But maybe Vincent had foreseen a force way that I'm going to give back everything and I'll liquidate into even maybe...
No, I'm thinking after rook e1, Peter, he can take and play bishop f7. I mean, if he's so scared.
And then bishop to g6.
Bishop g6 on castle. Thank you very much.
That is the profession. That's why he opted for this, of course. Yeah, bishop f7, making sure that the knight from g3 will not activate. Please equalize. Please make your draw. I don't mind. Leave me alone.
Bishop f7 is a very nice move.
Very nice, yeah. Now I'm satisfied after bishop f7, yeah, because I was already worried that, Yes, too many possibilities, but yeah, also Vincent had too much time that if he's not confident that he knows that he has everything under control, he would never have played like
And
this.
it's a very calming move. You get excitement for half a move, and after bishop f7, you go back to
chilling.
Understanding it's finished.
Yes.
The bishop cuts. The
Because
knight.
on king c3?
Bishop
After
g6.
Bishop g6, yeah.
And the castle.
We don't care anymore.
Yeah, this is very good. Well played by Vincent.
Can we maybe get another bird's eye view to...
Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what's going on. Actually, what has happened with Magnus in the meantime?
Ooh la la.
So Nakamura's won. So he's the first to finish.
I feel like for Hikaru, he thinks like, why the tournament isn't starting right now? I feel that with every game, yeah, he won. Yes, it's Tuesday. Okay, there with Queen takes h7 check, there was nothing to discuss. Gukesh in a lot of trouble, just as we expected that White's king on b1 will run into all kinds of mating ideas. The computer says it's lost. Well, I believe there is more intrigue to it, but it should be bad. And Magnus, he's breaking. Yeah, he has sacrificed the pawn. He has sacrificed basically his queen side with c takes b4, b takes a3, but he is relying on the dark squares and breaking through in the center.
Magnus's expression shows that he's very relaxed, you know, and probably he knows that everything is under control.
Yes. He's actually maybe setting up the idea of FED, knight d4, yeah? Activating like this.
Yeah. I think it's kind of a dream for him to get this when he just needs a draw, yeah? Even if he plays many inaccurate moves, it's still...
But for sure he's enjoying it quite a bit, his game. Hard not to.
But Peter, he doesn't really want to take only 5 even,
because then knight takes.
But he just can play knight d4.
Knight d4. But knight d4, rook takes f4.
Knight d6?
Knight takes e6.
The knight is there.
Yeah,
right?
knight is still on d8. Yeah, exactly. I was also confused that his last move was f3, f4. Clearly he doesn't want to take on e5, but...
We can go there.
We can go there, yes.
Check it out.
Because right now, Fabiano is dealing with all the emotions. He goes for knight f5.
Look at that, knight f5 by Fabiano.
Well, what to do?
What to do, yes.
Knight d1. I don't know what to do.
Knight d6 or...
That's what he wants? Yeah.
It's a total desperation, but understandable, yeah, that he wants to... And then rook g7, rook takes b7, checkmate. Let's just show, yeah, that there are some ideas like knight takes d1. Will he play knight d6?
He must.
Yeah, he must.
Stop the castle.
Yeah, so it's a real rook sacrifice. The whole point is to avoid black castling. The black king is not stuck. The knight controls the c8 square. And he's setting up the rook g7 idea, threatening rook takes b7 checkmate, which black would not even be able to parry. So be careful.
Such a devilish resource.
Incredible.
So resourceful.
So, can you put us on the board if knight e3, for example?
Yes.
Rook g7?
Yeah,
let's just show that it's simply impossible to protect against a mate.
This is crazy, yeah?
Absolutely insane. What a giant, yeah, coming up with this knight f5.
Okay, why is it not working? Now we have to determine, yeah?
Well, I saw that I can take on d1, knight d6, play king c7, rook g7, king b6, take on b7, I don't care. I start running with my king to c5 maybe, and...
Bishop d5.
And Cementovic there, yes. But it's a beautiful idea, but just not enough. Just not enough.
Yeah, but Vincent has to calculate and
he needs to
sharp.
calculate, yes.
But of course, Fabi knows and gives away. Well, okay, I know, it's gone. I'm not gonna win this, but still I have to try.
Yeah, it shows tremendous class and resilience. Yeah,
what a player!
Exactly. He came up with so many brilliant ideas in this game. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, that Vincent was so far keeping everything under control, but he has to control himself. He has to calculate.
Do you think it came as a surprise, knight f5
Yes.
for Vincent?
Definitely.
100%. Yeah.
Just when he saw like, okay, that's it. I'm liquidating. Everything is taken care of. So there's some new questions.
Yeah, but knight d1, of course, is the easiest. Knight d1, knight d6, king c7.
Yeah.
It's a forced. You have to take on b7. You have to take on e8. Then I take on e5, and we agree to a draw.
I'm not even sure that king c5 is the best. Maybe king a6.
Yes, but we are not playing for a win.
Actually, king a6 is...
King a6 probably wins on the spot.
Yes,
yeah.
trivial.
Yes.
But we play for a draw. We want to
Why should we
highlight
win?
that the draw is enough.
Why should we win if we can make a draw? Yeah.
Of course, yeah. The world is a much more peaceful place, yeah, with a draw. Everybody is happy, everybody is satisfied.
Well, I'm not sure now everybody will
Rook
be happy and
c7.
Yes,
satisfied.
Bishop
not.
d5. Rook c7, bishop d5. We still want to draw. Because if you want to win too much, then you already allow me some checks. And sometimes, you know, you give enough checks, it can be a mate. You know, you never know.
Yeah, just highlighting
Okay,
that.
so
yes,
knight
finally.
e8.
Yes.
And then king d1, and then rook h7.
That's why king on c5 is better. That's what we're
So
saying.
after rook king c5 is the best.
No, actually,
have it
after
on
rook
d4.
c7, after rook c7,
Take on e5.
we probably take on e5. Rook c6, king a5.
Wow, sorry, rook h7 exactly is not possible because bishop f3, rook e2, and
Check,
rook takes c2. Yeah, just highlighting. So, yeah, all right, this is not important. It's clear that actually black has to be brave enough to simply capture that rook and then run out with the king.
This would have been a fantastic resource in a blitz game.
Total shock.
Yes.
You mean in a blitz game where you get only 2 seconds per move?
Or no seconds at all.
Or Armageddon
Yes.
version of the playoff. So, knight d1, right? And it's on the board.
On the board, yeah. So knight d6 will be blitzed. No, he starts with rook g7. Wow! What a maestro, what a brilliance. Yeah, avoiding any kind of king c7 ideas.
But now black can castle.
And now black can castle.
I saw this, yeah.
Yes, now black
Castle
can
wins on
castle.
the spot, yeah.
Knight d6 check.
Takes. Yeah. It doesn't win on the spot. Yeah, you're right.
But where is the danger? Now if we just go back with the knight to e3. I mean the d7, yes, sorry, no, that, okay.
There's the
yes.
danger.
No, there is the danger, yeah, no, it's...
Well, you can go rook d8, bishop
Well,
d1.
bishop e6 is possible and rook d8.
Yes.
Yeah, but something to calculate. But after knight d6 check, can we just play king b8? Is that a possibility?
Sure.
And rook takes b7 check, then king a8.
Yeah, and knight e8 I probably have to take. Rook e8.
You have to pick up the knight, king takes
Yeah.
d1, and then bishop d5.
Yeah.
This is very professional.
Or
huh?
c3.
Or c3, yeah. Okay, it's good for black.
Rook g7, unexpected.
What a surprise, huh?
Total surprise.
What a
But okay,
maestro.
Vincent is going to castle
He's
now.
in the castle.
He's just so happy and relieved that he can castle.
Finally. On move 20. There we go.
Is this the correct way? Putting the king on c8, 11?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter? It's not like in classical chess?
No. You can touch the rook, you can touch the king, you
Really?
can touch anything, yeah.
Yeah, because I think during the players' meeting it was also said that you can remove the king from the 8th rank,
No,
then
they were
put the
saying
rook,
that
but
you
this is
have
too
to.
childish.
Yes.
Yeah, this doesn't
Yes.
feel right. Yeah.
No. But I also think in regular chess, this is totally crazy, that you have to castle starting from the king. It's a move of a king and a rook. You can castle starting with the rook, starting with the king. It shouldn't matter.
You have a point there.
But okay, here also moving with the king is so much more natural, yeah, that okay, you want to place it first and then you move the rook.
Why?
I don't know, it just feels like it's the more powerful piece, yeah? So you move the king, it's the essence of the game, no? So castle is to make the king more safe, So you are placing it in safety first, and then you accompany it with a defender, yeah? To me, it's logical.
More of a custom that we have. That
Yeah, I think
that's
it's more
how
of
we
a
grew
custom.
up. That we have to touch the king first, because otherwise we have to make a move.
Yeah, and then the king is stuck in the center. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, lots of old rules actually for me don't make much sense. Like touch move rule, I think is totally stupid.
Why?
Well, because it becomes so petty. Was there a touch move or not? Let's look at the cameras. I mean, this is just
Okay,
ridiculous.
we don't have so much of a
But
camera.
unless
It's
you
not like
push-
in tennis. That
unless-
is it out or in?
But unless you push the clock, I think it should be allowed. You know, it shouldn't be such. We shouldn't be so petty about this.
But it's strange. It would.
I know tradition.
Yes,
I know.
of course. No.
I know.
Yeah, but okay, we have moves. So in fact, after Rook G7, long castle did happen. Knight D6 check. Black, of course, opted for King B8. Unfortunately for Fabi, he cannot rely on his powerful initiative, because after Rook B7, King A8, Black's king is running away and White's construction is falling apart. So he had to take on E8, which is, of course, good news for Vincent and all the German fans. Rook takes E8, the position simplifies. And now, after bishop takes D1, we are expecting the bishop from G8 to move probably to D5.
Or C3, as Levon pointed out, that it's an option.
But somehow bishop D5 and rook E5, and then keeping this pawn majority, who knows, maybe you want to play B5, B4, and because White will anyway pick up the pawn and start pushing the pawn. And how do we stop it? Going for counterplay against White's king, yeah? That's why I would love to keep the structure.
He went for bishop D5, of course. But White has a passed pawn, an H passed pawn, so I'm pretty sure H4 will be on the board, which is already...
Yes.
There's the only chance White has to push the pawn. At the same time, Black is extremely stable. And we'll play B5, B4, right? Or
I'm
is he
actually
going
not
to-
sure that Black is winning. I think it should be around draw.
Yeah.
Black is better, but
I think Black would be also very happy just to liquidate, yeah? That you
But
can call
if-
the arbiter and...
if we were playing a game, not counting the last game, I'm sure that Black would be trying to win this one, no?
Okay, Black played the move Rook E1. He's inviting King D2. He will play Rook H1, so that he will
I
have
think
all
he
this.
just wants to give checks on the
Just
H5.
a draw, yeah? Just wants to
H5
make a
and
draw.
then check, check, check.
Yes.
Chase the king.
And also B5, B4 is coming too fast. Yeah, there are so many possibilities. The bishop on D1 is too passive. We did see Magnus actually beating Fabiano last year with this H pawn with Rook Bishop construction, but there Black had no counterplay and he couldn't stop the H pawn.
And the pawn was on H7 or H6. already.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it seems like we are not going to see a playoff.
At
for
least
the
not between
final
those
match.
two.
Well, in none of the matches, right?
Could be.
Yes.
So what is White doing after check? Because King C3, Rook H3, yeah? King B4, I don't believe in.
Well, okay, King E3 or something. Check King
Rook
E3.
B2.
You want to give this pawn, huh?
No, I don't want to give anything.
will take
but
it.
Yeah, and then you are going back Rook H2 and see.
And thank you very
okay.
much. Yeah, I think this check kind of settles the game.
But also you are not going anywhere. I can just push now B5. Why not B5, B4 at all?
I like the check because it's forcing.
Yeah, it's forcing.
Forcing.
Yes.
No?
What can you do?
No, but I also feel that with B5, B4 I'm forcing because the bishop on D1 has nowhere to go. And when you move the bishop, I'm going to give you a check when it hurts. And the C pawn is also queening, yeah?
Check, King C3, Rook H3, King D2. This is going to be the game.
It's going to be the game, yeah? Okay, I'm fine with it. But yeah, of course, Vincent takes his time just double checking that he knows that every single move is good here. I mean, he's choosing between B5 and Rook H2 check. Nicholas, any drama, any options to go wrong here? Still?
I mean, not really. I think giving checks makes a lot of sense.
In the blitz, you of course will play B5 and win the game with B5. Yeah, but since you have time, you will just make a draw with checks.
There was one very interesting moment if we go back to Rook G7. Here, actually, Vincent's only mistake, you could say, was to play castle. There was the move A5, which was even stronger because of the knight D6. You can go king A7, hide like this, and you just get a better version to what happened in the game.
He ruined his
perfect score.
Perfect score, yeah. Terrible.
He's only
terrible mistake for such a strong player to do this. Yeah, it's embarrassing. Almost.
And he played rook h2 check. Yeah, he follows Levon's and Judith's advice. Just make it force. Rook h2 check, king c3, rook h3 check. The only move is king b4, which runs into b6 and some checkmate.
So this is the end of it, most likely, yes?
Yeah.
But then we have to zoom in also on the players, yeah? If this is really about to finish, then...
Let's go close up on the players and have a look. Because these might be the last few moves, and Vincent might become the champion very soon.
Fabiano is thinking, should I lose it and burn all bridges with king e3?
There are no realistic chances.
Yeah, no realistic chances. Yeah. Also, I feel like you somehow respect your opponent that he played such a good game, and then where are you running into a total loss? I understand if it's a few seconds left for the opponent, you try, but against 30 minutes, it just... also, it doesn't do justice to Fabi's tournament, yeah? That why would you throw away just like that? It's logical to settle.
So is he going king c3, king b4?
That's why we need freestyle chess ratings. People will think much less in such situations. They will settle for a draw.
They will settle on the... No, it would be lovely if there would be ratings and everything, yeah?
Yeah.
You can actually go king e3. You're not risking to lose, at least, or with perfect play you shouldn't, but...
Oh, okay. Oh, the way
but
White
you are also not playing for a win, yeah?
The way White is making draw is saying that in some positions you can go bishop c2, rook c2 and remove the rook.
Yeah, but it's horrible that this is not losing. It's a miracle, yeah? No, Fabi will repeat.
No, this is also not a winning try, for sure not.
Yeah. And you, with black, after taking and rook h2, you can always go for c3.
Yes. Yeah, Vincent is looking at Fabi like, you really thinking about going king e3? Is really that an option? No, I don't think so.
Look at Caruana's heart rate. I've never seen him so low, like right now.
Yeah, he has settled with the result, with the outcome of the match.
Like it, yes.
And now we are witnessing some historical journey for Vincent.
What a tournament. What a performance.
And very deservedly. I believe that
the
way he played,
not a single playoff.
From round to round, from game to game, he proved it and showed it the diversity of his chess knowledge and nerves and stability.
He was just better in every match, and he played against the #1 player in the world, the #3 player in the world, and
Alireza, yes, who is one of the very best. As well.
Just absolutely stunning performance, and also this game navigating the opening phase, which was so difficult.
With 99.5 accuracy until move 14 or so. So we see king c3, rook h3, where Fabi is going.
He's going back to d2, yeah.
Admitting that this was the journey for him in the tournament and agrees for second place and take the $140,000.
I would agree also.
It's tough for Fabi because, I mean, last year he was also in the finals and he lost against Magnus. And it seems the story is continuing or is repeating itself in a way this year.
Which is very positive. I mean, he's one of the best.
Yeah, 2 times in the final in this tournament.
Great, but if you get so close, you of course want to win it, right? Well, he'll have more chances in the tour, for sure.
That's what they say, right? That in sport, the most unhappy person is the number 2. Because you feel that you had the chance. You were there fighting for the victory and the trophy. And
well, being number 2 for 3 years, I can accept. Testify.
And of course, this Weissenhaus Grand Slam event is only the first leg of the series, and the next one is going to be Paris. After that, in New York, in India, in New Delhi, and the last one and the final one will be
in Cape Town, in South Africa.
Cape Town, where you can double the points. So there are going to be chances for everyone who is not around the first place, because they can collect the double point. But let's see if Fabiano will say enough is enough, and by agreeing to a draw, gives the first place to the young.
Yeah, actually, if it's a draw, I really, in my heart, so much have this feeling just to run to the tournament hall, hug Vincent, and say
We allow you to do that.
how proud I am. What a
We
performance.
force you to do
No,
it.
but the problem is that I don't want to disturb the other players because they are playing. Yeah, this is the problem. If it would be the last game, then yes, but
It would be great if we would
Yes.
show and we would go on with commentary. The moment of the trainer and the student.
I would be very happy. I mean, if it would be possible, but
We should make it possible.
Nicholas, can you just check for yourself that how are the other positions? That would I disturb anyone? Is somebody in a very crazy situation?
I mean, Magnus is almost winning. Firouzja is completely winning.
And
that's it, because Hikaru already won, yeah?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's the handshake. Yeah, the players are discussing.
That's it.
Congrats, Peter. Congrats.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, bravo, Vincent. Amazing.
Congratulations for Vincent and here to the coach. So
Then I'm running.
yeah, Peter is running, and let's see the moment of truth.
So I will leave as well.
Thank you,
very much,
Levon.
Levon.
Thank you very much.
It was a
Thank
great
you.
pleasure to have you here
I will run to the
and
studio.
commentate
run
with
to
you
the playing
and
hall.
follow your games before that.
Thank you.
And see you next
Ich
time.
laufe zu die Spielhalle. Vincent, gratulieren, hat gewonnen.
Nicholas, what do you think about this match? What was the journey of Vincent? What a crazy moment.
I'm just really happy for Vincent because, he's been one of the top players and top junior players for a while, but everybody, was always talking about, obviously they were talking about Gukesh and Erigaisi, Bragdananda, Abdusattorov, who are all just absolutely amazing players and players of his generation. Vincent was always, he's also there, but he's not quite there yet. And today, he really arrived in the absolute elite, winning this tournament, which is one of the strongest tournaments of all time, beating Firouzja, Carlsen. I mean, I think you can count on one hand how many times Carlsen has lost any kind of match against anybody in any time control, and then beating Caruana in this final with such convincing, powerful play. I'm just stunned, and I think we can say with confidence the future of this young man is very bright, and he is the first
Grand Slam chess. And he's smiling, he's happy, deservedly. So we see some shots from today.
Well, the only shot I want to see is Peter hugging Vincent.
Yeah, we'll go back hopefully to the location. After the game, we see Vincent. Where they had all the drinks and snacks in between the games or during the game where they could go. I think Vincent was taking off the heart rate, monitoring rest, and how calm he is. He's just 19 years old, I believe, and he's taking the victory in a calm manner. And what a performance he did. He warmed up in the qualifiers portion. He played 5 games in the first day. The challenge for the 4 games was next day. And then he qualified. Of course, the players had to go to the media day. There are a lot of interviews before the event. They had to cooperate with the media, with the filmmakers, with everybody here in Weissenhaus, always being ready to cooperate, disconnect from the focus, then reconnect and play the best they can. And we see Vincent giving his first interview, I believe, for the Norwegian TV. I still hope that we can get back and see Vincent there and sharing with us the first moments after becoming the champion of the first Grand Slam event here in Weissenhaus. What a performance, what a play, what kind of victories. And he did it so convincingly that he won his matches out of the 2 classical portion of the games in a calm, very convincing, very focused, concentrated manner. I was fortunate to be some of the nights together with him having dinner. He was just so calm, take it easy, focusing, being concentrated, and take one by one all the challenges. I hope that maybe he can also join us in the studio and share his impressions of the tournament. But of course, this event is the highlight of his career so far, I can say. But I'm pretty sure we are going to see him in a much more classical portion of events in freestyle, and so that he can show his great qualities as a sport person, as a person who plays in fair play manners, who is very well prepared, who is extremely passionate about the game, and show his best he can. And indeed, what Nicholas was highlighting, that he was really doing it in such a convincing way. And indeed, to beat Magnus Carlsen out of 2 games the way he did here, it shows his skills, his understanding, his being so much prepared for such an event and to play very interesting and tough matches and pose problems to the best players in the world. And of course, the match what he performed now in the finals, it was also amazing to watch, and extremely amazing to watch the way he played today, because he played energetically in crucial moments. He made exceptionally interesting and sharp moves, which is not easy to make when basically the draw is enough for you. So, and it was also amazing to see that after move 14, his accuracy of play was 99.5, which was quite amazing. So, Peter, you're back.
I'm back.
Could you hug Vincent? Say congratulations to him.
Well,
Look in his eyes.
There was so much surrounding there, but yeah, I ran to the stage. They were still discussing with Fabi the game. Actually, I had more chance afterwards than outside out of the playing hall to talk with Fabi. And I also congratulated him on this fantastic performance. He was shocked, like, what did I miss? Was there a chance? And I told him, you know, you tried everything, and the guy played 99.5 accuracy, and he was also like, yeah, I couldn't see. I was bringing everything to the game, and it was not enough.
Well, it can happen, and I'm so fortunate that I was part of the journey here to see it escalating to this point and see it unfolded this way from minute to minute, and commentating it with you. Peter, Nicholas, the Levon joined us, so it was quite a journey. And we're going to see, of course, a lot of interesting battles in the upcoming Grand Slam series. But of course, let's see, still the fight goes on between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov. What is going to be in this position, Nicholas?
Yes, it is the last remaining game of the tournament. potentially, because Sindarov needs to win this position to force a tiebreak, which seems quite unlikely. Magnus only needs a draw to win the fight for the third place. And actually, if we just go back one move, there was a interesting idea here to go e7, luring the queen to take the pawn on e7, and then white could even take the pawn on a3. Now the knight is pinned on c5 and attacked by the bishop, and here black really does not have any resources. If rook f2 check, then white can either step back or just even allow a trade of rooks, because it does not help black, since afterwards the knight is still pinned and will be lost. So the most logical move would be to go rook c8. But now if the bishop takes c5, if queen takes c5, white is very happy to trade into his endgame, because he's up a pawn, and this is just a completely winning rook endgame with a pawn on c4. And if the rook takes on c5, well, then I believe white could just play rook b5, for example, again exploring this pin, forcing a rook endgame and also just winning. So this was an easier path for Magnus, who took on c5. This was the second best move, but after queen takes c5, at least the queen is active, and you have some hopes connect to rook f2. So some work still to do. I mean, there's many winning moves here, but you have to calculate. It's not quite over yet, Judith.
Yeah, actually, it seems like previously Magnus had a more convincing winning position for my eye. At the same time, probably really with accurate calculations, it is still winning. The e6 pawn is there. The e5 pawn is very much a weakness. So can white go rook b5 and win the game?
Rook b5 allowing check, for example, queen f2 or rook f2.
Probably that's not an option, because that would be a blunder for white, right?
Well, I don't know yet, because you can play king b3, but rook b2. Okay, depends with which piece I'm giving the check. Yeah. Yes, but I was actually surprised that why did Magnus go for it? I'm a little bit confused. I'm trying to think of a move. I did see when, because I turned towards Nicholas when he was showing the line, and computer's main move is rook d1. How obvious? Yes, okay, we understand that. Okay, it will be very nice because we can always block the rook f2 check with rook d2. It makes perfect sense. But if you haven't seen it from a computer, then usually for your eyes, how natural is this move rook d1?
Not at all.
Not at all, exactly.
I mean, especially the position what was before. I mean, I would be kind of disappointed unless I'm planning to play rook d1. I know that actually it's completely winning and it's easy, but it doesn't come naturally at all.
No, not at all. And I'm even still a little like, what is the idea after rook d1, rook f2 check, for example, we play rook d2 because draw is enough for us, or do we play king a1?
No way.
Maybe we play king a1, yes.
King a1.
Just like this. But then what really changed with the rook on d1 compared to rook on b1? I'm trying to humanly grasp the difference.
Well, I'm not even sure that rook d5 is a threat right now, is it?
Yes.
And he's going to make rook d1.
He will make it, yeah.
Magnus has figured out the subtle differences between a rook on b1 and d1.
And he's not thinking, he has the time.
He has kind of 18 minutes, yeah. Looking away from the board, and he plays rook b5. Okay.
b5.
It's the most natural human move. You highlighted rook b5. Before, when I looked at the position, also I thought like, okay, rook b5 is the first move that you calculate, yeah?
So what happens on queen f2, king a1?
For example. Okay, rook f2 check. Yeah.
He's smiling.
He's smiling, and the arbiter steps in. Maybe the arbiter will say, wait a second, but it was rook on f1 first. But this is very unfortunate. Come on, Magnus says, no, leave him.
What?
What a sportsman, because he threw the rook, and the arbiter says that I saw that it was on f1 first.
Oh, he threw too far?
Yeah, he threw too far.
And he already let it go?
And Magnus is fighting with the arbiter for Sindarov to win, and he plays rook king a1. What a sportsmanship!
Rook on f2, yes.
I'm loving this. Okay, rook f1 check.
I did not see. Did you see it?
Yes, it was on the camera. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it was on f1 first.
Yes, it was on the f1. Yeah.
Because he just too energetically made the move, or
yeah.
Oh my God! Imagine this would be
decisive
in the final.
The game, yes. Or change something here.
But actually, now Magnus is bringing back the rook to b1.
Really?
Yeah, he was moving towards the rook.
Well, he could also play king a2, I suppose, but he doesn't want to draw.
He doesn't want to draw. He was a gentleman fighting for Sindarov, but he wants to continue the game. He doesn't just want to seal the match. What a sportsman.
He's not sure now, because actually after king a2, it's a forced draw.
Of course.
Queen f2 is impossible because of king a3.
Yes.
No further talks.
So king a2, rook f2.
King a2 is a draw, right? If rook b1, of course it's white who is playing for a win, but...
Well, if...
Takes, king g7.
And Magnus is Magnus. He goes rook b1. Signaling to his opponent that, yes, I'm fighting for you, but I'm also ready to... Yes, I still want to fight this game.
And I guess you bring the rook back to f8, because otherwise rook b8 is there, and you don't want to trade rooks, I suppose.
Actually, it's very funny. It seems like, okay, Sindarov goes back rook f8. It means that I'm fighting for a draw, even though I'm losing the match. But I know that Magnus will fight for a win. He makes the job for me that the game is going on.
Yes, but I think we should also talk about this, because this is so stunning and so nice to see, and maybe for us it's natural, but for many people who are often thinking what I'm playing a game to win, yeah, and then here is the chance the arbiter comes and the arbiter shows that, actually the rook is on f1, and Magnus could have just written on his score sheet, rook f1, 1-0, thank you very much, game is over, and celebrate. No, it is not about you have to win with fair measures, yeah, play a game, it's a good game to honor the game, to honor the opponent, honor yourself, and basically by respecting the game, respecting yourself, this is the way how actually everybody should be treating the game.
You know, I fully agree with you, but in the meantime, I'm calculating, and I just realized if the black king would be on g8, black is winning.
Wow. Why is that?
Queen d4. Queen d4. Rook
wow.
d1 takes, and you go e takes d4, c5, and black wins with the check.
Yes, wow. Yeah, takes.
Rook b1
takes. e4, and because the e7 pawn or the e6 pawn can be guarded with the king, suddenly black's pawns are more advanced, so white pushes c5, black pushes d3.
Then we can even show it if you just play king g8 now and h5.
Yes, exactly.
And then we can show the...
Yes.
Let's just show this, that all of a sudden, black plays the move queen d4.
Yeah.
Takes, e4, so now e7 is bad by king f7, so white pushes c5, black pushes d3, come on, c6, d2, king c2 has to be played, then black plays a2, and after c7, black first queens the pawn, white has to capture it, and then the other pawn queens with check and wins the game. So such small nuance, and then sportsmanship here or there, it would backfire horribly. Then people will no, take the point. Yeah, that's the lesson of the game, take the point. But no, the situation is different. Wow, beautiful, Judith, that you highlighted this wonderful line.
Just to show in the current position it doesn't work because the e-pawn would just queen.
Exactly. And just put this on the board.
Yeah, small details.
Small, minor details, yes. e7, and now there is no way to stop the white pawn from queening.
But I'm wondering if we can maybe get a replay of that moment from our production team where the rook went too far to f1 when it should have gone to f2. We'll see if we can bring this up at some point.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Quite an unusual moment. It's not something that happens very often where players put a piece on the wrong square.
No, because he did not put it. He threw the rook stylishly and he...
Sliding.
Yeah, sliding. Yeah, that's...
No, you're sliding down.
Exactly.
To do that.
He wanted to be super precise, yeah, and the rook went one step too far.
Too
Yes.
strong of a slide, yes. Yeah, maybe we can see that at some point, but now we have the current position, and you either trade or you go back to f8, right?
Yeah, I think you probably go back to f8, because if you take on b1, one thing I noticed, I'm pretty sure everybody knows it, that Magnus is not only the best endgame player in the world, but his queen endgame mastery is second to none. It's just amazing what he was producing. I have had the honor of commentating the Magnus Tour, and they are also in rapid time control, often with 1 minute on the clock. He had the perfect vision to how to win queen endgame switch. For human eye, looked like, okay, this is very drawish. Yeah, it was stunning. So don't trade the rooks against Magnus here.
Well, at the same time, this position may be not fun if you have the rooks either. But let's say if I take the rook on b1, and after king b1 I go king g7, so just in case get the king as close as possible to that dangerous pass pawn on e6. What happens?
King a2 would be natural, right?
King f6.
Yeah, king f6.
Is the sure move to play queen f3 and queen f5, or what is white doing? Is it really winning, or it's a draw which Magnus will win?
Yes. Well, maybe queen d3 is a good move. I can play queen d3 here. This is nice.
So it's a nice prophylactical idea. So king e6 is not possible to queen d5 check.
Yes.
And queen f2, king a3, queen h4 is not possible to queen d8, winning the queen. Queen d3 is a very powerful move, but what about queen d4?
Again, the same motive. Then I can take already.
You take and take the a3 pawn, and
just in time to...
somehow you have too much pawns.
What about queen b4?
Then maybe I can already go for this queen f3, queen f5, queen f6, queen. Can I collect it with a check or not? If
well,
not,
I
then
can
not.
give you the pawn h7 as long as I checkmate you.
No, I wanted to take on e5 with a check, yes, but
yes.
This probably I will not get. Yeah, I cannot get
Why not?
this.
No, you can.
Do.
Because I
can?
cannot go to d6.
Yeah, you cannot. Okay, let's put it on the board. Yeah, so what we are discussing that here maybe I can play the move queen f3 check and king e6, queen f5 check. The good news is that king d6 runs into queen f8, winning the queen. And if black has to fall back to e7, then queen takes e5 check. Not only we collect the pawn, but we are also protecting back on b2. Then we'll be able to play queen d4 and start pushing the e pawn. It looks very promising.
Even queen b5 can be considered also a nice square for the queen. Okay, so let's go back and see what happens if black is not capturing the b1. But what should black do?
Yeah, then rook f8. Go back all the way. And he does it.
Back.
Never go for a queen endgame against Magnus unless you are sure it's perpetual on the spot.
Also, with the rook still on the board, you keep like this very slim chance that somehow, somewhere you can get some ideas against the white king and maybe still win. So it makes sense.
Can white decide to go rook d1 now? Though I'm not sure it's such a smart thing for Magnus to move on. I mean, what's the real point, right? I understand that he loves playing chess, but at this point, Maybe it's also an idea to make a draw and after that analyze it, whether it was winning or not.
But Gary was the same, right?
Yeah.
That he also was maximalist when he was leading the tournament with +4, +5 in Linares in 2001. You remember when all of us shared second place on -1? Gary ran away with the tournament and kept on winning I think he tortured Grandan Grishchuk in some endgame in 60 or 70 moves in the last round. In this B45 Sicilian anti-Sveshnikov. I somehow have it in my mind. Yeah, Gary was merciless.
When we were 6 players.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, 6 players. Yeah, second to 6th place. We shared. And Gary was running away with the tournament. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So what will be Magnus's decision? Should he go rook b5 and decide on making a draw, collecting the winning in this match and being third?
Let me update the board. Yeah, so...
And of course, in the tour, there are Grand Slam points.
Exactly. Let's talk about the points. Judith, you know everything. Please share with us.
Vincent, by winning this event, collects the maximum of 25 points. Fabiano will have 18 points. It's clear. And now this game is running for 15 points for number 3, and number 4 is going to receive 12 points. And then number 5 gets 10, and then it goes all the way down.
So basically this is Hikaru, yeah? So Hikaru got 10 points.
10.
Then Abdusattorov has 8 points. And Alireza, by winning against Gukesh, then he got the 7th place. He got 6 points, and 4 points goes to Gukesh, and 2 points for Levon, and 1 point for Fedosiev.
Exactly.
Okay. Now we have the overview. Judith knows everything, guys.
Well, the Grand Slam points are very important. There are 4 more to come. Exciting series.
Well, in fact, now that they added the Open tournament, there are also points that can be won there. And I think it's the same count as in these Grand Slams as well.
Maybe we can show just this small appetizer for the Grand Cat tournament for our viewers, because maybe some other players, amateurs, have also an idea to go and try out the freestyle chess, and you can collect the $60,000 first prize.
Or 60,000 euro first prize, probably.
Plus, the first 10 players will get Grand Slam points as well.
Yeah. And the first player qualifies for the New York leg.
Let's see if we can get that video so we can invite people to go and join the Grand Slam Open.
And already 450 people signed up, I heard.
Yeah, just in 24 hours. And I also told to Sven, the main organizer, that I believe that none of the 2,700 plus guys will miss that event, because this is a golden opportunity for everyone. It might be the strongest open tournament ever.
Let's see. Let's see on a video. We get back to this afterwards. H5, what is behind Magnus's move. But let's see the video about the Grand Slam Open.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Grand Slam Open in April 17 to 21. Very tough tournament, but it's a very exciting one too. 5 days, 9 rounds in classical, time control. You can also mix that you start out with the classical chess games and after that you switch to the freestyle event. Nicholas, what are your plans regarding in the Open? Are you looking forward to compete there and challenge yourself and others?
I mean, can we talk about how amazing this teaser was? I'm like, where can I sign up immediately? You know, you see this, it's just like, it's a chess festival. Everybody's coming together and now you have the option. You can play classical chess, you can play, I mean, the standard chess, you can play freestyle chess. You can do it both if you want. You can start out in the standard chess and then switch over. Up to 5 rounds can be played first in the one section and then in the other. And honestly, I'm definitely considering to play. This is the first time ever you can play in a freestyle chess open with a long time control, and to have the chance to play against players like Magnus, Vincent, and like Peter said, many other top players who are going to sign up and just have fun, not have to worry about preparation. You can be creative from the first move and just enjoy this beautiful game. I'm strongly considering to sign up to that. How about you guys?
Well, I retired 10 years ago, and I'm not
in standard chess you retired.
Exactly.
This is freestyle.
And in freestyle, I didn't even start it yet. You never know with me when I will show up, but I'm not planning this spring. It will be too early, I think. What about you, Peter? Are you considering to play or more you prefer commentating?
Well, I have an open invitation from Mr. Sven Lopez for both jobs. If I want to play, then I can play. If I want to commentate, I can commentate. My wife has a very clear preference. She says, yes, just do the commentary, She knows exactly how crazy I get when I start playing and all the tension, everything is heating up. But really, it's so nice, and this harmony, because what I don't like when people are feeling that there is some threat that freestyle chess is against classical chess. So like here it goes hand in hand, Everybody has the chance, the choice, whatever he prefers. I'm pretty sure that all the 2,700 plus guys will be signing up, will be battling it out, because you get this golden opportunity to qualify to play this event with the classical time control. We have heard Levon, he said, whoever organizes freestyle chess tournament should know my number. Just call me and I'm signing up. It will be a wonderful event. I'm also getting extremely emotional because Vincent's journey started at the Grand Slam tournament 2018 as a 13-year-old 99 seed, winning that open tournament with 8 out of 9. That was a complete sensation. We even had I remember that this closing ceremony when Korobov and Shirov and all these guys were on the stage and they were half a point behind Vincent. They were looking down at really this boy, and there was a sign, I think it was 15,000 euro first prize back then, plus the qualification for the classical tournament, that really this boy outperformed us. What happened here? That was sensational. And now we are coming back to this event with freestyle chess. Last year already 2,600 participants. I was asking Sven that, what do you think? Do you have enough capacity for 3,000 people? Because I'm expecting record number of players coming up.
Yeah. I also asked this question from him, and he said probably maybe 3,500 may fit into the room. But I also, when I saw also the prize found and the flexibility that you can mix your tournament playing the classical way of chess or the freestyle, I also had the first impression there will be a lot of people signing up, trying to get all the benefits what chess can offer in different forms there. But what actually we are having on the board, h5 was played, and then king g7. Now the white rook is again on the 7th rank. What is going on?
Yeah.
Can I go back to h8 or?
Yeah, very interesting. I just looked out to see the clock situation. Yeah, so 11 minutes for Sindarov, 12 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. Where do you want to hide that king? Is this king safer on h8, or do you want to use the chance of maybe trying to run out with the king, hide it there? But I understand both moves are very shaky. Any preferences, Judith?
Well, I don't know. I don't like this check. What happens if king goes to h6? Trying to go out, and then after queen d2 check, rook f4, I would be going.
Yes, I'm only afraid that maybe some e7 intermezzo somewhere, but yeah, first let's see what happens after check with queen d2. Rook f4 is obligatory.
Maybe now you just simply go e7.
Yeah, because the rook is pinned. Yeah, so the rook is now not able to join the attack. So white can probably just push the pawn to e7. Let's just highlight that now queen g1 check. First of all, we can retreat with the rook to b1, but probably can even afford to just move the king up.
That's what I thought, that this is the problem for black king
Yes.
a2.
Exactly. So rook b7, a very unpleasant check because black's last move was king h8 to g7. If now you have to fall back with the king to h8, that means that you are also allowing white maybe to get the pawn to h6, boxing in black's king to the maximum.
But is it possible that after king h8, white goes e7 anyway?
Directly, yeah, to try to finish it off. And how does this line go? e7.
If rook f1, king a2.
Yes, and if rook e8?
h6.
Just like this, yeah? Total box. And it's always the back rank issue. Let's just highlight, yeah, rook takes e7 runs into rook b8 checkmate. That's the box we are talking about. And whenever white's pawn lands on h6, it's game over. So I remember we started the Grancat trailer when h5 happened, and we kind of promised that we will be talking about what was the idea behind h5. Now the idea is clear. Magnus wants to get the pawn all the way to h6, and he seems to be on the right track.
And to restrict the king's possibilities from getting out from the corner. What can black do?
I don't know. Let's ask Nicholas. Any miracle save possible here? We have already seen Sindarov doing miracles in the tournament. Is there a chance still for him?
Not really. You probably have to step back to h8. I mean, you can play king f6. Surprisingly, it doesn't lose on the spot.
I thought queen f3 is killing immediately.
Queen f3, king g5. I know.
Oof.
It's ridiculous that this can even be considered.
And what? Queen g3 check? King h, don't tell me king h6, and this is...
The king is running. The king is on the run.
Nicholas joking with us.
Absolutely.
Well, white is still winning here, but I don't think you want to calculate something like this necessarily, because if you run out of checks somehow and black maybe starts attacking, this could go wrong. But I think after king f6, I mean, I don't expect king f6 to happen anyway, but also e7 makes a good impression again, e7. Maybe this is actually somehow black's best try to confuse a little bit.
Yeah, definitely I will be confused that why is this not checkmate? It's only, am I incapable of delivering checkmate, or what's happening?
Yes, so because if you go back, I mean, you can go h6, you can go e7. This is, where's your play? You just don't have any hopes of this king. I was just wondering if this queen trade helps. No, it does not help at all. E5, E6, and then rook D7, rook D8 is
yeah,
very
I was
painful.
just about thinking about having the pawn.
That is very sad.
Ooh.
Yeah, total box.
Total box now. Even before it was total box, but now even more total box, yes?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess king f6 would be the best chance, but it's not a very human move to play that you can even... that you don't get checkmated right away. And even then, Magnus, I think, will find a way to win this game. So, no, I think we are in the last few moves here before this game
king
concludes.
f6 will be on the board.
Out of desperation.
Already for the sake of the fun's sake, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's so unbelievable what Nicholas showed us about not getting checkmated so easily after queen f3, king g5, queen g3, king h6.
Yeah, that is a total shocker.
I mean, what is that? That it's not winning. I mean,
it feels like they changed the rules of chess, yeah?
Yeah,
That
they did, but not on this degree.
Yes. What do we have there? And there is the handshake. Yeah, enough is enough. Wonderful win by Magnus, winning the match 2-0. Showing incredible sportsmanship there, taking back the move for Sindarov. and then mercilessly, with extreme precision, goes on to win.
This is so typical by Magnus. He has to make only a draw to win the match, but he plays the game, and if he sees and experiences and feels that the position is much better and he should be winning, he's not compromising to make a draw, but he goes all the way and he wants to win the game until the very last moment. Even at the very end, probably he got already a little bit tired and he could say that, okay, let's go perpetuate check and move on, and I take my score, but he did not.
Maybe he knows something that we don't, that there will be some freestyle chess rating soon. And then all the games will be calculated, so he wants to cash in.
No, he just likes to win, I think.
Of course.
And that's it. That was the last game.
That was the last game.
And
actually, maybe if we will have a little chance then to see the finish of the Gukesh Alireza game, because it looked like there were some mating patterns just very quickly. What do you think, Niklas?
This is the shortest day so far, honestly. We have plenty of time. We can look at all the critical moments in games. There's absolutely no rush. Surprisingly, no tie breaks today. All the matches were decided. And we just saw Magnus winning his match for the third place. We saw, of course, Vincent Keymer becoming the Grand Slam champion here in Germany, Weissenhaus, Germany. And we saw Nakamura winning convincingly against Abdusattorov, and Firouzja winning against Gukesh. So no tiebreaks today, Jude. Quite a surprise.
Incredible. I was already prepared for being here again for like 8 hours, like we did the day before when Fabiano won and got into the final. We see some pictures. The last game finished, which was Magnus's game against Sindarov. And we see Magnus being kind of happy, but more of tired. Magnus, we see, I believe. And, well, we are getting to the end. No more chess, no more games, no more action. But let's see the brackets, the final result of this amazing journey, what we witnessed in the last 8 days. So this is what you see. What are the final results? We see Fedosayev played the match for 9th and 10th place with Aronian. Aronian took the 9th place. He took 2 points in the Grand Slam points. Then we have the match between Alireza and Gukesh. Gukesh, the world champion, did not have a good event in this time, but we are going to see him again in Paris. He lost 1.5 to half. He takes place number 8. Alireza number 7. Then we had seen Nakamura playing very convincingly his last match today and yesterday, also against Abdusattorov. He won a convincing 2-0. He took the 5th. And then we've seen the match between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov just now finished. So Magnus is number 3 and Sindarov is number 4, who is taking 12 points with him. And of course, the big cash money also. And the finalists, what a performance by Keymer against Caruana. And actually, Vincent showed during the whole tournament. He won 1.5 half with an incredible performance, incredible play. The way the style he did, the calmness he played, this whole journey, an incredible tournament we had. And maybe it's time for us, Niklas, to show the move of the day. Probably we would pick something from the big game of today between Fabiano playing with the white pieces versus Vincent, because it was a 99.5 point accuracy by Vincent up to move 14, which was unbelievable. We had Levon Aronian with us, and it was very enjoyable to figure out all the ins and outs. So can you share what was the crucial moment of this game?
I think the crucial moment and a very important move was right here when Caruana just played e4. He wants to get his piece into a game. He has very impressive pawn chain in the center. This pawn is strong, and white is ready to develop a lot of dynamic play. And this was a perfect moment for Caruana to go g5, undermine this pawn chain. And from this moment onward, white was not really able to pose many more problems. After a few more precise moves, Keymer ended up in an endgame where he was never really in danger and then got the draw he needed to win the final. So g5, just perfect awareness, undermining the pawn chain, and a brilliant starting phase for Vincent Keymer, who took his time but played just perfectly the opening stage. And that, of course, was the setup for him to get the result he needed and win against Caruana in convincing fashion. So powerful play by Vincent once again in the opening phase, and it really paid off, I think, what you told him, Peter, that he should really take his time, because we saw when Vincent took his time, he got good positions out of the opening, also against Carlsen with the black pieces, and especially also with the white pieces. He was putting pressure on the players, and also against Firouzja. I mean, he really took his time, and it made such a big difference. And now that we've been talking about the star of the day, the star of the tournament, he's actually here with us. Perfect timing. Vincent, please join us when you're
and
ready.
Vincent steps in, and we got business. He's just stepping from the backstage. Congratulations. Great job. Yeah, we see you now.
Vincent.
Congratulations.
Yes, we were just talking about the move of the day here, g5, which was such an important move. But well, let's maybe start with how are you feeling? You just won the tournament. It's the biggest success in your career. You won against Firouzja. Carlsen, Caruana is just incredible. How are you feeling?
Yeah, amazing. I still think that it hasn't really settled in that I won the whole event. But yeah, that will take a little more time. But of course, I'm really, really happy. Also with the game itself, I think it was quite high level. And yeah, also I'm very happy that I didn't need to go to a tie break, because that would have certainly been nerve-wracking. But yeah, just great.
I think Peter is also happy about that we didn't see a tie break. Yes, as you said, very high level, and you spent 20 minutes on the first move, and that was time, I think, really well spent, because the other players after d4, they got in trouble. Sindarov, Abdusattorov, they opted for something with e5, but okay, they also had a bit of a different situation. They had to win with the black pieces. You just needed a draw, but take us through here. You also went to a confessional booth. What was your thinking after d4?
Yeah, so
this pawn,
like the longer I thought about it, the worse it got. That was kind of the first problem. Like when seeing it the very first second, I thought, okay, it's okay. I mean, we don't have any huge weaknesses, no way to attack anything immediately. It's not one of the worst positions we can have. And then we started discussing, and we got to the move d4, and then whatever we analyzed, there was always something a little wrong with what we found.
Right.
And then already it was kind of time was over. Fabi, of course, played d4. And then I sat there and I started going through the moves we had checked. So d6, f6, d5, f5, and so on. And I liked none of them. And yeah, I was really thinking that, okay, I have to find a kind of at least decent option, because otherwise I'll just be much worse. Like I think you, as black, you seriously run the risk of being much worse and also getting in a very difficult position, because if things get worse, you will not have easy play as well. So that's something I was really, really trying to avoid, and that's why I spent so much time.
And eventually settled on the move f5, which is the best move in the position. Now, Caruana was also putting the pressure on playing quite fast here in the opening moves, knight hg3.
Yeah, it's very natural. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of forcing me to play d5 and then just pushing f3, e4. Yeah.
And now e5, before white is ready to strike, you strike first.
Yeah, so when I played f5, like also we identified as a problem that, yeah, knight g3, d5, f3 will come. So already when playing f5, I was certain that my idea is to go e5, d, knight g6 here.
All right, and maybe take us through here. What didn't you like about rook takes e5?
Nothing in particular, but alone that after bishop d4, I have to go rook e7 is...
It looks weird. Yeah. It looks awkward. Understand.
No, but also e4, like everything was kind of, I don't know, the rook on e5 will get a hit at some moment, I will lose tempi. And yeah, I actually kind of liked knight g6 hand here. So
sorry to interrupt, but at this point you were thinking a little bit. So you did not have the idea that instantly you go knight g6.
Yeah, the thing is I actually wanted to. And then I saw that actually rook takes e5 is not as stupid as I had thought it to be. And that's why I then started thinking about rook e5 before. It wasn't even an option to me. So the time I spent here was not to calculate knight g6, but to calculate rook e5.
So knight g6, which is a great move, actually.
Yeah, I would like just to add that, of course, g5 was the move of the day, but somehow deep inside me, I feel like knight h6, this concept that before the start of the game, like you said, you were thinking for 20 minutes after d4, you were thinking about this and you came up with this knight hg6 idea. You deserve to win the game. Yeah, I mean, to win the match, because it's such a fantastic, and it also caught Fabi by complete surprise.
Yeah, I think that was mainly the main advantage, because when I look at engine evaluation, it doesn't look
if the
so
engine
great,
goes deeper into it, it takes some time. Actually, it's 0.20.
Well, actually, c4, it seemed amazing. Like,
yes.
I've completely forgot about this resource. It didn't even occur to me. Like, I was thinking about other moves instead of f4, like knight h5 and so on. And yeah, here in general, I thought he will play e3, because this is also like a very complex structure, and I'm not entirely sure whether this is good for me, but also it didn't seem too bad. So yeah, but of course, knight e2 is something I somehow completely missed. I don't know why. But
yeah, apparently this is how white should play, and maybe a slight advantage. It's definitely a full game.
But at least here I can play. I mean, even if I'm worse compared to the other positions that I could have gotten out of the opening, here I'm able to play even if I'm worse.
I would just like to add that then outside of the playing hall, I talked to Fabi and I discussed this position, because I thought he said that what, and I said that, yeah, computer actually told that knight d2, knight take g2, rook f1 is slightly bent. He was also surprised that really is this advantage, and I said, I understand you, because the e6 square is there for black. You can never be sure that this is something for white, and if it's nothing, then you look ridiculous. Yeah, so c4 was a brilliant idea.
Brilliant idea, but maybe in the end, the critical moment, because from here on, it didn't feel like there was. I mean, you just found all the right moves now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, DC was kind of important, at least for me.
Because if knight takes g2,
yeah, bishop
then
a4,
bishop
it's
a4,
complete madness.
And now c6 and rook d1.
Yeah, but also cd and dc, yeah, is like humanly kind of.
Yeah, this is also a move we looked at. cd knight e1, d takes c6. It's just very, very messy.
Yeah, I mean, already it feels wrong. Like, if I see, of course, if I have to go for it, I will. But if I see I have the option of going dc and things are kind of under control, then I will.
Yes, e4. Did you see this move from afar as well?
I mean, I was thinking about it mostly with bishop on d1.
Immediately,
but anyway, my idea has been to play g5 myself against pretty much everything. So because I thought that if he ever gets his knight to e3 under good circumstances, I'm kind of crushed.
Absolutely.
So playing g5 and forcing e3 was kind of very important for me anyway. And so, of course, I've been always relying on g5, because otherwise I think I'm just strategically busted.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, now we looked at different options. He went for knight takes f5, which is best, sacrificing the pawn.
Yeah.
It is sad. I mean, he's gaining some tempi, but now after queen f7, you're in time to play castle and get your
also
piece
his problem is that he has no way to play for anything long term. So the immediate lines just don't work out for him, and long term there's nothing to play for. So it's incredibly difficult for him to keep these winning chances alive.
Knight g3 and now knight g6.
Yeah, I think bishop g5 is the move he really despised playing.
But he also didn't want to lose.
But there's just no other way. Yeah.
He's just not getting any play. Yeah, if you go knight e4 or something like that, if he goes knight e4, then you take. And there's just no follow-up for white. Yeah, we were looking at this position. We tried a few moves, and then we just stopped. We don't find any idea. And then eventually we turn the computer on. Computer says bishop takes g5. Levon said, okay, there's no chance he will go bishop takes g5 because he cannot win this endgame. And then Fabi went for it just out of lack of alternatives. But then he found one more amazing resource. We can get to this moment where he suddenly offered the rook on d1. Did you see that one coming?
Not really. I have to.
Okay.
I mean, when here knight f5, knight d1, I was kind of thinking that he would go knight d6.
Yes, that's
but
also
then
what we
I go
expected.
king c7 and rook g7, king b6, rook b7, king a6 just works out for me.
Yes.
Rook g7, I have to say, caught me by surprise.
Us as well, yeah. But fortunately, it wasn't a very... Okay, this
Yeah,
is
this
just
is
winning, and rook b7, it's also just doesn't work out for white. So he played rook g7, and then... Yeah, a5 is actually
a5,
possible.
king a7.
But
Okay, yeah.
okay, we also didn't see that. Also, you don't need to find anything. You just play
Yeah, I
castle.
mean, I was just...
You give back the exchange, and you're not
thinking
going to
that I
lose.
will not lose this, yeah. This was...
And yeah, the rest was not so difficult to get a draw at least.
Yes.
And you won the match. Just an amazing performance. I mean, also in this match, you didn't really give him a chance.
Yeah, of course, it's incredibly pleasant to win the first game. Yeah, this is otherwise also the pressure is much more on me. This way, I always like in every match I won the first game, and this means going to the second day already with a quite good feeling. So this is a huge advantage, and I think also has been crucial for this success.
Yeah. Wow, guys.
I wanted to ask you. Well, you made an incredible performance, showing very stable play in every part of the game. What do you think, what was the crucial point of this journey in this tournament for you where you felt that, ooh, I'm really in a great form, anything can happen?
Difficult to say. I think, probably winning that first game against Magnus after kind of giving away the advantage, because usually that's the moment he strikes back, and even I will have to be careful to survive that game. But that I managed to still put pressure on him and eventually even win this game, I think this has been kind of a very important moment.
And how are you able to make these decisions in critical moment? Well, of course, every game is critical here.
Yeah.
But we've seen countless moments where you could make a decision very calmly, not to go to the more positional play, if I can say, but to really to go out and make decisions. Today also, for example, to go e5 and then g5. How your nerves are dealing with you? What is your relationship with tension?
Yeah, actually here mostly like as soon as I started the game I was really focused on the game itself, and then only of course when the position kind of cleared up the result and again popped into my head. But I think this is kind of has been also a key that I wasn't really, I mean I was just playing the way I would play in pretty much every case and wasn't really thinking about whether I should draw the game or not, because I think today playing solid was just never an option. I mean, there was no way to play solid without getting an absolutely horrible position. So if I would be kind of afraid to go for anything potentially dangerous, then I will just long-term lose the game, I think.
Well, fantastic performance. I would like to congratulate you. It was a joy to follow, to commentate, to see how it unfolded, and I wish you good luck for the upcoming Grand Slam events.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
So we've just seen Vincent Keymer, the winner of the Grand Slam event, which was quite an amazing journey for me. These 8 days, it was a real joy to commentate next to Peter and Nicholas and to have our guests, because freestyle chess showed its charm. It showed its exciting chess, what it can offer. It showed us all the creativity which it can be offered. And I think it's very important also to highlight that the players themselves, they really enjoy the creativity part of the game, how to handle completely different positions out of the 959 different positions, which they get there just few minutes before the start of the game. And they have to deal with it. They have to get focused and understand the strategies, why this piece is standing here, what to do with it, how to optimize it in the strategy, where the best place it's going to be. But it was a real fantastic journey for me to follow it from move to move and to see how the players' thinking process is going on. What do you think, Peter? How was it for you, this 8 days? first leg of the Grand Slam of freestyle?
Sensational. I enjoyed every second of it, and the very first big thank you goes to you, Judith, for being such a wonderful host, so professional, so good, with so much heart, so much insights and everything. I should also reveal one secret, that when I started playing chess at the age of 7, you were like the role model. That's why I started playing chess. So it was very emotional to be teaming up together, and I really hope that the audience enjoyed our chemistry, our wonderful commentary here. And Nicholas, of course, without you, we would feel already, I talked about this with Judith every breakfast, that somehow together, the three of us, we have the perfect chemistry, that it's so wonderful to be working together. The event was fantastic. Big shout out to the sponsors supporting this event. And as you highlighted, there was a tremendous charm with freestyle chess. We enjoyed it. The players enjoyed it. We have seen fascinating games. And clearly, thanks to Vincent's brilliant performance, I'm super happy. But otherwise, I would have also enjoyed it tremendously.
Nicholas, what can you say to us? How was it for you, this journey of the 8 days of this brilliant chess?
I think overall I would say it was just a lot of fun commentating with two absolute chess legends here on my side, laughing together, having fun, enjoying chess in its, purest form, in a way where it's about creativity and finding ideas and learning together. And where it's not about, who can memorize more moves or who can try to shut down the game first, but just enjoying chess. And I think the last 8 days together, we enjoyed a lot of great chess combinations, positional ideas and strategies, and we had some incredible stories. First it was Sindarov, who made all the headlines, and still he had an amazing tournament. Of course, he will be a bit unhappy how it went in the end. But his story, being a replacement, then playing so well in the round robin, picking Hikaru Nakamura, beating him in the tie breaks, just amazing. And then, of course, Vincent Keymer. He had not the most amazing round robin, but then in the classical section, just absolutely incredible performance, and just makes me so happy for him to see him arrive on the big stage and having the best achievement in his career. So I'm looking very much forward to the next events, and maybe also playing one myself. I definitely feel like, yes, let's get into freestyle chess more now, Judith.
Well, before we are saying goodbye, I would like to show to everybody, and let's see the next stage of the Grand Slam. So let's see the graphics of that. This was the first leg of the Grand Slam of freestyle. We are just about to finish. Soon there is going to be the closing ceremony, which we are going to share with you, those pictures also. But next event is April 8 to 15, is going to be Paris. The Grand K event is going to be right after that, where people can already qualify for the July 17 to 24 New York leg of the Grand Slam. And then it goes all the way to India, the next stage. And the final, the very final, is going to be in a fantastic location in South Africa, Cape Town. So I'm pretty sure a lot of players will be enjoying the whole circle, and some of them will want to qualify and at least be on some of the occasions there. So this was it for our journey with you, our audience. Thank you for watching us with Peter and Nicholas. We were very happy to be here enjoying chess, enjoying and discovering freestyle chess. And we hope that we made you interested about it. And you're going to be watching us again and enjoy chess in any form. Thank you very much. And we are saying goodbye from Weissenhaus, from the Grand Slam first leg of the event. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we did it.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool. Or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
I'm here with Vincent Keymer, who's just beaten Fabiano Caruana in Game 1 of the finals. Vincent, you just keep on winning. How does it feel to get the win in this fashion today?
Yeah, I'm really happy about the game. I think it was quite smooth, at least from the human point of view. And also, I think I was quite happy with the starting position that we got, because it was incredibly dangerous for black.
Magnus talked about him struggling today with the black pieces to, unwind out of the opening. Did you get the same sensation that Fabiano was also struggling with finding the right plans or the right ideas?
Yeah, it seemed that actually he played the first 5-6 moves well, and the resulting position was objectively completely fine for black. But again, from a human point of view, I was really happy with that position, and I also thought it's better for me. Just sometimes engines are too strong for us.
And let's talk about how you navigated the position. It looked like you found some important ideas, for example, this h4 push, in order to bring home your advantage.
Yeah, I would say the good thing is that just in searching for harmony of the pieces and making sure that everything fits together, all the right moves were coming. So I didn't have the feeling that I had any incredibly difficult decisions to make, which is actually very rare, because usually to get the winning position against these top guys, you need to work like absolute crazy. And yeah, I think the position was really just playing itself, kind of.
I've talked about this yesterday already, but I have to repeat. I'm so impressed with how calm you remain. I mean, you beat Magnus Carlsen in a match yesterday. Today you beat Fabi. You're just one draw away from winning this event. How do you think you managed that to just, stay so level-headed?
Yeah, I actually think it's way easier to stay calm when things are going well or when you're winning compared to when things are not going well, because this way I don't need to think about what to change or what I should do. I can just, basically keep doing what I've been doing, and as long as it works out, everything's great.
Today I watched the broadcast a little bit. Levon was joking about your Peter Leko's influence on your play when you played this rook f to b1 instead of taking on f7. How much do you think you've been influenced by your coach?
A lot, for sure. I mean, Peter has been around for so long. Basically, I think we started at the end of 2017 to work together. And he has been there for pretty much my whole professional chess career. So, of course, that's a huge influence. But I don't really think that exactly the move rook fb1 was because of that. Simply, I think it's very fair to say that in general, of course, he has influenced me a lot and also helped me really a lot in improving as a chess player.
Can you talk a little bit about how you work with Peter here? Because there is not that much time right before the games. We start at 1 p.m. He's also a commentator. Is it mostly just discussing things, or what does it look like?
Yeah, here I don't really work that much on chess, like in general. If we see each other at dinner or breakfast, of course we will have a chat or also discuss maybe how to approach the game in general. But I haven't done a single thing of like concrete preparation for this tournament or the matches or the games, which I think is quite different to Fabiano. From what I heard, he played hours of training games with his second, which also seems to have worked out quite well. So I think it's interesting to see that different strategies can also work.
As I mentioned, you're only a draw away now from winning this tournament, which would be huge. It's on your home turf here in Germany, but there's also a big prize fund. First place is $200,000. Do you think of that? And if you won, what would you do with that amount of money?
Yeah, I don't think I would have any special plans. Of course, it's amazing. It would be amazing to win this tournament. Also, would then clearly be the strongest tournament I ever won, and for sure, if not the most important, then one of the really most important moments of my chess career. But I will just try to remain as calm as possible and play good chess, and then the rest should work out.
Speaking of wins for you, you won in 2018 the Grenke Open, which was, I think, the first time, you broke out onto the international scene. First of all, how do you reflect on the memories of that? And second of all, today it was announced this year Grenke will incorporate a freestyle event. So your thoughts on that? Yeah,
it has been a really important moment in my chess career, because basically that's when I started to be more known internationally. I got invitations to very strong and known round-robin tournaments like Wannsee and so on. So I think it's fair to say that this was kind of, in some ways, the start of my professional chess career. And always coming back to Karlsruhe is something I really enjoy, because we are still playing in the same hall, and the memories are just really nice.
Vincent, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on a huge win, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, big news, Magnus. How does it feel to be part of an esport team?
Yeah, it feels really good. Obviously, with the chess being part of the Esports World Cup, I was excited to see that if the esports organizations would be going after chess players, seeing as there are significant prizes for the teams, and I've seen a few chess players been signed already, and I guess now it's my turn.
Congratulations! And as a casual gamer myself, Team Liquid is actually the only team that I had heard of before, so I think that's awesome. It's Team Liquid. So what is your ambitions going into this? What do you want to achieve for Team Liquid?
Well, Team Liquid, as you said, Team Liquid is all about winning, and that's what I intend to do. I think it's fantastic that chess is now part of the Esports World Cup, and it's a big step for us and a big step for a lot of chess players. But my first and foremost goal is to win, of course.
And last year, Team Liquid was second place, right? So I guess that's part of the motivation for them to sign you as well, to take that first place.
Yeah, as I said, I really hope I can help them as much as I can.
So this will be an arena with spectators. It will be the biggest stage for chess so far. How is it different from the chess that you play here at Weissenhaus with freestyle? It's going to be more fast-paced. It's going to be online, I assume.
Yeah, it's going to be rapid chess, no increment. A little bit of a change of pace for sure. But it's really exciting. Like we've experimented a little bit with formats in the CCT finals last year and also the Speed Chess Championship finals. So I think that's where we should be heading with faster chess. And yeah, this is a great step.
And being an esport, then I assume the mouse skills is increasingly more important in this format.
Well, I still think that it's sort of a secondary skill, of course, but yeah, I'll definitely hope.
Practice the.
Like I've made a number of mouse slips actually designing games in the CCT in previous seasons, so that's something I gotta clean up there.
And now we have a team to help you with that. So you will be joined with by another chess player in Team Liquid, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, obviously Fabiano is one of the very best players in the world, and it's great for our team. Only one score counts for the team, so I'm hoping that's going to be mine. But we'll certainly have 2 players competing.
Right. Okay. So, Magnus, do you follow any other esports?
I must admit that, like, I am an avid follower of Twitch and YouTube gaming stuff, but it's like mostly chess. So I'll be certainly looking forward to following things a bit more during the EWC. But for now, I have a lot to learn.
Well, again, congratulations and good luck on Sunday playing the first qualifier for EWC.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly, the CCT events are definitely events of their own, but now, of course, the most important thing is to qualify for the finals.
For sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here with Magnus Carlsen, who just won Game 1 against Javokhir Sindarov. Magnus, congratulations, but the game got off to a shaky start. It wasn't clear how to develop the knights from the king side, and you offered up the pawn on f7, which he didn't take. Was that a relief?
Yeah, it feels like, except for the game against Abdusattorov, like I'm struggling mightily with the black pieces, and I don't know if I'm getting unlucky with some of the positions. Maybe I'm just in my own head, but I couldn't really see what to do. I thought his third move was quite clever. Sort of, just grabbing some space and putting me in a little bit of I wouldn't say Zugzwang, but I was considering like mirroring his move, but I've noticed that even in freestyle, he's generally very, very happy to play Italian types of positions. So he would have gone for bishop c4 and so on. And it felt unpleasant to me being a tempo down. So I went for a very committal choice, locking in my bishop. But I don't think it was a good one. I didn't like it at all. And as you said, the pawn sacrifice, it was a pure bluff, more or less. Like he could have taken the pawn and gotten, honestly, like what he got in the game, just with maybe with one tempo less, but I don't think would have mattered. I think I'm still like I'm much worse. I think in the game, he lost his way a little bit. I think he found it hard to make committal decisions, and eventually, he let me back into the game, and that very bishop that was locked in became the strongest piece on the board.
In the confession booth, you described it, I believe, as the ugly duckling, which became a beautiful swan. Was that the decisive piece?
Yeah, I think so. It was a little bit like some of those Botvinnik variations of the semi-Slav, where black has a pawn mass on the king side and a little bit of an exposed king, but if things work out really well, then really powerful bishops, especially the light squared ones. So I think I still missed a couple of things along the way, but yeah, once I got a bit of a foothold in the game, I felt very good. I felt like he wasn't completely feeling the position, and I don't think he was on top of his game.
That match, of course, is the match for third place, which is also important because third place qualifies to Paris. Let's talk about yesterday's match against Vincent. You suddenly got some chances. Can you tell us a bit about, what happened yesterday and how you felt?
Yeah, normally playing white against Vincent, I'd feel relatively good about creating chances, but it's always a bit more difficult when you have to win on demand. I think he has a very good feeling for the opening, and it's funny that I think already like a move in, I was quite unhappy because I didn't see how to break the symmetry, and there was one pawn sacrifice that I considered, which I thought in the end, well, it's too ridiculous. Like I cannot be that desperate already, and Peter actually mentioned that right after the game, like that pawn sacrifice was actually like good. It was giving like a little bit better for white and quite playable, which was a bit of a shock to me, which shows also how little we understand of these positions sometimes. But anyway, I tried to complicate the position, didn't really succeed. He was certainly better, and as I said, he was playing the opening better. But I managed to fight. I'm really happy about that. But yeah, towards the end, I think both game 1 and game 2, that's really what it came down to, that he was a lot better with the time ticking down, and that is obviously not a great sign, but it is what it is, and it was certainly deserved that he went through. And if you saw his game today as well, like he's playing really well.
Yesterday, long after your own match finished, Fabiano and Javokhir were fighting it out for the second place in the final. I've often heard describe yourself as a chess fan. Did you watch that show yesterday and enjoy it? Yeah,
it was. I'm sure more fun to watch than to play. It was an incredible fight, and at the end it was just nerves, I think, that decided it, and yeah, obviously it's really harsh on Sindarov, but somebody had to go through.
Today there are a couple of big announcements. First of all, the Grenke Festival will incorporate a freestyle event, which you have been confirmed to play in. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that a lot. Grenke has been one of my favorite events for years, and to play this format in an open tournament, it's going to be very difficult. But I'm looking forward to it.
And Hans Niemann has been announced to be playing in the next leg of the Grand Slam Tour in Paris. Your thoughts on that?
Well, he won the Grenke Open last year. That's why, I guess.
Magnus, thank you very much for your time. Congrats again, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
The next one?
Let's go. Fire away.
Which player played in the most impressive way? Question for a Grandmaster, our resident one is David Howell. Who impressed you the most?
This week?
Yes.
I mean, I sound like a broken record. I'm going to say Vincent Keymer. I will say that I was very impressed actually by Hikaru, despite the fact that Hikaru couldn't finish a couple of games in the quarterfinals. He wasn't quite able to get things done against Sindarov, but we could have been talking about Hikaru making a big impression on this event if in those tiebreaks he'd been able to convert his advantages. Of course, Magnus and Fabiano, very consistent players, but I'll signal those two. There are a couple of players I thought maybe didn't bring their best chess, but more about that later.
Anything else?
How about you, Tanya? I want to know yours.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this has to be an easy pick, right? It has to be Vincent, and it has to be Javokhir Sindarov as well for me. I will say, though, one thing. I wish Gukesh had gone further in the tournament. I was really excited to see him as our world champion. From India, he's just the chess that he's had in the past few months as well. So that I wish had gone a different way, but it was so awesome to see. It always is, right, to have a new switch up of who's going to win. And I think I wasn't expecting it to be Vincent, but he showed one by one with his win against Alireza that I'm a real contender and went down the path with the finishing touches when required. Just incredible stuff. It's got to be Vincent, as the MVP, not of the day, but of the tournament.
Of the whole tournament. All right, one or two more.
All right, I'm trying to look for one.
Yeah, try and find a good one.
And okay.
Question for that. Oh, sorry. No, go on.
Go for it. I was going to ask, what's the most surprising thing you learned about chess or chess players this past 8 days?
The most surprising thing? I think actually, again, I'm just going to quote Levon, because I think it's something that from the outside I would never glean by watching, a world's top 10 player or something like that. The idea of finding the critical moment and then, consequently finding the critical move, but more his commentary about how he feels that's really not a skill that anyone has mastered, that's something that you will spend your lifetime as a top GM still trying to wrestle through those moments. Do I understand this critical moment? Is it even the right one? Does my intuition lead me in the right direction, or am I following it off a cliff? And I think, to a degree, I don't know exactly at my level, how that becomes internalized, but I think it's such a surprise because you do so often see these guys as infallible, right? From the perspective that I have on the rating ladder. And so just the kind of the humble approach that it requires from somebody with that level of understanding to still admit, in the end, we know nothing almost,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these top guys, I still see them as infallible.
Yes.
Despite the fact that I've seen them make a few mistakes in their time. But that's a nice insight there.
I've got one question, and I'm kind of debating if I should put that out or not because it's a bit controversial.
Do it.
I'll do it?
Freestyle. Let's freestyle ourselves.
All right. So this one is, do you think this is the end of the Magnus dominance?
Oh, shaking up the chess swap.
No. I mean, my gut says no. And I mean, I guess the question, I'm going to answer the question with a question more so. I think it depends on what you consider to be the end of dominance. Or rather, is the question more about, is Magnus, at what point does Magnus no longer become, is he no longer the GOAT, right? Those are two different conversations, I think, to a degree, right? His current dominance, the expectation that he will dominate every field of players that he's in, maybe. Now the answer is maybe. When it comes to the conversation of when would anyone, talk about the legend of Magnus being superseded by another young great climbing the ranks, I think we are so far away from that conversation. In sports, I think you need a lot of time to understand and have that point of reflection.
I'm going to add to that and say I think Magnus, with everything that he's done in his career, has got nothing to prove to anyone anymore. I mean, the guy has been at the top as world #1 for more than a decade. His world #1 ranking hasn't been challenged. And David, you will add to this because once again, you know him best. But, in every sport, you've got greats, you've got world champions, and then you have those who reach legendary status. You've got the GOATs of the game who not only push their own limits, their own boundaries, but pretty much push the limits and boundaries of the sport itself. And Magnus Carlsen has been one such athlete. I think he's been a generational athlete. And as a chess player myself, I feel we're so lucky to be at a time to have witnessed that greatness. So it doesn't matter if he's perhaps not the world champion anymore. He's still the world #1. He's still out there doing and playing the kind of chess that he enjoys now. And to just watch that and to have seen his story evolve and what he's done for chess as a game on the board, but even off the board, has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, almost 15 years of uninterrupted kind of top spot in the rankings is pretty impressive. I'm going to say that Magnus is still a big favorite to win the tour, the Grand Slam this season. I think statistically it's impossible to win every single event, kind of to start on a high and to not be challenged at all. I'm also going to throw out a question. Do you think we'll ever see anyone dominate the world rankings like this? Because everyone's become so good. The general level has increased enormously. Yes, Gukesh is world champion, but he's got Prag, he's got Abdusattorov, he's got Firouzja. All of them are going to be fighting out for the next few years.
How many years was it for Gary? Close to 2 decades or more?
Also, around 20 years probably.
And when we have this GOAT discussion in chess, it's usually between these two players. So, in the future, will anyone do it? I don't know, David. I think, again, when it comes to legendary status, longevity is such a big factor in that. And it's not just about winning one world championship. I mean, Magnus, one of those few players who also had the triple crown, right? World Blitz champion, World Rapid champion, World Classical champion, showing that he's truly the best player in the world. I would love to see that happen. I don't know who it's going to be. We'll see, but right now it's hard to say.
Magnus might still be most people's top pick to be the eventual winner of the entire tour, but tonight we celebrate the winner here of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam Freestyle Chess 2025. We are going to step away for a bit because we want to celebrate in the right fashion, so they're hard at work inside trying to make sure that we can celebrate Vincent Keymer in the way that he deserves. As we step away, it will be for about 30 to 35 minutes, returning at 5:50 local time for the ceremony, awarding Vincent Keymer his much-deserved victory at 6 p.m. We hope to see you there.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Honestly, this is a dream come true. The first tournament here was fantastic and something new, and to do this again and for it to be part of a worldwide tour this year, it's what I wanted. It's how I feel that classical chess should be played, and I'm very excited to get going. I think that the way classical chess has been played in the past and the way that it's played now, it's certainly very interesting at times, but I think it also has its limitations. And I think the way we're playing it now is, you know, taking all the best from classical chess and also sort of removing the part that sometimes make the games less interesting. I feel like here we're essentially entering, in a lot of starting positions, we're essentially entering the middle game from the very first move, and I find that really exciting. I think many of the skills are similar. I think what we've found is that, you know, we don't have enough experience in freestyle yet, so that a lot of people, like, they take their styles from classical and sort of bring them into, like, they search for a lot of the same types of setups, like players who like more solid structures, they go for them. Players who like more chaos, more dynamic structures, they go for them as well. And it's going to be interesting to see also how much better people get over time, because I feel like we saw that already in the first tournament, that people had much more of an idea what they were doing at the end, and I found that very interesting because I had spent a lot of time preparing, but I still felt when I started that I learned much more from playing than I did from preparing. I think it's very exciting to actually be able to do this, and I'm very grateful for Jan and his team for putting this up, because I've sort of had this wish for a few years, and this vision for how I think chess should be played, but obviously we needed somebody to really believe in it, and that's what Jan has done. So yeah, it's great to be here, and hopefully we can create something that, as you said, people will look back on in the future. I feel that things are just done really well here. The players and their families are, you know, treated like stars, and everybody here is just very friendly and nice as well, and it feels like we're one big family here, far away from the rest of the world. For my motivation for this tournament and this series is very simple. I find it very interesting to play longer forms of chess. It's very rewarding to sit down and really delve into a position and think deeply. So that is my main motivation, that I find that to be very interesting. I think my motivation in general comes and goes for certain tournaments, certain events, and so on. But I love playing, and you know, as long as that's there, and as long as I'm good at it, then you know, I'll continue. There was a very interesting moment last year when we had the same sort of class of generations. There were 4 younger players and there were 4 older players, and we had the preliminary tournament where the younger players dominated. And I believe there was a lot of chatter about the changing of the guards. And guess what? The older guys ended up with the first 3 places. I am very much. I'm very impressed with what the younger guys are doing. I think they're great role models for kids growing up, and they're going to have fantastic careers. But I'm rooting for myself and the older generation for sure. It feels that even Levon is kind of in the same generation, because he broke into the top like a little bit later than some people. So it was only like a year or two before I did, and I think the thing in chess is that the very biggest talents, like, they usually stay there a bit longer, and it is like this with everything. Like NBA, like, most players are out of the league by the time they're in their mid-30s or even early 30s, but the biggest talents, like, they still remain. So a lot of players have certainly started to decline a bit, but still, like, the best players, like Hikaru, Fabiano, even, you know, Nepo to some extent. Aronian had a great year last year, and Wesley, like, I'm sure I'm forgetting some people, but at least some of the guys are still competing, and and it's good to see that our generation is not quite done yet, even though the kids are really, really good.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be part of this tour. I've played last year and I was really happy to have been invited for this tournament. I love playing freestyle chess, and this is you have a more chance to explore new things in chess, and you can play without preparation. Yeah, this year's field is incredibly strong, one of the strongest fields that I've ever played. It's going to be incredibly difficult, but yeah, I'm looking forward to new challenges, and yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Many practical skills, I would say, like playing with piece play, piece understanding, and fantasy is also very important. You have to think from move one and figure out the best way to handle the opening, and then in middle game. Yeah, it requires some different skills compared to classical, but the most important skills are the same. Yeah, I've played in many places. Weissenhaus is a little bit isolated from the world, so you can fully focus on chess, and there are, it's a really nice place to walk and yeah, I really like nature here, and you can just enjoy playing chess and also resting. That separates here from other places. I just want to improve my chess, playing every tournament, playing in every game. I try to be stronger, and I have a big motivation to become a world champion one day, and this pushes me to absolutely give my best and to be ambitious. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, it's been going on for quite some time, and yeah, we definitely see a switch of generations, and we definitely see many more players coming. Yeah, to be honest, it's going to be very difficult for older generation players to compete with the new generation, because we are very ambitious, very aggressive. We fight till the end, and we have more information, kind of more technology compared to them, what they had in their youth. So we are just, we are going to be stronger than older generation in a few years, but yeah, I'm part of this young generation, and I think that in a few years we'll squeeze the older generation guys from the top ranking, and yeah, that will be my thoughts. I would say the older generation players are more experienced, and I think in general I think they will do better in freestyle compared to classical, because the young generation players focus on opening preparation, and that kind of aspect is taken away. So we'll have to concentrate on playing his own, and so in that way I think it's with the older generation players, but I don't see a big difference, so I truly believe on young generation players. Ambitious. Yeah, I read many books when I grew up. I really liked the Garry Kasparov books. The way he passed, and the way he handled the pressure when he was young and throughout his career, it was really inspiring. And yeah, I kind of that's my purely chess inspiration, and I try to be like him, and I try to role model him for my chess. Fun. Because I am ambitious, aggressive, and determined. I wish them good luck, and it's going to be tough for everybody, and see you on the board.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy to be back here in Weissenhaus with such a strong field, and of course it's going to be very tough, but I'm really looking forward to facing all these strong players and playing good games. I actually think it's quite different compared to classical chess, especially since we haven't played a lot of freestyle chess on this high level. So I think in general it's very important to find coordination between the pieces, because we don't have the usual motives that we can rely on compared to classical chess, where we have much more experience. So that will surely change a lot, and also because we don't have that much experience, the stability we lose a bit. So therefore time management is even more important. Yeah, of course, it's a very special place here. We are kind of, it feels like kind of a bubble only for us chess players, and we can really fully focus on playing as good as we can. Also, we do not need to prepare here in freestyle chess, so we have more time to really save our energy and all focus for the games. Yeah, I always try to win the game. Of course, playing a good game is also very important to me, so it can even happen that I win a game and I'm still not happy about the way that I played. At the end of the day, of course, the result is what matters most to me. Yes, so this clash has been around for, I would say, quite a few years. Of course, now it has changed a bit since many of the younger players broke into the top 10. But I personally don't treat the games against older players different than games against the younger ones. I think it depends. Of course, I think that especially since there have been some freestyle or chess 960 events in St. Louis, some of them might have much more experience in this format. But of course also here it's very much about focus and specific calculation and so on. So I think everyone has their own advantages. Everything to me. Hopefully because I'm playing the best chess here. Yeah, I'm wishing you all good games, and hopefully we will be able to play very high-level chess.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to be part of this tour. I mean, it's a pretty new thing, and I think it's very fresh. So I think that a lot of people are looking forward to it. Yeah, I think you should be more talented and creative. Talent is not skill, but creativity is very important because you have to be very fresh from the very beginning. So I think that's the biggest difference. Yeah, I think here we can really just focus on chess. It's the best place to play chess, I think, because you have the nature, a very good hotel, so you have everything inside, so you don't need to think about what you go get, and I think it's amazing. I think to make the best move and trust my guts and to really be in good shape. Yeah, of course, there are some players that are getting a bit aged, but they are still very good players, like Hikaru or Magnus. I mean, they are a bit older than us, but they are still playing the absolute best chess, so I think it will be very interesting. I don't know anything, because there was not much 960 freestyle happening, so we need to see. I don't know. I think very fresh and sharp. Not really. I think like to be yourself is very important. It's normal stuff. Chess is the most intellectual game you can play, I think, and it's really good for your brain, so I really like it. Because I think I'm pretty creative, and I think I'm in good shape. To not underestimate me. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to be part of this tour. I mean, it's a pretty new thing, so, and I think it's very fresh. So I think that a lot of people are looking forward to it. Yeah, I think you should be more talented and creative. Those are the okay. Talent is not skill, but creativity is very important because you have to be very fresh from the very beginning. So I think that's the biggest difference. Yeah, I think here we can really just focus on chess. Like it's the best place to play chess, I think, because you have the nature, a very good hotel, so you have everything inside, so you don't need to think about what you go get, and I think it's amazing. I think to make the best move and to, I think, trust my guts and to really be in good shape. Yeah, of course, there are some players that are getting a bit aged, but they are still very good players, like Hikaru or Magnus. I mean, they are a bit older than us, but they are still playing the absolute best chess, so I think it will be very interesting. I don't know anything, because there was not much 960 freestyle happening, so we need to see. I don't know. I think very fresh and sharp. Not really. I think like to be yourself is very important. It's normal stuff. Chess is the most intellectual game you can play, I think, and it's really good for your brain, so I really like it. Because I think I'm pretty creative, and I think I'm in good shape. To not underestimate me.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
I'm really excited, and I think it's a really great initiative. And also it's very fresh. You know, freestyle, in our entire careers we've been playing classical chess with the standard configuration, which of course is great, has a huge history behind it, and we've learned a lot. But now we have something that we haven't learned so much about when it comes to the starting position and some of the opening patterns. At some point, of course, it just becomes chess. The same skills apply. But when it comes to the opening, creativity, and learning some new patterns, that's really unique. And we don't have so much experience. You know, we've played a few events here and there. I played one in St. Louis every year. I played this event in freestyle here in Weissenhaus last year. And there have been a few world championships that, for example, when last time in Reykjavik, which Hikaru won, and then in Oslo, the one which Wesley won when there was 4 of us playing. But besides that, it's been very few events, so it's really fresh, and the field is very exciting. You know, pretty much all the strongest players in the world, and there will be new players, of course. So all the top players are kind of in the freestyle club and have a chance to play. And I'm looking forward to playing as many events as I can. Hopefully I qualify after this one, and hopefully doing well in the whole tour. I think like most of the skills apply the same way, and that's why you see the same top players for the most part. I do think that you have to kind of rethink your approach in the opening, especially when it comes to time usage in the opening. That's very different because we're not relying on our knowledge. We can't rely on knowledge. We don't have much or even any for most positions. And we also can't rely on memorization because you can't remember 960 positions. Or you can remember it, but you can't remember like the starting moves or what to do beyond maybe move 2. So it's very different in that sense. All the different stuff is really in the opening, but a lot of that carries over. How much time you use in the opening maybe means you're in time trouble in the middle game. So there's a lot of carryover, and I wouldn't say it changes it really fundamentally. Like you're not going to see, Magnus losing to an FM in a match, let's say. You're not going to see like totally different standings in the world, but you will see different approaches and perhaps a bit more variance at the top. I would still say that if we're calling us the older generation, I still take a bit of exception. Like, okay, I'm not old yet, but if I guess the more experienced generation for sure. I mean, Magnus, Hikaru, and I, and not to mention some of the players who are even more experienced, like Levon. We've been playing chess at the highest level for the last 15 years, let's say. For some even longer than that. Magnus played probably his first World Championship cycle in 2007 when he played Levon in the candidates matches. And if we go back to some other players, even longer. And we have these young guys who, they don't have much experience, right? They've been playing chess at the top level a year, 2 years. Gukesh managed to go from that to becoming world champion in a span of basically like a year and a half, where he was just trying to enter the top level, and then everything kind of cascaded from there, and he won the candidates and so on. I don't think that they have an edge over us at the moment, overall. Like if you had like an all formats included match between the old generation versus the new generation, I do think we would, with great difficulty, win. I think it would be very close, but I do think we have an advantage. Of course, part of that is that Magnus is still showing the best results in the world overall, I believe. But it's close. I mean, Gukesh is showing incredible results. The candidates win, probably the most significant and impressive achievement in the last decade, I think, in chess. And then also after he won the World Championship in Tata Steel, he did play a really good tournament as well. So he's not slowing down at the moment. In this format, I do think we have maybe a bit more of an edge. I don't know for sure, of course, but there are some advantages that the younger players have that are maybe a little bit neutralized in this format, and part of that is they're like ability and eagerness to work really, really hard, which is perhaps not shared by, and I think it wouldn't even be too controversial to say that Magnus doesn't share the same enthusiasm in preparing for classical chess that Gukesh or Nodirbek perhaps have, right? But in this format, it's that takes a bit more of a backseat, and it's more just down to like the practical skills during a chess game. And in that, maybe not for long, but maybe for now we still have. I really like this place. For me, it's kind of, again, it's a very individual thing, but for me, it's really the ideal place to play chess is a secluded and peaceful place without much noise from the outside world. I've played a lot of events in big cities, and that's, you know, when we say like we want to take chess to the next level, it's very often been like, okay, let's take chess to New York or Madrid. And we played the World Championship in Rapid and Blitz in New York. I've played the Candidates in 2022 in Madrid. And it's great to see chess in a big city. But from the point of view of a chess player and like what I wanted in my surroundings, of course, I prefer to have less distractions and more just being at peace. So here we're in nature. There's nobody from the outside world is here. It's just chess players, chess media, commentators, representatives. It's all contained, yeah, it's all chess, which I think is nice. And last year I really had a great time here. So I was able to relax and I think put forward pretty good chess and concentrate at an ideal level, which sometimes has been a struggle. You know, if my concentration drops, then my level can drop significantly. So for me, that's quite important, and I hope that my feeling will be the same this year. I would say, maybe this sounds a bit weird, but maybe a bit mercurial, because I think that I can have a really high and a really low, and maybe at some point I found a middle ground for that. But I really do think that my quality at my best and my quality at my worst is a big gap, and maybe more than other players. What I've always missed compared to Magnus has been consistency. My best tournaments can compare to his best tournaments, but he's had less bad performances. And I think it's something that I maybe remedied a little bit at some point, but it still is, I think, one of my downsides, that if I'm not in good shape, it can go pretty wrong. Chess is great. Because I've been playing so poorly recently, it has to go good at some point, yeah. Don't think just because my last tournament that I'm an idiot. maybe I won't be.
So, I actually won the Fischer Random World Championship in 2022, I believe it was. So I've always had a big interest in playing Fischer Random. I think being part of this freestyle tour, which features a lot of the top players in the world, is a great chance to showcase my skills. Yeah, so I think in freestyle chess, there are a lot of similar things to classical chess, developing your pieces, playing for the center, but I think the intuition on where certain pieces belong, especially in the first 2 or 3 moves, is very critical. The strategy you come up with is going to be unique, and I mean, generally, I think that's what decides the game, the first 2 or 3 moves, and specifically where you put the knights. Yeah, so I think this location is quite different. It's obviously on a resort. It actually reminds me quite a bit of when I played against Magnus. We played a match in Norway in 2018 for the World Championship in Fischer Random, and it wasn't on a resort, but it was a little bit secluded, and so the environment here is very similar to that. I would also say, though, compared to many tournaments that I play in, you know, just the scenery and the general high-class amenities here, it's quite nice, and nicer than most events that I ever play in. So when I'm playing chess and I'm at the board, these days at least, the biggest motivation is simply to play well and be competitive. I know pretty much nobody believes me when I say this, but it's not really about ambition at this point. It's simply trying to prove that I'm still competitive. And so I just want to prove that I can play with everybody. Yeah, so I mean, I think certainly you have a mix of the old generation players like myself, Magnus and Fabiano, and then you have a lot of the kids here. You've got Gukesh, you have Sindarov, Fedoseev, I guess. He's not super young, but definitely younger than we are. So it's definitely a clash, and I think certainly being part of that generation, I want to prove that I still belong, much like when I play normal chess. And it'll be exciting to see. Eventually, the kids will overtake all of us, but I think for the time being, we're still a little bit ahead of them. I think in this game mode, it definitely favors the players who have the most experience. I think specifically Magnus and myself have the most experience. Fabiano's not quite at that same level in terms of experience, but he's also quite strong at this variant. So I think all three of us have significantly more experience, and I think it's going to show at least early on. Now, there are many games to be played, and I think, you know, as players like Gukesh adapt to it, there's a chance they will catch up with us, but at least at the start, I think we do have an advantage. So to describe myself as a chess player in just one word is kind of hard. I think if I had to come up with a word, since I heard it being used the other day, I would say enigma. I'm trying to think over the years versus recently, because there's an obvious one in recent times. You know, I think maybe it's not about a motto, but I think just play to win, for lack of a better way of putting it. That was always my goal when I was younger. And I mean, I don't want to say the recent one because everybody already knows it, so let's leave it at that. Because I'm used to playing in these formats and pretty familiar with a lot of these players, and I think I have pretty good time management. I think if I can get to critical moments, the intuition has to take over, and I'll be better in the time scrambles. I mean, there's so many ways I could take that question. I could be like, you know, I'm going to beat them all and be like that. I could also say, you know, I think you just want to play good games. And I think for me, probably the biggest thing is if the games are interesting, I'll be happy regardless of the result.
It's a privilege to play my favorite game. Yeah, it's amazing. You have to let go of lots of misconceptions you have. So you have to be calculating a lot and continuously getting out of the, you know, of comfort zone. That's what freestyle chess is, I think. I didn't really discover the game, but I enjoyed it a lot, and I tried to, every single time I was giving an interview, I was trying to promote the game. So I don't know if I succeeded, but I got in the minds of some chess players, definitely. It's great, yeah, I think this is unique. You don't get this anywhere else, you know, in such a, to be in such a venue. I'm not sure the older generation is better in Chess 960, but one thing that is clearly the case, the older generation is far more excited about Chess 960 than the younger generation. Because we've played regular chess for so long, we're already tired of, I think, spending hours on trying to find something playable in Petrov, let's say, or in Tarash, or in Catalan, you know? Yeah. And here, we get a chance to play and get a chance to use our understanding and use the skills we got from regular chess.
Okay, das machen wir nochmal eine Minute on top.
Ja.
Okay, wir müssen eine Minute...
Highlight-Video zuerst. Was gibt uns wie lange? Okay, das ist gut. Aber Intro mit das Spieler-Intro, das sollte ja kommen direkt bevor die Spieler einlaufen. Oder machen wir das zweimal? Du willst auch zweimal machen. Perfekt. Perfekt. Harten Ton starten.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the prize-giving ceremony of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Weissenhaus. Welcome we are welcoming you all that are here, and we would now like to show you some of the recap of this last week, the highlights, what happened, share some of the excitement for all of you that maybe just arrived or did not watch all of it, which I think you should have. But here are the highlights of this week.
In a world where chess is not just a game, but pure passion, the best of the best gathered this week. Magnus, Alireza, Hikaru, Gukesh, Levon, Javokhir, Vladimir, Nodirbek, Vincent, and Fabiano. Thank you guys. With your brilliant chess moves, you have shown that freestyle chess is fantastic. We experienced thrilling evenings, surprising strategies, and countless exciting moments to discuss. The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus brought 80 intense matches, 8 days of live streams, and unforgettable moments. Also, a huge thank you to all commentators, content creators, and participants. You've helped share this event with the world, leaving a lasting impact on the chess community.
It's a totally historic moment, and it's like couldn't have been better. I mean, it is so good now that you didn't even want to think about this outcome because you would jinx it, you know. It's a dream come true.
I think it's clearly the strongest tournament I ever won, and also beating Alireza, Magnus and Fabi in consecutive matches is fantastic. The game itself was incredibly complicated, but I'm quite happy with the way I played.
Stay tuned for the rest of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. See you in Paris.
All right. Oh my God. First of all, because maybe I have not introduced her properly, because this is not just a hostess. This is my wife Holly, and we have been doing this together as a venture. So she is as much in charge as I am, and she was like unfortunately a little bit sick the last days, so she was out of order, but she's back in order a little bit now. So thank you, and we're doing this prize giving together. So you had her wonderful voice before, and maybe if I forget something, she will.
I will let you.
Okay, perfect. So, we would like to start because some players are still missing, I think. So until everybody is there, we're going to have the marching in again of the players and then also the prize giving. But before, maybe it's even better because after that, the attention is not so much there. So we would like to thank again, first of all, what we did in the beginning. First of all, to Holly's father, and builder of this wonderful decoration, and the whole team, 100 people he's working for him. Torsten, thank you very much. And I don't know, Natalie, Frank, are they here? Usually they're just working somewhere else behind the scenes. So thank you very much again for Natalie and Frank for the whole hospitality and location. And now we want to thank individually all of the wonderful people who brought you at home the wonderful freestyle chess event here. So we start with the moderator team. And I think I got them all on my mind. So I started with a professional stream. We had a professional stream of the most incredible talent that we ever had in chess. We had Judith Polgar, who is the best female player of all time. She was even number 8 in the world with all the men. The only woman ever achieved that, right? So she's here. Judith, want to come over? Come here. You get. So you heard her in the professional stream. And we'd love to have you back in Paris if you are available.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Judith. You can stay because you're a partner in crime, so to speak, also from Hungary. Peter Liko, thank you very much for coming. And to those people, as we are streaming a lot to non-chess players, he's a legend as well. He was once the runner-up to the world champion. He was the vice world champion. Which year was that?
2004.
2004. He was nearly the world champion. Just one match was missing, right? And also he's still, I think, on the top 30 of all-time players. So we have these beautiful, wonderful, perfect experts for the professional stream. In my little, when I say we don't understand, I always call it R2D2 talk because we don't know. We have to look where they mention the squares. Where are they? So this is why we're doing this. And in addition, they have been joined by Niklas Huschenbeth. Is Niklas around? Very special also because Niklas is, of course, to blame because of starting all this. Because when I wanted to go back into chess after like 50 years, I asked him as a grandmaster to teach me a little bit, and he did. And then we had together thought of this idea: why don't we bring a wonderful tournament to the world? And now even going back, because I bought his original course for the traditional chess, and he now has done a professional tour for freestyle chess. Can you just say 2 words about this?
Yeah, so for everybody who wants to dive more into freestyle chess, they can check out my masterclass. It's on the website, Freestyle Chess, and I hope that a lot of people are excited to explore this more now.
Perfect. You can buy it, I think, 97 euros. It goes into our pocket, freestyle. We have a joint, but it's like our endeavor. So we basically like to promote this as well because we want to have everybody, of course, learn the freestyle chess. So this is our professional stream. Thank you very much, and see you in Paris. So now, as you know, we say we had this other stream that we say, okay, we call it the community stream, the non-R2D2 talk, and by that we had some experiments. We said we had some maybe too many moderators and so on, but I think in the end we found the perfect format for that, and we also want to carry on with that in Paris. So with that, it starts with our wonderful hostess in terms of our face to the nations, to the world, is Tanya Sachdev. So with Tanya, we started it last year, and everybody loves her, and she's such a wonderful host, and she's so beautiful, and her chess explaining and everything, and so everybody wants to see you, and so we said, who do we put on your side, right? So we were thinking, okay, let's go out of the chess world a little bit, let's see somebody. And so we found James Patterson from League of Legends, I think... James Dash is his name in the League of Legends world, right? So if you know him, and so we made this experiment, and I think it worked, right? So do you want to continue? You want to come to Paris? I would love to. Perfect. So you are invited. It's an official invite. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Wonderful. So. And then we said, now we have this wonderful, I think we're going to explore more, go more wild, have more ideas, more craziness. We had this craziness of even putting Danny Wrench here in a bathrobe and pulling and so on, right? So we do all kinds of more fun stuff, but also because we still want to explain chess. And so we have a grandmaster, the best chess player of Great Britain, David Howell. So David, very dear friend of ours, very, very dear friend, and we love what you do. And also, again, I would like to invite you to Paris. Right? You want to come? Perfect. Okay. Very good. So I think this is a dream team as well. But not only is that, we have had wonderful addition of Daniel Naroditsky. He was here in the beginning, and then we said maybe 4 is too much, so let's do something else. We tried something out, and in the end, today we found the perfect format because we were testing it out, and I just had a chat with him. He loves it as well. He did the commentary from home because he's doing the deep dive. So whenever something is really very much has to be explained, or in the engine to see what is the computer seeing and what is some other results, then David is putting in Daniel, and that has worked very well, I think. Yeah. So he's going to also be invited. I don't know whether he can work from home, so he doesn't even have to travel. So we will put him through from his home or wherever he may be. I just heard that on the internet he said that he wanted to take a little break from commenting and wants to relax, and so maybe he's back in Paris. And in addition, we also had, of course, the most successful, biggest chess streamer of our time, Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess. Where is he? So Levi, we also invited here. But he said, well, guys, I can do it from home. It's all easy. I said, no, you have to come here. You have to experience. And so do you regret coming here?
No, not at all. I unfortunately won't be able to make Paris, but I will gladly welcome you to New York. And if it's even half as exciting as the last major chess event in New York, I think it will be a success.
Perfect. I think what we're going to do is we're going to also, like Daniel, we try to once in a while just have you in the commentary, maybe you stream. So you will stay in New York, that's fine. And then maybe we see you live in our Grand Slam in New York then, right? Oh, yeah. Perfect. So that's a home turf, of course. So that is our community stream, as we call it. And thank you very much to all of you. So then we had, of course, not only is Levi Rosman like the greatest chess streamer here, but we have all the other great chess streamers here. So we, for example, have Anna Kramling from Sweden. She came here from Stockholm, and we are so happy. So Anna, we just talked about it. I know the answer. Are you coming to Paris?
I would love to.
Yeah, she's coming. Perfect. Okay.
I
I might not be able to make Paris, but I want to come to New York.
Okay, perfect. All right. So same answer like Levi. Okay, whatever. But anyway, so we can still count on you streaming and doing some stuff. She did some great stuff. I can always recommend she's played basically chess with everybody. Like, who did you draw with? Javokhir, okay, basically. So she even got to a draw. And then, of course, we have Andrea and Alexandra Botes, the Botes sisters.
And we would like to welcome Alexandra on stage, since Andrea has already left as far as I know. So we would love to have you. They're getting ready. Okay, then I will bring the flowers to their room later. Okay, but a big thank you to them. They were amazing streamers, just like you, and such sweet, wonderful people that we love to have welcomed into our world of freestyle chess.
Perfect, but stay here because we have two more people we want to honor in this stream. So first of all, we have Saga Shah. Where's Saga? Ah, there she is. Yoo-hoo! Perfect. All right. Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you very much for doing this wonderful event with us. And then, Saga Shah. Thank you. So, he has been part of our family already since the beginning, and we are always happy to have you back, of course. Like again in Paris, you will come, I'm saying? Yeah, perfect. Okay, very good. So, and finally, we also want to welcome on stage Danny Rensch, our partner from chess.com, and he has. He came a little late because you were busy with what was the sports? Was there some interesting, some football, whatever. It's like Super Bowl event, whatever. So yes, but thank you very much. So this is basically our streamers, the top streamers, together with Levi, and thank you very much for helping us getting this off.
And also a very big thank you to Jules, the amazing chess streamer that worked with us as well. Yeah, I think she was a little bit of a spontaneous addition on our side, but we love her so much, and it was
Jules deserves these. I didn't do any streaming. I just
That's
did a
true.
Okay, these are for Jules.
Okay, so then let's give it to Jules.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Of course. Definitely more
Jules?
deserving. Here you go, Jules. Come up. Take my spot. I'm gonna hide over here. You do it. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. You were amazing, and I love how we integrated you into the event. Thank you so much, and can't wait to work more with you.
Thank you. Perfect. Haben wir noch jemanden vergessen oder was? Alles ist für den Spieler. All right. Okay. So now we're gonna reintroduce the players. We're going to play the intro video once again, and we have the gladiators marching in, hopefully, with the video. So let's go. Yes, so now we have all of our wonderful superstars here. I don't know, the combined ELO must be like in the stars, and I can't even count that far. So it's amazing, wonderful. Thank you very much, seeing all of you here, and it's such an honor for me to, and I'm so incredibly proud of what Holly and I and Torsten and everybody together, what we built here, so that we have the privilege and the honor to have all of these incredible chess legends, each and every one of you. And as I said from the beginning, it was very hard for me because with each of you I have a personal relationship. I like and love all of you, and so for me it was like incredible to see that we have to. In the beginning, we had a round robin, a very interesting round robin, and two of you players had to leave the tournament after that, and so we still want to honor you, of course, and you still got some points. So like like the 10th place. I wouldn't say the last place because the 10th place. We start with Vladimir, basically. So Vladimir. First of all, I have to explain to everybody. So Vladimir has won the online competition of how many players were competing in the online competition? Do you know?
I do not remember the exact numbers, but I believe it was more than 3,000 in the Swiss event, and then we had 16 players elimination bracket. So quite a bit.
Yeah, so it was 3,000 players, and he was actually in the end beating like a lot of grandmasters, a lot of members from our players club to make it to the final, and he won the final, and so he was qualified. And so even though his elo was not at that point, now since then he moved up to rank 17, or where are you right now? Even
I think maybe 17 in live, but at the current moment maybe outside of top 20, like by his first February rating list. Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so he moved up, and so what he gets is he gets the 7,500 prize money for the 10th place, and he gets 1 point, 1 Grand Slam point that's counting for the Grand Slam final in the end. So the players who have the most of these points, the 12 best players, will qualify for South Africa for the final event. So thank you very much. And hopefully see you next time, right? Yes, so you have to... So now, the second player who didn't make it to the quarterfinal was our very dear friend Levon, and he won in the end the match for 9th place. Levon, of course, is a legend of himself. I think he's like one of the greatest player of all time. I think in the top 5 or whatever. It's like insane. He has like an insane achievement. If anybody doesn't know about him, you can Google him. It's incredible. So he got $12,500 and 2 points in the Grand Slam tour. And what I also can say is that he has just been recently elected as the chairperson of the Chess Players Association, or the Chess Players organization that we have created in this whole turmoil around FIDE. We said the self-organizing of the top players, and they have elected Levon as their spokesperson. And so they are on their own. It's nothing to do with freestyle chess. It's on their own. But in that function, you are always invited to any Grand Slam, even if you don't qualify, so you can join us as a guest. And he did a fantastic job as a commentator here in his role when he exited the tournament. Thank you, Levon. So now it even breaks my heart to say, that who is 8th place in this, but I think there's nothing like, anyway, like Nelson Mandela said, our South African former president and legend, he said, either I win or I learn. I never lose. And so I think for the world champion of chess, like the Gukesh, the legend from India, and he was playing against all these other great players, and he finished as the 8th place. So thank you very much. So Gukesh will receive for 8th place $20,000, and he will get 4 points for the Grand Slam final. And as he is the official FIDE world champion of the world, the world champion of classical chess, he has a standing invitation. So you have an invitation to Paris, and you can still think if you want to. Do you know already whether you want to come, or will you think about it, or are you coming to Paris?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Yes. Okay. He's coming. Wonderful. So here we are. Woo. Perfect. Wonderful. So Gukesh, we'll see you in Paris, and then we'll see you beating these guys, right? Okay. Perfect. Now, for 7th place, it's the person that has beaten Gukesh in the last game for 7th place, and it's also somebody who I would say is like one of the greatest players, but it's all greatest players. It's my dear friend Alireza from France. Thank you very much. So Alireza finished 7th, and he will get $30,000, and he will get 6 points for the Grand Slam final. Thank you. All right, so now we have the 6th place, which is basically after the game for 5th place. He lost that game, but it's a wonderful person also that we have known for more than a year, because he has been here last year. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Thank you very much. So Nodirbek finished in 6th place, and for that he will get $40,000 and 8 points for the Grand Slam final. So now this tournament is tough. I mean, you see, you have greatest players like becoming 9th and 10th. We have the quarterfinal, which is basically, if you lose that game, you end up in the bottom 4, like 5th to 8th place. And the winner of that kind of round is Hikaru Nakamura. So Hikaru gets $50,000 for 5th place and 10 points for the Grand Slam final. And as we have this, I will tell you later who all has qualified. We have now, I think, 9 names out of the 12 who will show up in Paris, and Hikaru is one of them, because we have qualified the top 3 of the tournament plus the top 2 of the classical World Championship rating. And as Hikaru is, I think, in the February rating, which is relevant, number 3, and we know that Fabiano and Magnus have already qualified, Hikaru is already qualified for Paris. And so the question is, are you coming?
Yeah, why not?
Wow, perfect. Okay, wonderful. All right. So we'll see Hikaru in Paris. So now we have 4th place, and that is basically somebody who has won his quarterfinal, so he moved up to the top 4, and it's a person who has astonished us all. It's Javokhir. I can bring him on stage so that you know. It's like Javokhir. Congratulations. And so Javokhir, in the tournament where Vladimir won the qualification tournament through all of 3,000, he got 2nd. They had the final. And the final, if you ever want to rewatch that, it's a historic game. It's like insane. The Armageddon game that they have played together. It was like, in the end, he won the game, but he like drew him out of time. So it was a really very exciting game. We were all on our heels, and so when I watched this game, we already had the information that Vishy Anand, who was invited here, did not want to come, so I knew we had 2 places or free, and so I immediately said, okay, let's invite both of those wonderful players. And so he came in like the very last person coming in, and he, together with, I think, Fabiano, Alireza was first, but he was basically 2nd, like in the round robin, and he beat like everybody except Alireza in the round robin. So he is our rising star. And then he got to the semifinals, and then he lost, unfortunately. And now today he lost against Magnus, but still losing against Magnus, I think, is not a real loss. And becoming 4th place in this incredible field with all these super grandmasters, and now getting $60,000 for your home, and then 12 points. Thank you very much. Thank you. So coming to the winner of that last game, and you know who it is. It's our wonderful Magnus, and I don't have to introduce him, I think. So Magnus, come on stage, please. Thank you very much. So Magnus Magnus, of course, he's top 3, so he qualified for Paris anyway. And he got $100,000 and 3rd place and 15 points for the Grand Slam final. And so I asked the question, Magnus, are you coming to Paris?
It cannot come soon enough.
Perfect. Okay, he wants revenge. He wants revenge. And so thanks for this. Now, the learner, as I would say, the loser, because loser is the learner of the final. I think Fabiano, you learned a lesson that previously Magnus had learned and Alireza had learned, that there's one guy who was not beatable in this tournament. So come up to stage, at least getting. Thank you very much. So second place. It's like Fabiano last year, he was also 2nd place. He lost the final against Magnus here. And this time he gets a little bit more money than last time for the 2nd place, $140,000 and 18 points for the Grand Slam final. Thank you very much, Fabiano. And final questions. You are qualified. Are you coming to Paris?
Wouldn't miss for the world.
Perfect. Okay, very good. All right. So now it's a chilling moment. I get chills. I just like incredible that our hometown boy, Vincent, come up on stage. I don't have to say anymore. So it's really historic. I must really say I have goosebumps myself just saying that. And so I think I said enough. I want to have Holly to do the honors. I think that's better.
So Vincent, you were here last year and this year you just crushed it. The qualifications made everyone underestimate you, and as a revenge that you were underestimated, you hit back and you hit back hard. And congratulations, we are so glad that you won. We would have absolutely loved everyone else to win, but we are so proud and we loved all the excitement and the surprises you gave us. Thank you so much. And I would also like to give you the trophy. I would just like to.
So yeah, I can also say, so he wins $200,000 and 25 points for the Grand Slam final, and he gets the trophy. And I think we all might guess the answer, but are you coming to Paris?
For sure.
Okay, perfect. So very good. So thank you very much, Vincent. And now we still have the top 3. So now we basically, it's the prize giving is kind of over, but we still have something to give. You can put this down. You don't have to carry it. And then kannst du so, dass die Kamera das besser noch. So, okay. And then, so I just want to announce now the field for Paris that we have. You have already heard most of the names. So I would like to have on stage, of course, the top 3, which would be Vincent, Fabiano, and Magnus. And then you also get your wonderful champagne bottles. Like Ella's mom said, we needed a piccolo bottle for the 3rd place, but I think it's because Magnus doesn't drink so much champagne anyway. But so can you come on stage and get your bottles, Fabiano and Magnus? Perfect. And then stand next to, because we're going to get some more people on stage. So I want to have all the people who are also coming to Paris. So Gukesh, of course, you're coming to Paris. You're coming up to the stage, and we have Hikaru coming up to the stage. So now these are the players that from this tournament have qualified for Paris. Now, as you know, our rules and regulations, they have been renewed. They will be just after this prize giving. They will be on the website. I have put them here just to show you. Those are the rules and regulations that we have put out, and so it's clear how you qualify. So we have the top 3 of the previous Grand Slam, which is the top 3 here. The current FIDE World Champion in Classical Chess. The top 2 Classical ELO rating in the month of the previous Grand Slam. which is basically now Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi. So Arjun will come to Paris as well as the next player, and he already agreed to come, told me. Then we have the winner of a major classical over-the-board tournament preceding the Grand Slam, which was Weigand. So the winner of Weigand will also come to Paris, and he also agreed, is Prague. He will also come. So we have a very strong Indian field. All of the top 3 Indian young players are playing in Paris. Then we have the winner of a co-organized freestyle over-the-board open preceding the Grand Slam, and as you have heard yesterday, it's going to be Hans Niemann. He also agreed. He will also come to Paris. And then we'll do the winner of an online match between 2 players that have been previously selected. And we have selected the 2 French players. So basically, Alireza, you can come on stage because you will also join us in Paris. Because it's like Vincent for Germany, of course, we want to have Alireza for France playing in France. Yes, and then so in the end, then we have 2 wildcards to be given, but we have some ideas, but we don't reveal the names right now. So this is basically the field that you're going to see in Paris, plus an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an additional 6 players. So we're going to have 12 players in Paris. Thank you very much. Thank you for the show. Thank you for everybody. And now we're going to have a great poker night. We're going to have a party. We're going to have the great DJ from last time again. I know my Aunt Moni and Martin, they danced until 5 o'clock in the morning. So have fun, enjoy your time, and thank you very much, and see you in Paris. Alles gemacht?